We're gonna resume. So we started chapter 3. We are wondering who's gonna be the characters on this story. So we're in black. This should have been a quiet night. But sometimes things just don't play out as expected. Truth be told, he doesn't even know why he's being chased, or by whom. But something tells him the guy with the weapon in his hand running after him wouldn't exactly be interested in answering his questions. He ducks and dodges, sharply cutting corners in an attempt to shake his unrelenting pursuers. His pounding heartbeat all but drowns out their loud, profane screams and shouts. But why? What's the reason for this? He thinks hard, but can't recall getting into any trouble lately. At least nothing to the extent that justifies such a grudge. He did his best to make peace with people in the neighborhood, even those he had issue with in the past. Settling old score is important, but this is just another reminder that some things can't remain buried in the past. Life is a cruel mistress, always has been. The more you try to avoid trouble, the harder it will come looking for you. He tries to move towards more lively spots to seek shelter in the large crowds, but his pursuers are always one step ahead, subtly blocking his path whenever there's a potential opening. Fights and brawls among young thugs in the streets are nothing unusual, and bystanders tend to keep their distance so as not to get involved. He's seen situations like this play out before, only this time, he's the victim. The later it gets, the fewer people are out and about. The night is now a thick veil of darkness, and the pale moonlight is the only thing guiding the boy's way. He runs into a remote park and hides in an overgrown bush. He's completely hidden in the shadow from a nearby streetlight. It's an unassuming spot, and nobody gives it a second look. The more often you get into trouble, the more important it becomes to always be prepared and have a backup plan. He can't even remember how often he's already used this spot in the past. He keeps his head low and tries his best to steady his breath. Few regular people ever visit this place, which has naturally made it a hotspot for morally questionable activities and characters. It has been pretty much abandoned. All that remains is this nasty smell. Gangster A. Hey. Crap, where did that idiot go? Gangster B. He looks like a punk.
I don't know, man. I don't know my way around this place. Damn it, that was so close. I almost had him.
From what I heard, he's a thug, just like us. Fast pair of legs on that one.
We can't let him escape onto his home turf.
Hard to tell where that is. This place has changed a lot from what I remember.
Crap, this mining thing is a tougher gig than I thought.
Can't we still change our minds, bro? This guy's a slippery one. I'm sure there are others we could catch more easily.
We can't just change targets. There are eyes everywhere. If you'd be more careful in the past, there wouldn't be as many cops up and about.
Oh, come on. That's way in the past. You know all that kicking and screaming just gets me hyped up. Question mark, ... Their dialect sounds familiar. Young delinquents, just like myself, they don't seem to know their way about this neighborhood. But what is this mining thing they're talking about? It sounds strangely familiar, but he can't place it. Where exactly has he heard that term before?
We were all counting on this to make some extra cash, no more mistakes.
Yeah, whatever. The sounds of footsteps is getting louder. Luck really isn't on his side tonight. There's no escape. Nowhere to run. Clenching his fist, he readies himself to strike first. But someone else is faster. Who is it? Before he can even finish asking himself that question, a wave of fear sweeps over his whole body. Click. Click. His hair stands on end. He starts sweating profusely and has had a hard time breathing. Even though he can't make out what exactly he's looking at, it's enough to put his whole body in a state of shock. The voice is impossible to describe. It sounds like nothing he's ever heard before. The syllable sounds harsh, like they are being squeezed from deep within the throat, accompanied by slow and heavy breathing. He can't understand a word that's being said, but it's clearly some kind of language instead of just random sounds. Fear of the unknown is putting him on edge. Huh? Who's there? Who's making that noise?
Stop hiding and come out. Is that you, Lee?
You recognize him? He doesn't look so good.
No! Lee isn't...
Ah! Whoa! He doesn't even pay attention to two thugs running away in a hurry. All he can think about is how he's hidden in the dark while that thing is out there in the open. Yet somehow he's the one who feels helpless and at a disadvantage. Click. Click. His body trembles as fear and doubt eats away at his mind. He's still hiding in the bush, trying to make himself as small as possible. He's no longer in control. Fear is taking over and is paralyzing his body. Question mark? Some sort of sound? A pair of eyes is staring at him. Huge, gloomy eyes filled with evil intent. He can feel their sinister gaze creeping and crawling over his whole body. He can't even look away at or close his eyes. Is hiding or trying to escape even worth it, or should he just accept his fate? The feeling of revulsion is growing stronger by the second. By now, even the smallest speck of light has disappeared. The dark of the night is engulfing everything. Breathing rapidly, he suddenly feels a drop of liquid on his skin. Although he has just managed to get his breathing under control, his whole body tenses up again in an instant. It's too much for him. He can't even remember what the weather forecast predicted for tonight. Overcast with an occasional downpour of rain. Chapter 3. Run, boy, run! Back at the store manager. I can't believe it's already November. Time really flies by. Scarlet?
A whole year of being stuck inside, not being able to tell the difference between night and day.
Why do you make that sound as if there is something I should be worried about?
Shouldn't you be?
Maybe. I try not to think about it too much. It's almost winter. Even the afternoon sun makes feels drowsy during this time of the year. The perfect time for a nice, warm cup of tea. Unfortunately, Scarlet has a tendency to chug everything as if it's water. She has long left her sense of appreciation for the little things in life behind. Maybe it's a bad idea anyway, judging by her expression. She's been on a caffeine binge for an entire month, and giving her anything of the sort might well have the opposite effect. Half your face is covered by the dark circle under your eyes. I take it the case is still a mess?
Correct. I haven't slept in my own bed even once in the last 2 weeks.
So... there's no progress whatsoever?
It's not quite that bad. If it were, I would seriously have to rethink what I do with my time. The only people we caught were half dead at the scene. They were completely insane and kept chanting strange things over and over. It's hard to count them as witnesses if you can't get a single coherent sentence out of them.
Strange things? Any details?
There's no time left. You can't delay the inevitable. The usual stuff, you know. The guards who have to keep an eye on them are going crazy. It's not like their minds are completely gone. If you speak to them in a harsh enough tone, they'll listen. Whether their answer actually makes sense is another story.
So it's not totally impossible to get some information out of them.
That depends on how much sense you can make of what they're saying. They keep saying that if they won't be freed and allowed to start over again, thunder will come crashing down on this city once more. They say they are the only ones who can prevent that from happening. Their words, not mine.
Thunder? Any idea what that could mean?
No, I don't. But they seem almost scared, and they keep making it sound like a really big deal. I've asked the guard to dig deeper, but I haven't got a response yet. Every single time you ask one of them about it, they just cower and shake, claiming that quote, they made the same mistake 20 years ago.
That's very interesting. If the guy who came by the shop was saying the truth, the ritual's purpose was to escape from this world.
And now their means of escape is gone. It seems like most of them would have preferred a quick end rather than prolonging what they perceive as pain.
So, do you think their current situation is pure suffering? Have they said anything a little less cryptic about the consequences of it all?
Sadly, no. They don't seem keen on learning from their mistakes. All we get is more unintelligible statements such as, the city will be the birthplace of fear, and fear itself is the end.
Yeah, they've been touched by the Elder Gods. This is usually the ramblings of people who has been touched by the Elder Gods. Let's not write it off immediately. The police may not take them seriously at all, but at least we've got something.
And that's exactly why I can't just walk away from this. Your guy is called Justin, right? I really need to borrow him. I could use someone with his set of skills.
Oh, are we gonna see Justin again? He's in all kinds of trouble with his boss because of a series of murders still remains unsolved. Getting him could be very expensive. From what I know, he's even being held for questioning at the moment.
That's not an issue. Just tell me how much.
Amazing. This is no different to you than buying a car, is it?
Cut the crap. I know where this is going.
So, is it related to the accident?
Yes and no. I struck a deal with my superiors that allows me to continue our investigation there. Anyway, I found out one more thing that we can add to the pile of stuff we should be worried about.
Scarlet seems stern and serious. That's normal for her, but it's even more apparent right now.
Justin should be able to work under difficult conditions, right? He's used to running errands for you after all. I could really use him for this.
Wait a second. You're not by any chance talking about that recent strings of kidnappings? While we were busy trying to make sense of everything Justin managed to uncover, several kidnapping cases put the whole city on edge. I'm not sure about the specific, but according to the rumors going around, people in the southern part of the city has been going missing. It's actually quite a tricky situation. The area is so vast that even if the police were to step up their night patrols, it would be impossible to protect such a large area completely. I don't know how much truth there is to all of it, but it's a hot topic of discussion on the forum I use. People are panicking.
At least you seem to be paying attention to other channels than the TV.
Scarlet raises her eyebrows.
The main problem with the case has been the delayed response. By the time the department got involved and started actively investigating, more than 20 people have already been reported missing, and that number is still rising.
This city is just too big to always keep an eye on everything. Although Wuhang Road is somewhat quiet, it's still in one of the busier areas of the city. The fact that I spent the whole of the last year hiding at Hermitage without anyone noticing says a lot about the city's sparse police force.
Most of the victims are beggars and vagabonds, poor people with no place to stay, but there are also a few reports of young men of good standing who were originally abducted. Trust me, you wouldn't believe how chaotic the situation is at the precinct. The police are in way over their heads. If the case keeps developing in this direction, sooner or later they'll be forced to hold a TV conference.
Scarlet looks exhausted and frowns at the thought. I'll just have to take your word for it. Hey, wait a second, you said were originally abducted? What does that mean?
Many of them have turned up again.
Scarlet slowly takes a sip of her warm coffee. Her words are more of a sigh than anything. Most of them were missing more than 48 hours, but they were then found in various parts of the city within a week, sometimes less. All of them conscious and without any injuries or missing organs. The big problem here is that none of them can remember what happened during the time they were missing. They have no recollection of it whatsoever. Since they turned up again, it would have been possible to keep a lid on the whole case, But a mole in City Hall must have leaked it to the press and it ended up on the front page of the newspaper. She spreads the newspaper in front of me, clearly annoyed. Collective amnesia and kidnapping victims. What is the police keeping secret? These damn media people. They'll write anything to get attention, no matter how long they have to stoop. How low they have to stoop. These are different from regular kidnappings. The fact that the victims show up again unharmed raises concern about the perpetrator's true intentions. Sure, it's good news for the relatives and for the official working the case, but it raises many questions. We need to find out the reason for the collective amnesia. This is more than simple brainwashing. I'm sure of it. I put down the newspaper. It's easy to see how much this case is eating away at Scarlett. Those people who turned up again, are they showing any other symptoms?
No, none whatsoever. They underwent full psychoanalysis and physical examination. There are no abnormalities except for their missing memory.
No signs of violence, no traces of drugs or other substance? That doesn't sound possible, does it?
You think I'd be asking for your help if it did?
No need to get all riled up, I'm just trying to help there.
You just sit around in your comfy old chair all day. Don't try to make yourself sound cool.
Hey, it's not like I have any time out to myself, okay? You don't know how much work it is to take care of a bookstore this big.
Are you done crying?
Please continue.
Basically, Justin has experience working with you, which means he'll be more understanding and patient. Someone like him will be better suited to investigating this case than me.
He'll obviously have to agree to this himself. He owes me a favor, but I won't make any decision in his name or push him to do something he's not on board with. That being said, since you want his help, what's your opinion on the previous case?
Sloppy work all over. The building seems irrelevant now, but I would still like for it to be inspected. 2 senior citizens dead, a group of people who are impossible to talk to. It's a mess. They're playing dumb, probably because they're all well aware of the massive trouble they have gotten themselves into.
So the case remained largely unsolved. Justin can't be happy with that outcome. Scarlett has fallen silent and no longer seems in the mood to talk about the subject. I turn on the radio in an attempt to fight off the depressing atmosphere in the room right now. There's a harsh contrast between the happy sound coming from the radio and the irksome silence in the room. In general, I relish the calm, but this is the wrong kind. I feel as if a strange force is pulling me towards every single weird and unusual event in the city. A sudden horrific thought that hits me. What if it never ends? Evening. Unfortunately, Scarlett's case work has come to an unexpected halt. It's a weird coincidence how, shortly after we discuss how Justin could help her, it's suddenly nowhere to be found. He's not picking up calls, and messages don't seem to get through to him. Ask Neko for help, but even she couldn't locate Justin's phone. He probably turned off his phone and cut himself off from the outside world completely. It's annoying, and even my patience has its limits, but at the same time, I can't help but admire his stubborn decisiveness. This isn't the right moment to force him to do anything. I even have to stop Neko from using slightly less legal means of contacting him. I sent him a message explaining the current situation in hopes of getting through to him, and that's that. Scarlett had no interest in waiting for a reply. She borrowed a key and is probably asleep on the couch by now. She really deserves a break. At last, after all of these discussion and intricate case details, I have Hermitage to myself again. I should learn to just cherish these quiet moments more. I'm gonna take my vitamins. Nico got up uncharacteristically early and left the store in a hurry. For a moment, Hermitage reminds me of how it was just a month ago. Might as well make use of this rare opportunity to get some rest. I dim the lights and lean back. Dot. Cecile! Mr. Store Manager? Hello? Is anyone there? Cecile, what a rare sight. Over half a month. You finally remembered to come visit. I'm sorry. Can I let him in first? It's dark, but in the dim light I can see that Cecile isn't alone. Another student is standing at the doorstep next to her. Oh, that's the guy from the intro? Oh my god, he's beaten up. There's blood all over his face and clothes. He's wearing a white t-shirt, and on his breast pocket looks like a decal of a living heart. He has some sort of dog tag around his neck. He has 3 earrings on his left ear. Yeah, he has some long sleeve vest wrapped around his waist, and he's got some black pants. And I think there's a bandage on his wrist, but I'm not sure. But yeah, that guy is just beaten up. Wow. That definitely is an Eloise. And just who might this young fellow be? His name is Zach. He's a classmate. No, a friend. But, well, also a classmate. What? Never mind. Come in, both of you. Don't just stand there. It's getting cold outside. I wave at the two of them, signaling them to enter. Relieved, she tugs at the boy's sleeve to get him to move inside. But he won't budge. Zach? Hey, Zach. Come on, move. With a sad expression on her face, Cecile keeps tugging at Zach's sleeve. Cecile? Just to make sure, you're still not using lilac grass, are you? What the hell? Of course not! Eloise gave all that was left to you for safekeeping, didn't she? It's just that this young man right here looks awfully similar to how you two looked back when you were under the influence. Huh? You're saying that this is what we were like? That's what I think, at least. Cecile generally doesn't seem to know what's going on. I walk up to the door to get a better look at the boy, who still hasn't moved an inch. His frame isn't particularly broad, but he doesn't look frail or weak by any standard. It's easy to tell that he's muscular, even that he's standing there with a bent back and sloppy posture, the appearance of someone used to physical work. His fists look rough, with calluses knuckles behind the obvious indicator that he's been in frequent fights. His fingers are covered in scars. He might have a good heart, but I never imagined Cecile hanging around with someone like him. Zach, right? Listen, buddy, why don't you step inside? Maybe have a warm cup of coffee? You look like you could use one. If you want people to stop and stare, feel free to keep standing outside, though I can't imagine that's what you want. Zach doesn't respond, but he obviously listened and understood. Little by little, step after step, he moves his leg and slowly enters the bookstore. Huh, so he's the quiet type. Mr. Store Manager, is he going to be alright? I can't promise anything yet. He looks far from alright at the moment. Where do you find him? At the school entrance. When I found him there, he looked even worse, as if he'd seen something horrible. He seems completely out of it. My first thought was to bring him to you. I hope you know that I'm not a doctor, and that this is a bookstore, not a clinic. Anyway, you made the right choice. I reckon other places wouldn't have been of much help. Let's step inside. Could you close the door for me, please? Autosave. Let's try the bookshelf. Oh no, that's the case file. No new book. No new book. No reaction at all. That's bad. There must be something healthier to do than smoking. I stuffed the cigarette into the ashtray with a loud sigh. Zach still hasn't said a single word since he entered. He just sits there completely motionless with his empty eyes locked on something that isn't actually there.
Can't we just use the same method we used back then?
Well, that was different. Back then, I knew you were under the influence of lilac grass. Allow me to treat you accordingly. In this case, we don't know what's wrong, making it hard to find the proper treatment. You can't just guess. So, you know him well?
Sort of. We were friends as juniors, but we didn't really keep in touch after we started high school.
By the looks of his hands, he must have been in a lot of fights.
He's known as a rowdy delinquent. He doesn't come to class very often. And if he does, he gets into fight with the teachers most of the time and runs off again. I often see him wrapped in gauze and bandages.
I see. Someone who doesn't shy away from a fight. It's not surprising that he got himself into some sort of trouble. Do you know where he usually hangs out?
I'm not sure. We sat next to each other sometimes, but he never talks about himself. I've heard other people say that the gang he runs with has a hangout spot not too far from the school. Somewhere around Nanshan Park, I think.
Exclamation mark. From Zach. Hearing the name of the park instantly put Zach in a state of high alert.
Zach, calm down. Is there something at Nanshan Park?
Now there's an examine button here. Just to be sure, I'm gonna save. And we're gonna observe. What can we observe? His face, his hand, his clothes, his posture. Let's check his face. Zach, calm down. Is there something at Nanshan Park? Examine his face. The boy is very weak, so I carefully examine his face while I'm questioning him. He looks exhausted and seems to be struggling to keep his eyes open. His face is still battered and scratched, but the swelling has gotten down a bit. He must have sustained these injuries quite recently. Those stray blades of grass have caught in his hair, so he probably hid in the bush at some point. Either way, he certainly didn't have the time to patch himself up before coming to the store. Upon closer inspection, several white marks seem to be etched into Zach's neck. The shallow marks don't look like signs of strangulation. They're about as long as an index finger and could easily be overlooked if one wasn't paying close attention. Zach, calm down. Is there something at Nanshan Park? Okay, so let's reload. Let's try something else. Let's examine his hand. This is a pair of worn fists. The wounds have all healed by now, creating numerous scars and distortions across the skin that might be overlooked if you don't observe them too closely. Calluses over the knuckles, perhaps from wounds that kept getting ripped open again. But Zach's hands have clearly lost their strength right now. His fingers grip his arms, trembling slightly, and his palms are sweaty. The clothes. Zach obviously isn't wearing his school uniform properly. He has his shirt tied around his waist, revealing one of his own t-shirts, and he exchanged the trouser for one of his own pairs. The Can't remember where I've seen that red and black school uniform before. Mato is still an unfamiliar city to me. However, the school uniform looks similar to Cecile's. The clothes are covered in dirt and dust, and part of the fabric is shredded. If he fell down on the concrete, his clothes might have been torn like that. He's obviously been through a lot lately. Let's try the posture. Zach is hunched over, but he isn't holding up his neck, meaning that if he stood up straight, his posture will be the same as any other young man's. His muscles are washed out somewhat. He's pretty thin, but his frame is tall and he looks rather lean. Unlike the other delinquents I've met in my day, Zach doesn't look like he would waste much energy on anything unnecessary. Although I'm no expert on this subject, my instinct tells me that it's best not to mess with people like him. I want to stick with the face. Zach ... He still doesn't utter a single word, but vigorously nods his head. I see, it must have been something truly awful to put you in such a state of shock. Zach continues to nod, but still can't seem to focus his eyes. Can you tell me what happened? I know you probably don't want to think about it, but it's important. There's not much Cecile can do to help at this point. Any further information will have to come from Zach himself. Trust me, there are ways we can help you. We can get to the bottom of this, but you'll have to work with me. You understand that, right? So, what did you see?
I can't remember. Last night, when I left the internet cafe, they chased after me. I don't remember ever seeing them, but maybe they knew me from somewhere. I ran into Nanshan Park trying to hide from them. I know good spots there, but then there was that voice. That voice. Zach looks strange and isn't making much sense anymore. Cecile and I exchange confused looks. Those footsteps, click, click, wet, heavy steps. The way it spoke, so strange. I couldn't understand. I've never heard something like that before. It was so disgusting. Everything was so strange. I felt like I was drowning. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning, and then Zach suddenly starts moving as if a wave of adrenaline swept over him. His eyes dart around the room nervously. His muscle tense and his finger twitch as he stands to tremble. It's hard to tell what exactly he saw last night based on his incoherent description, but it must have left him absolutely terrified. Something has to be done to help him before he completely loses it. I tried to calm him down, but he keeps shaking and I can't seem to get through to him. Zach, please, wake up! Don't do this to me! Cecile grabs Zach's arm, but it doesn't seem to have much of an effect. What can we do? He seems... How should I know? Anyway, let's try to calm him down and... Out of my way! Scarlet is here. I can feel the impact of Scarlet's vicious slap up by watching it happen. Jeez! Cecile shrieks, but then she notices that Zach's eyes are focused again.
He doesn't seem to know what's going on and touches his red cheek.
Uh, what happened to me? Don't worry, you just dozed off for a moment.
Scarlett's answer is swift and nonchalant. She makes it seem like if it was Cecile or me who just stormed into the store and slapped Zach in the face. I feel like crying and laughing at the same time, so I turn my attention to Cecile, who is still panicking a little. There's a fairly large green box in the bottom drawer of the big cabinet upstairs. Could you do me a favor and fetch it for me? Cecile blinks, finally understanding that she can do something to help. She runs off, disappearing into the back of the store.
A box? What's in it?
Some goodies that you left behind. I cleared them away after Eloise woke up.
Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with me.
Do you have a better idea?
No, go ahead.
Zach ignores her comments. He hasn't fully recovered from the shock and still looks shaken up.
My head hurts.
You still can't remember?
I'm sorry,
My mind is blank. Don't force yourself. Cecile is getting you some medicine. Don't worry about it. She knows how to use it, and if it's working, she probably won't answer if you ask her about it, though.
What?
Trust me on this. If you don't get a good night's sleep tonight, you won't see the sun tomorrow. And if all you see is a bright white light, that's a whole other story. Zach frowns, obviously hesitant. It's understandable, since you don't just accept a gift from a stranger, especially if you have to swallow it. However, he seems more sensible than Cecile and Justin, and after a long sigh, he nods at me. If I want more information on the boy in front of me, letting him get a good night's sleep is the best approach. Although we didn't make any progress today, acting on impulse will just cause trouble, and I need some time to prepare. Preparation is key. It's getting late. Do you have a place to sleep tonight? Zach lifts his weary face in reaction to my abrupt question.
I can go home.
That's good. Come back tomorrow then. ... He's not gonna remember the way. Zach doesn't say anything and nods once more.
Is this it, store manager? It looks like what you were asking for.
Huh? You thought right. Go help him with it.
Okay. Thank you for your help. She said thank you even though you didn't do anything at all.
Cecile remembered her past self, but now it's her turn to help others.
So what's next?
Do you think there's a connection? I lock eyes with Scarlett. As expected, she looks as serious as ever. Strange footsteps, unintelligible languages, some sort of scary presence, and memory loss? God loves to play us with us mortal who struggles in the dark. There's a new info. It's a brand new case. Let's check the brand new case. There seems to be other dangerous situation going on in Mato. Is it a coincidence that they're all happening at the same time? Do you know a priest can help us exorcise evil spirits? Nothing good, but plenty of bad. Luck really doesn't need to be on our side lately. Okay, so there's thoughts, case file, and finished work. Sorry, there's something on my head. It's like one of my locks of hair is tangled in some unnatural way. I don't know what's make it stuck like that. It can't be my bed.
think I got it.
Okay. Okay, let's see the thoughts. Sparks from the lighter flash brightly between my fingertips. As expected, the park where the boy was attacked is not a very crowded area. Few people ever go there. The place is remote and long been deemed unsafe. Even the elderly groups of Tai Chi practitioners need huge open spaces for their workouts. Don't go there for fear of their safety. Who would have thought that the same delinquents responsible for the park's bad state of reputation would set up their base directly in the middle of it, running away and escaping to a place that they themselves ruined, huh? I guess karma is a way of coming back full circle. Okay, so let's finish the work. Evening, nighttime. What a surprise! More trouble. Scarlett came up with some new ideas after Zach's visit, meaning she only stayed at Hermitage a short while before returning to her investigating work. I would love for her to find some time to rest and recover, but that's not how she wants to hear. It's not what she wants to hear. She works tirelessly and it's almost impossible to stop her. It's just that she's one of the very few people who can help with the current problem. Having set out Neko, I've pretty much played all my cards for now. Everything's a mess. Please call me back. I'm lucky. Justin didn't leave me waiting for long. Oh, Justin on the text message. I heard you were looking for me. Yes, are you still out of town? Yes, I am. Anyway, can you come by the store tomorrow? No problem. I wanted to tell you something, but I'll just tell you once I'm back. This means we'll be able to get some things done tomorrow. Alright, so Cecile from Chapter 1 is back, and Justin from Chapter 2 is back again. So our little posse is recurrent. It just feels like there's always a new character coming in. Right now it's Zach. We have no idea what role is going to be taking in all of this. I let out a relief sigh and tried to cheer myself up. Okay, there's a thing on the internet. Oh, there's more text message. Neko! I'm ready to come back. The bank will have to wait. Did you both get home safely? Yeah, things went well. It's a pretty shoddy low-rent apartment, so I guess he doesn't live with his parents. Well, we'd both be lying if we said we didn't already expect something along those lines. So, did you notice anyone following you? No, I paid close attention all the way. What are you so worried about? There's just something about those people that bothers me. ... question mark. Anyway, it's fine. You should come back. It's dangerous out there at night. Then you probably shouldn't spring stuff like this on me out of nowhere. Alright, so... Oh, now the relationship chart is getting bigger and bigger. Here's chapter 3. There's Zach. He's connected to Cecile. Oh, just noticed that Cecile doesn't wear her glasses anymore. Yeah. Oh, this is the intro. Okay, we rescued. The Tragedy of Hilda, Wings from the Past. Okay. Lorraine talking about Hilda's secret. Now he's dead. The member of the Visionary Society. Alright, let's check the internet. Okay, a lot of new, 5 new posts. So there's an old post, 20 years later, major case from 1995 has been solved. I remember reading this. Okay, so just another comment on how somehow this was solved after 20 years. And the guy who solved this, like, why isn't this guy more famous? Okay, so the other 4 are recent posts. Painting on silk canvases are really undervalued. Hey guys, I took a trip to the Hunan Museum today and saw some pretty awesome paintings there. The thing is, they were on silk canvases. It was breathtaking. I didn't even know something like that existed. The one that caught my eyes was T-shaped painting on silk from Xingjui's tomb. From Strangled. Trumpet says, so what was on them? Historic events, landscape, nature? General says, lots of historical info can be gathered through things like that. Not everything was written down back then. Rainbow Mansion says, it's pretty impressive. Yeah, my grandma was born during the Qing dynasty. More recent, but still, I mean, we often forget how long all those dynasties lasted. It's not like it's that far in the past. Baby Yoshi says, a third sound value check will happen once stamina reaches over 50%. Shargard says, check out the TV series National Treasures if you're interested in that sort of thing. There are episodes dedicated to what you're talking about. It really goes into detail about old tombs too. Magic Girl says, it's weird sometimes those remnants from the past feels like fantasy or history, more like sci-fi. I've seen 2 mummies from the Tang Dynasty in the Lucian Museum before, and they were dressed in garb similar to modern clothing. La 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 says, totally, those ancient garments have so much style and would be appropriate even for modern casual purposes. Today's fashion industry should take notes. I've been thinking about hanging the 4 symbols in my house as decoration. I think they're beautiful, but I only ever see them as mural on graves. Second says, go for it! The Egyptian, for example, used a popular lion figure not for that gravestones, but for decorating their homes with it, so it's not like you're not the first one to think that way. Wang Bing 1010 says, oh, I remember that because of the awesome soundtrack that was used in the episode of National Treasure. Cloudskate says, I took a trip there during my high school years. Right as I was standing out in front of the mummy of Xingjui, there was a massive power outage. Everything went dark and cold, but I swear I could feel her staring at me, and she was giving off this faint cold glow. I didn't know about Cthulhu back then, but now that I think about it, that probably saved me. I wasn't that perceptive at the time, so I probably couldn't see anything that wasn't meant for me. I think I remember hearing his dark, deep growl in the darkness, though. Z1327. I can top that, dude. The real horror lies within those little burial dolls they put with the mummies. The museum is dimly lit and located directly inside the actual tomb, which makes the scariest place I've ever been to in my life. Props to the staff for staying sane. Seki Reaver says, doesn't sound like my kind of place. Cheng Ti says, those paintings are quite good. Many techniques used in their creation were taken from the works made during the Warring State period. The level of detail is much higher, but that's only noticeable on the big panoramic ones, or when close-ups are shown, but the flow of the lines is remarkable in itself. Oh my god, the deal with chickenbox.com is coming back. God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna open this thread. I'm gonna get my energy drink. Be right back. Okay, Sal DY Forum says, I discovered something odd in my research recently. So I'm doing research on illegal immigration and dove headfirst into all the literature and study I could possibly find. I don't get out much anyway, so I've had a lot of time to piece some stuff together. We all know about the situation with illegal immigrants in the South. No passport, and they pretty much vanish right after arriving, with no record of them left. But I mean, you can't just vanish into thin air like that, can you? They have to make a living somehow. So the question that really bothered me was, where do all these people go? To find that out, we have to take a look at various archived demographic files as well as police records gathered across many different regions in order to establish a connection. I often analyze these sorts of things and occasionally find people who share my interest in the subject matter who then tag along in order to help me with the research. It was going pretty well, routine stuff, quite frankly, but then I noticed something that seems off. According to a theory based on professionally conducted college-sponsored studies, there should be a few circular migratory routes back and forth in the southern region, between the coastal areas and inland regions, moving from city to city to work part-time just as their predecessor did before them. These people start operating small businesses, accumulating wealth, to then finally return back to the coast and live a comfortable life without any financial worries. These theories pretty much considered a fact nowadays, since it's been the subject of a huge amount of studies over the years. However, when I followed the familiar patterns, I found several other migratory routes in the surrounding area, and I discovered something very strange. Along those other routes, several statistics displayed irregular changes. For example, the number of crimes in a row of cities from east to west should be increasing by 3% per city on average, but I noticed a sudden 6% spike along the way, as if something provoked a sudden increase out of nowhere. This is obviously put simply. If you look at the graph, it's more of a U shape, but the fact remains that the statistics seem to have been manipulated, or at the very least are being withheld on purpose. Everything else lines up perfectly with the theories, so these sudden changes stick out like a sore thumb. It's very, very scary, to be honest. I discussed my troublesome findings with a renowned professor, and he couldn't find a reasonable explanation for it either. People I work with are in the uproar because of this. We're all mystified. So I wanted to ask you guys whether there are some strange tradition in the South that we don't know about, maybe ones that could explain the surge in crime numbers? I can't see any other factor that could explain this, and it's more than a statistical aberration, I'm sure. Quadrozeek says, can't some impress? Sounds far-fetched. Fire Meteor says, never cared much for immigrants anyway. Swanfall says, "Hey, at Fire Meteor, keep your xenophobic BS to yourself." Fire Meteor, "What? Can't say how I feel?" Swanfall, "Same old dilemma, obey or die." Bad Witch, "Can't the one who posted this send me a private message? I'm very intrigued." South DY Forum, Bad Witch, "I sent you one." Vladio Mio, "Why not leave analytics to the professional?" Butterfly, "Send me a PM2 please." Butterfly, "Send me a PM2 please." Lintro, "Guys, chill out with the hate, no need to be angry." Dan Ying 555 says, "What happened to this place? What a toxic cesspit." Okay. Oh yeah, the thing about why do I love this? What do I talk about when I'm this? Like the way they name their clickbaits. Now that we've finished that discussion, let's talk about the chicken box host. I think they're all interesting and very distinctive. The die-hard Fallout fan Shimon, the Gears of War Royalist HQ, Ubisoft boy, the hardcore sci-fi fan Seal, the Capcom power player No Regrets, and the welcome new addition, the god of social science Professor. Superintendent says, "Can somebody please list all the games that those guys are playing right now?" Skew21 says, "I'm sorry, we're all non-gamers." Juan Zui says, "You can discuss game at Chicken Box though." Secretary Nanya says, "The forum wins, those hosts are useless." Ik Yin 09 says, "Are you honestly dragging Seal through the mud right now?" Secretary Nanya, "I saw this social media page and it says I don't play games, so leave me alone. And I guess that leaves me only one option, right?" SJBSSD says, "Well, you can't really say that they don't play games. I've been playing on and off, but I definitely couldn't write details article about it." A loud noise has been reported all over the internet today by every fish. Hint: the author has been banned and this comment has been removed automatically. Mythis, probably a flat tire. Ferret, or was it the actual sound, something breaking a sound barrier? Colin, was it really that loud? Sounds made up. Super Chenu 002 says, "I was taking an afternoon nap, so I didn't notice anything." Godspeed says, "Someone's nearby is frying rice balls." Knight_RJJ says, "The residents said they didn't hear anything at all." Shadow of Zol says, "Bro, it was so loud that you could hear it for miles. This is weird." Green Tea Soda says, "Hint: the author has been banned and his comment has been removed automatically." Frost and Fire. "Oh my god, there was a loud bang yesterday afternoon, but I just thought it was the wind." Killer at Queen says, "I think I saw the same post a few months ago and even read the same responses." This is weird. It's like the original post has been, since the author has been banned and his comment has been removed, but the thread still remains. Alright, there's nothing interesting on the internet. Let's watch TV. There's some local news on TV. Seems like nobody's talking or thinking about the murders anymore. People these days are so easily distracted by all kinds of multimedia entertainment surrounding them. Every week there's some new hot topic, then everyone instantly moves on to the next one. I guess that's how it's always going to be. These people are drawn to gossip, but ultimately they only look at it as another form of entertainment, quickly consumed and easily forgotten. Yeah. Tuesday, October 31st. Although the early morning light from the rising sun already made him open his eyes, the shadows within him firmly remain. Another day. He's already finished his daily morning walk through the park. For some reason, the eyes gazing at him made him feel a piercing pain, as if pins and needles are violently being jammed through his skin. Even a single casual glance is enough to cause this intense, painful sensation. He tries to steady his breath, tries to stay calm and focus on getting rid of the nightmares lingering in the back of his mind, but it's futile. This is different than being stared at, different than being the subject of gossip while people whisper behind your back. Zach knows he has a bad reputation, but he doesn't let that bother him and doesn't complain about it. This is the first time he's ever felt this type of maliciousness towards him. His only instinct is to run. Anywhere is better than this place. But where to? No voice. No response. Not a single supposed friend who picks up the phone. He understands what's going on. You can't spend years on the street and remain naive. It just doesn't mix well. But now that things are actually reality and no longer hypothetical, the sadness is overwhelming him. He's not prepared for this. Going home? Not an option. It's not a place where he ever wants to return to. There's no other choice but to keep walking, one step at a time. Just because a journey is short doesn't mean it's going to be an easy one. The sun rises and shines, emanating radiance without a clue as to what's going on beneath its bright rays. It's around 9 o'clock. Usually Hermitage doesn't expect guests at such an hour, but today's business hours are a little different. Cecile and Zach are standing in the store. Okay, he's cleaned up. Zach has been cleaned up. Cecile seems to be in good spirit. Zach's condition is a little better than yesterday, but he's still shaken up. He seems a little uncomfortable. Maybe he isn't accustomed to being a guest. Whatever he's thinking won't change what needs to happen next. Okay, conversation. You look better. Did you take your medicine?
Yes, thank you. I'm feeling a little better already. I still can't sleep though.
I'm not sure if putting that patch on him is such a good idea.
I apologize. I was lying before. According to the doctor, that thing doesn't really promote a good night's sleep.
That's...
What wasn't a lie, however, is that it's for his own good. I'm feeling a little numb.
That's pretty much what I expected. I pick up my pen and artfully avoid the strange glance Cecile throws in my direction.
Now that you're a little calmer, we have a chance to talk about the whole thing in more detail.
You were in a really bad state yesterday, so I'd like you to tell us all about what you encountered throughout the evening, in as much detail as possible. I reckon you quit smoking?
No, I'm good.
I can't tell he's a smoker, or maybe he used to be. When he hesitantly extended his hands while thinking about taking a cigarette, I noticed his slightly yellow nails.
You've probably already heard about my current condition, right?
Most of it, I guess.
You don't seem to go to school much? That's right. Things aren't just going too well.
But what do you plan on doing?
Cecile, remember that guy everyone used to call Fatty? The one who used to wait for me in front of the school when I was a junior?
Big guy, strong, cussed a lot?
Yeah, that's the one. We're a team, sort of.
It's been over 2 years.
Actually, it's been more than 2 years. The guy was my childhood friend. Kinda. Anyway, there's been some recent development and I ran into some trouble.
What kind of trouble?
It's just a way of getting by. All I need to do is call in favors from people every now and then. I'm not the best at conversation, but it's a good opportunity. However, he's my superior of sorts. He's been keeping an eye on me, making sure I don't run off to places I shouldn't run off to, so I've been staying with him lately.
So things haven't changed.
That's right. Damn, trust me, if I had a choice, I wouldn't stay with him.
Store manager, ...
Anyway, the day before yesterday, around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we're gonna hit up an internet cafe to play some games. Ultimately, the two other guys never showed up and didn't even answer the phone. Left me hanging.
So you went to his place?
No, what do I care? Was gonna enjoy myself. I kept playing around till 7 or 8. Still no reaction from him, so I got a little worried. You know how things are being out there, especially when it gets dark. But we haven't really caused any trouble, at least not recently, so it was unlikely that he'd been picked up by a patrol or something. Just as I was thinking that, some jerks walks in and start harassing me, calling me names.
That's when they chased you through the streets and you hid in the nearby park?
Yeah, that's sort of our hangout spot out of the city. I know the place pretty well, all the trails and hiding spots.
If they blindly chase you into your own territory, they can't be too familiar with the situation, right?
That's why it's weird. I thought about it again last night, but I haven't really seen them before. Of course, in a fight, it's impossible to remember everyone's face. Anyway, I hid. I'm not some kind of alpha wolf. I won't act a fool just to prove something. Sure, there are days where you just wait for someone to look at you the wrong way, but man, those guys that chase me, you could tell they're bad people. Neither me nor Fatty would ever hang out with guys like that.
You're talking about all of this in a very nonchalant way.
2 years of this crap and you get used to it all.
Zach looks as unconcerned as one can look while talking about gang brawls. A guy like him is reckless and probably wears the chaos he causes like a medal of honor. Under any other circumstances, I would have hoped showing goodwill I would have stopped showing goodwill by now. So, you managed to hide, escaping the group that chased you, but not the other thing.
That's right. Oh, and by the way, I realized yesterday that I got a text from Fatty while I was running away. Let me show you.
Cecile and me both lean in to check his phone screen. Run. Did Fatty call the guys who chased Zach around? Although we can't rule out that possibility, judging from what Cecile and Zach have told me, him and Fatty seems to be on good terms. Still, it was at least aware of the situation, yet it didn't come to Zach's aid. According to Zach, they haven't been getting into too much trouble lately, so it's a strange time to pick a random fight. Take a closer look and see that the message was sent around midnight. Even if Zach has seen it earlier, the whole thing happened at around 8, meaning it wouldn't have been much help to him. Okay. So yeah, the incident appeared before Fatty texted them. Okay. If that's the case, I'm afraid I can only draw one very unpleasant conclusion. The same thing must have happened to Fatty. Okay. It happened to Zach first.
Most of the people who have disappeared are homeless, vagabonds or beggars, all of them poor, but there are also records of young men of good standing who have been abducted. You should see what an absolute mess the police station is right now. Pure chaos. If this keeps up, they'll have to hold a conference and speak to the public about it.
Zach and Fatty both fit that description. If something happened to Fatty, he might be in the hospital. Not for long though, as they wouldn't want to carry such a financial burden for long. I'm not afraid of the kind of people who send blackmail letters. It's the one who remains silent that worry me. Rumors of kidnappers have spread throughout the city, but this is by no means the worst of it. The trail left by the Visionary Society was much more subdued, but the consequences were much more serious. Zach, apart from you and Fatty, who else knew you'd be at that internet cafe?
Huh? Well, truth be told, I didn't really talk to people about it, you know? I don't like being around others all that much. So apart from Fatty, only one person could have known, I guess.
Who would that be?
Another juvenile from the school next door. His name is Jeremy. We found out that we were taking the same way home, so we started hanging out together. He was supposed to meet me at the cafe.
But you said you were at that place alone the whole evening.
Man, that guy's brain is Swiss cheese. It wouldn't surprise me if he just forgot about it. I wouldn't have been bothered to come, but he told me he invited Fatty too. That's why I say yes.
So, you know each other well?
I mean, it's whatever. We've seen each other like twice a month. He usually hangs around with the other guys.
And yet, the day before yesterday, he went out of his way to call you instead. Zach, I don't want to make any unfounded assumption, but you mentioned earlier that he was the one who called you and your friend Fatty.
Yeah, that's right.
Zach's voice is trembling as he speaks. And he never showed up that night.
Well, like I said.
Plus, you didn't recognize any of the guys who came after you. Taking all of that into account, the only person who could have found Fatty that night and tipped off those unknown stranger would have been...
Fuck this!
Cecile's eyes widen at the sudden outburst of cursing, while Zach jumps at angrily.
That son of a bitch!
Zach? Hey, Zach, calm down. Zach disappears out of sight while I'm still speaking, though I highly doubt my words would have been effective anyway. We can't even be sure it's him yet.
Ugh, what a temper!
Cecile looks even more surprised than me.
He's always been like this, unable to think straight, always acting impulsively whenever he's angry. Once he even punched a teacher.
Could have told me that earlier.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Never mind, we'll figure out how to get to him later. I scratch my head and reach for my pen. And for Quar, a horrible nightly encounter. It's always hot-headed guys like him that cause me the most troubles. He's way too young to play tough like that. He should act his age. I really don't get along with people like that. Okay, let's check the case files. I got new clues. Okay, Zach states, Ever since Cecile found him, Zach has been in a fragile condition. Although he hasn't lost his spirit, his memory of the last 2 days is very hazy, his physical strength has decreased. For some reason, Zach was attacked by delinquents during the night. In his haste, he ran into a park and tried to hide there. However, he seems to have encountered an even more bizarre and terrifying danger there. The park where the incident took place is located in the southern part of the city. Zach also mentioned that it looks like Jeremy, an acquaintance of his, who was the one who plotted the attack. Okay, let's go next stage. Afternoon. Cecile is trying to pinpoint Zach's whereabouts. Life on the street has its own rules, its own language. It's hard for Cecile to fit in. An ordinary, disciplined girl whose life revolves around the arts and diligent study doesn't quite fit the profile. With Neko's help, this might be easier to solve, simply because she's more accustomed to that lifestyle. Unfortunately, Scarlett borrowed her to investigate the archives, so she's unavailable at the moment. I can only hope and pray that Zach's hot-blooded temper doesn't cause any more problems. He might not realize the gravity of the situation, but Zach's involved in something very dangerous. I just hope he comes down fast enough. Rash decisions are the last thing anyone needs right now. Technology. These days, turning off your phone is the equivalent of vanishing from the face of the earth, it seems. Justin is here. Oh, come on! Give me a break! Justin steps through the door. The detective's face seems a little colder and a lot less expressive than usual. Maybe something made him smile, maybe he's in a bad mood, maybe both, but either way, it's not good news for me. It's just one mess right after the other. Can't I ever catch a break? I can't help but sigh. It's times like these that make me admire Scarlet and her stoic attitude. She can laugh and joke while the world around her is burning. It's admirable. So, number one detective, what news do you bring? Sure, you don't want to go first? Let's go through this one at a time. You start. Fine by me. He looks pretty bad, like there's a veil of worry shrouding his face. The thing he experienced still haunt him, which is obvious from the fact that he looks as if he just seen a ghost. I'm starting to worry about what he might say and whether it would be smarter not to let him speak. Because of the whole incident, my boss encouraged me to take a prolonged vacation, which was a roundabout way of firing me. So I was suddenly left with only a few odd jobs from my past connections. One of those jobs was investigating an area along the city's outskirts. The details in the job description sounded very concerning. Let me just cut in and say it's amazing you still have the courage to get involved in these things voluntarily. Can't just go against my nature, you know. Plus, there's been rumors of a cult becoming increasingly active in that region. Store manager ... All evidence points to the rumors actually being true. The locals look scared and worried as if they were afraid of something. I managed to dig up information about a strange group of outsiders that moved in over the last 2 years. Strange group, you say? Ever since they arrived, several disappearances has been reported in the area. But there is no evidence that any of it has anything to do with them. They weren't at the scene and they had no connections to the victims. However, their arrival is the only thing that's changed in that area recently. Yeah, that only makes them sound even more suspicious. That's just what the local says, but no professional investigation was ever conducted. So all I have is hearsay. In places like that, there are always people ready to talk. I assume you already found someone more than willing to spill all the details? Justin shrugs as if to quickly dismiss my attempt at flattery. The group came from a place called Yui Village on the southern coast, and their surnames are almost identical. That points to a traditional and well-preserved clan structure. What about their age? Are there many young people with them? Yes, quite a few in fact. In rural villages with an intact clan structure and hierarchy, people rarely move away all at once. In the rare case that they do, the families inevitably exchange their surnames. Well, that's not the case here, which would indicate that not much time has passed since this group started migrating. You're right, that makes sense. What could cause such a large group of people to relocate? It's not easy to travel someplace new with that many people. It isn't something you do for fun after all. There seems to be a big fish in the industry who's hiring people from his old hometown as laborers. But that doesn't sound like some gigantic type of business. It's still better than back home. This is a big city with lots of opportunities after all. He owns a building in the southern part of the city. It's pretty impressive, and the money involved in that piece of real estate is mostly unaccounted for. Can that be traced by going through the building's owner's asset? Yup, and it isn't even difficult. He owns Sanjung Building, and is very active in the real estate sector. Many bestsellers have been published around him and his sudden rise to riches. So you suspect that he's actually from that village? He never mentioned his origin even once. Such a large group of people, all coming to the same place at the same time for employment, there has to be a reason for that. Furthermore, there are rumors of strange statues of Guan Ying in his office, which, in light of what's been happening, is very suspicious. But that's very common, especially in the southern coastal region. Guan Yin is a part of many religions there. It's not really a surprise to see such a statue in his office, especially if he's from there. You're right, but I'm just not convinced yet. His expression turns more brooding and ominous. What's the matter? Oh, I think I may have seen that strange version of Guan Yin in my own eyes. He takes out a picture and shows it to me. This photo was clearly taken in secret. It's dimly lit, and the outline of a statue is barely visible in the image. Even with such crude quality, the photograph is still overflowing with a sense of distortion, as if desperately squeezing his way into my eyes. It really is a very unusual Guan Yin statue. Okay, I see some sort of black body on a pedestal and with a white face. But I see two of them. Are those his hands? I have no idea what I'm looking at. Since ancient time, Guan Yin has been portrayed with multiple arms. However, this statue is different. Each arm has a strange softness to it. Like tentacles to an octopus. Stretched out like that, it's hard to tell how many joints the arms actually have. Okay. Yeah, it's probably a Cthulhu statue. There's no wings, so it's like one of those sea creatures. Details on the face are hard to make out since most of it is hidden in the shadow. I can't make out a sinister smirk and something resembling bite marks at the corners of the mouth. It's very unsettling, enough to send a shiver down my spine. ... I reach out and turn the photo upside down before placing it under the ashtray, gesturing for Justin to continue. I'm sure you know what I'm trying to say. It's not a good habit to judge people by their appearance, but I really can't lie to myself and act like everything's fine with that photo. Justin nods in agreement. Oh, I had to dive right in. I couldn't let it go. That's why my phone was turned off over the last 2 days. Field work? That's right. I looked closer for the people from the village and found out that they called this a Bodhisattva, Great Mother. Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva. Alright, I have to remember, like, it's one of those Buddhist saints. Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva. Okay, Bodhisattva. 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 That's strange. It doesn't sound like an appropriate name. I think I've heard that name somewhere else before. Right? I had the same feeling, and I'm not even familiar with folklore. So, all of this was fairly recent. Most of the new arrival are young people who are able to work, and many don't take their older family members with them. The few older adults are wary and not at all talkative. It took me a while to find a kid who was willing to talk. A kid? And you're sure the information is reliable? I have my ways, and kids are very bad liars. I think I've been doing this job long enough to notice if someone's lying. You can't just go around intimidating children, you know that, right? Oh, come on, who do you take me for? I just feed them candy until they talk, oldest trick in the book. Oh! Dude! No! I got some information out of the kid, but many of my questions remain unanswered. The grown-ups obviously don't share everything with their children or involve them in their matters. That's understandable, but it's a lot better than nothing. Yes, the clues already paint a clear picture. Huh? How so? I didn't want to stay for too long. The kid needs his sleep after all. Before I left, however, I asked him about the candy I'm giving him. I said, is it good? It's delicious. It's a lot better than fish. That was his answer. Visitors from Yuhui village. Yuhui village. Yuhui village. Then he added, the fish is okay, but not if it's raw. I was baffled and thought I misunderstood him, but I quickly asked him what he meant. The kid said that his dad wanted him to eat raw fish every couple of days to get used to the taste. Justin looks very uncomfortable as he recounts the conversation. I can barely imagine the picture in my mind, a young child trying to gnaw on a raw fish with a mouth full of blood. Getting used to the taste? Raw fish?
Yes, but his dad has been very busy at work lately, coming home late every day. Because of that, it hasn't been happening as often as the last 2 weeks.
Does his father work with the other people from the village as well?
I don't know, but by the look of that kid, I guess his family isn't rich.
You are, after all, an outsider, and there are a good chance that the boy's family has taught him not to talk to strangers about the family business and such. That wouldn't be unusual, no matter where.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, there's one more thing. The kid mentioned another grown-up apart from me who recently arrived.
Oh.
A man dressed in red, missing both his ears. He stayed for a few days and was never seen again afterwards. Every time the child's father came back from meeting that man, he would get very angry, complaining about things like outsiders really don't understand and he doesn't deserve to be here. The boy was especially careful around me at first, which made me think how I had said something wrong, but after I found out about this, I realized that he was simply worried that would make his dad just as angry as that other guy did.
Sounds like their group doesn't like outsiders, even in a big city such as this.
Not long after that man disappeared, many of the boy's other family members started leaving for long periods of time, just like his father, which only started happening over the last month or two.
So yeah, this feels a lot like Shadow over Innsmouth. Like kidnappings, people coming back, not remembering anything. They were probably having sex with the fish folks. Interesting. I get the general idea. I would have preferred Justin to have taken his spontaneous vacation some other time. Zach's situation probably wouldn't be good enough reason to put Justin's investigation on hold. I'm torn. But that's not the worst of it. Something bigger than a trade-off between these two cases. A much more frightening thought is beginning to creep into my mind. No, not yet. There's a lot more digging to be done, and if I'm going to prove anything, I'm going to need more information from Zach.
Not yet? What are you talking about?
Trust me, you'll know soon enough. I stopped Justin's questions with a look. This group doesn't sound like a piece of work. I'm afraid you might have more on your plate than you expected. It's already getting dark outside, and only a glimmer of light from the edge of the canopy is lingering in the store. Let's hope he sticks around until we find out more. Now that you've explained your side of the story, let me lay some things on you. Okay, so now he's gonna explain all the things. Okay, now it's nighttime already. I open the door to my room and make a beeline for my cozy old couch. Although I've made several attempts to tidy up in the past, Hermitage always manages to find a way to mess things up. Once chaos prevails, it's even harder to restore any semblance of order. But who cares? Same as always, business as usual. Oh, new post on the internet. No new text message. Okay, so the history of GBF plugins and the doggy dog scenario. 32767. Introduction. Oh, number 1, introduction. Hey guys, I just wanted to clear some things off. Before you ask, I'm pretty involved in GBF. My nickname is, or used to be, The Bishop. And I'm sure some of you know me by that name, whether you're an active member or not. Second, plugs in the past. In the beginning, GBF plugins were openly permitted and all sorts of them were really widespread. CY was like, if you got a verification code, you're good to go. Simpler days. The plugins at that time were all Chrome plugins, but because it's open source and easy to download and make minor changes. If you were around back then, you know nearly everyone used them. The plugin functions includes the casino, acceleration, and UI shortcut. Obviously, has used them too. Pretty much even every bigger chat group about GBF recommended using them for QOL improvement. What's GBF? 3. A major turning point. The next major event was the decision by CY Game to take down the plugin. It happened around August 16th, IRC. A programmer from CY revealed the news and gave a date at which the plugin would be disabled. Many people didn't believe it. Et voila! They received 3-hour bans. Tech-savvy programmers started to look for ways to modify plugins to subvert CY Games' anti-plugin measures. The measures worked as follows. The player performs a series of authentication tests and sends an anti-cheat message back to the server. The detection methods are roughly as follows. It detects if there is a mouse click and then automatically sends feedback to the plugin. That way they can detect if there are irregular or impossible mouse click patterns and button presses. It is worth mentioning here that Viramate was first on the blacklist. Its use is still detected and logged, but players go unpunished. Since then, Viramate has been a gray area. The UI is much more intuitive and easier to use with it, so before you point your fingers at me and laugh, take a good look in the mirror. If you hate on it, then most likely only because you never tried for yourself. With my knowledge of all their countermeasure work, I wrote a key wizard program that mixed actual realistic key presses and mouse click. I was afraid to use it since I only used the official Chrome app version of the game. I didn't want to leave evidence. At the same time, I started to use the double open page legal acceleration method. Someone sent a mail asking CY about it. CY's answer was that it's discouraged but not forbidden to deal with the MVP chest in the game. Why go slow when there are quicker ways? It's a no-brainer for me. Further points I would like to mention are 1. Even without plugins, you can easily accelerate the game. Number 2, restrict access to plugins. Maybe implement verification codes too. Some sort of white list for who's allowed to use them. Why stop serious fans from gaming more? If it's a company's, it's in any company's best interest. Number 4, the current status. The current plugin environment has ushered in a new era. People aren't open about using them anymore. As far as Viramate is concerned, I'm sure there are alternatives and upgrades being worked on as we speak. Now for some more facts. Number 1, my current key wizard has to be operated manually, so you have to sit at your desk. It's more of a minor time saver. The performance is much worse than the one of the Chrome plugin. PM me if you want it. I don't want it to become widespread. It's not easy to use, but still better than what we have at the moment. Number 2, too many bans have happened, in my opinion. Stop banning people for trying to optimize your game. Number 3, Lily has been banned. That's one of the authors of a popular plugin. That set a bad precedent. If you look at the various groups associated with the people being banned, they are the same ones bad-mouthing me and trying to snitch on me on Twitter in order to get me banned. They are no better. Remember that when you read something dragging my name through the mud, at least I wear my heart on my sleeve. Number 5, the incident. Let me preface this by saying that I don't feel bad, morally speaking, about anything. I'm not selling anything. I'm not in it for financial gain. All I ever wanted was to enjoy the game. Now, I also want to expose the people who have some sort of shady agenda covering it up with seemingly helpful plugins. What it boils down to is that I was banned for what I was doing after being falsely accused of a whole lot of mischievous activity by various members of groups that are something against my plugin. Luckily, I use a dummy account, so my ban didn't cause me to actually lose anything. However, I gained something, and that is the knowledge that there are many snakes lurking among seemingly goodwill programmers. So please just watch out who you trust. I hope you believe me and don't trust people who very obviously try to hide their true intention by pointing their fingers at others who haven't done anything wrong. Number 6, the conclusion. From the beginning to the end, this has been a dog-eat-dog scenario. I enjoyed myself while it lasted and just wanted to give you a glimpse into the rotten core of GBF plugins and how scummy some of the people involved in their creations are. I'm happy to have it gone out with a bang, and this hopefully sheds some light on a situation not often discussed publicly. To put it bluntly, GBF is boring to me right now. You need to find a way to spice things up. Also, I'm sorry for making this much a long post. I can be a little over the place, lol. By the way, you can attack me all you want, discredit me, but if you do, remember to uninstall Viromate first. Edit. To add some more drama to it, this was the reaction of the current guy in charge after seeing the post.
I would never say that plugins are hacking. Let's call it a gray zone.
Ha ha! The nerve! Shinjo Unicorn. Long but accurate observation all around. You gonna keep playing or wait for changes? Lin Zaoren. At this point, I'm honestly just helplessly addicted to this gacha stuff. Beast Not Man says, I'm gonna keep playing for as long as Bishop share his knowledge, lol. Stuka says, some modded versions get caught, some don't. At the moment, it's very unclear, even to so-called pros. Kinda doesn't make sense if you ask me. Either bind Viromate outright or allow it, not this half-baked stuff we've got going on now. I think another problem is obvious shortcuts for summons, but some of the anti-hacking measures that have been part of the recent updates seems to be doing a good job at least, so kudos for that. As far as acceleration problems are concerned, that's not a client-side thing, but a server-related one. Some changes have been implemented since KMR took over, e.g. case casino presence being toned down. You can see that KMR has a clear vision and more things planned, but sadly not all of those goals line up with what people actually want. The fact remains that even if everyone is playing fairly, the faster the internet speed, the higher the DPS, and in the long run, the unfairness is what needs to be smoothed out. 32767, this is weird because most of the serious players in Japan would laugh at the thought of Viromate being considered cheating. On the subject of acceleration in the server does dictate the upper limit frames, so it still makes the game somewhat fair to play. The advantage of acceleration is still there, though, no doubt about that. It allows you to raise the intended cap, so don't give me that crap about it not making much of a difference. Animation cancelling and rapid reloading is very much a real thing. If you use it, at least don't lie to people about it. Makes them think they're playing the game wrong. R-Fly says, I think insect summons with poison damage are pretty strong at the moment. Seems like high-level Chinese players bet on that strategy. 32767 says, before I get eaten alive, let me emphasize, yes, I use plugins too. But there's a thin red line between improving quality of life and plain old cheating. Viromate crosses that. Let regular players who simply play the game have their fun. Don't make things unfair by cheating. In a game that's all about luck and the happy feeling that accompanies a good draw, why would you take the luck factor out of the equation? Stuka says, I don't know, man. So many screenshots even on the official Twitter account show plugins and scripts running, including Viromate. It's become somewhat of a norm, to be honest. Many people run scripts and bots in the background. It's always just a bunch of frustrated 4chan users that foam at the mouth at the thought of not being able to keep up. There are bigger problems that needs to be looked at. If you really want to promote fairness, don't allow multiple windows to be open at once. You could shrink the network so easily and gain an advantage. Why don't you just play the game the way it's meant to be played? What's the point of cheating in MVP chess races other than inflating your ego? Stuka says, please FKHR, concentrate on fixing the web version first. No more fooling around with mobile. Mark Sal says, so what it boils down to is that mobile game could never be competitive. Beast Not Man says, I thought it was a web-based browser game. Okay. Got in touch with the ad guy. So this is a post from ZQWXZXX. Guys, I hope I found someone to talk to here. I need help. There's these online mahjong game and they're not paying out the winnings, always making up some excuse. The advertising guy says they can't send anything because of tech issues. At least that's what he said at first. Now he's even saying there's a debt to be paid, mentioning some kind of fee that I'm 100% sure wasn't mentioned anywhere. It's basically extortion. What should I do? PETA says, take a look at their company history. Abnormal says the admin is going to crack down on this. This is driving away users. For God says, oh, what's he even called? Any updates yet? Laughing Dog says, what a scumbag. Anyway, can we find out the guy's real name and get some payback? Husky Sister says, how do they even have any user left at all? Ki Yuki says, someone get an admin on this already. Stuka says, what the fuck? Who actually thinks this is smart? You can't get away with stuff like that in this day and age. It's just going to piss people off and drive them away. Snacky says, by the way guys, off topic, why is the game's poison attack so strong? OP much? Martial Art Farther says, the cost is pretty high, dude, so it's not always the smartest choice. XZHLJ0325 says, it hits hard, yes, but there's only a few situations in which it's a valid choice. Use the search engine to check out posts from other users. There are quite a few about this on the forum. Al Yalex says, how much do they want? The author says, I don't know, I'll find out and come back later. Oh yeah, the 13 members of Thai soccer team disappear after entering a cave. Yeah, that post. So No Shadow says, amazing, everyone survived. Going into caves on your own like that is way too dangerous. Feng Meng Long says, what a nightmare scenario. They're all located, that's good, but in order to get out, everyone would need to learn how to dive. But they would need to wait for months until the water recedes. Boundary says, Thai military. The rescue of the junior soccer team may last a few months and they are preparing food and other important supplies meant to last for approximately 4 months. Sad news, guys. Turns out it was just a search and no one is saved yet. V1 says, 10 days and everyone's still alive. I wonder if the divers could bring them out one by one. So let's watch TV. An agricultural science program produced by the Industry Channel is on TV. The show today is about some exotic, lesser-known type of animal and talks about the industry surrounding it. It seems to be a popular ingredient in meat dishes in the South. Apparently, it's fed with mixtures of refined rice and olive branches. Looks like we got ourselves a picky eater. Like many other industrial animals, it's quite prone to diseases. Ugh. I wonder if there are any online stores selling this kind of food. I'd probably try it. Okay, let's end the day. November 1st, Wednesday. Anger is one of the most natural and basic emotions a human can experience. Anger makes you forget the pain and the worries, the dangers you face, and focuses your energy. All your rage is bundled up and ready to be let loose. Therefore, along with fear, it is one of the human's emotions that we have the most control over. The young man's body language and posture has anger written all over it. It's midnight and the streets and alleyways are soaked in the shimmering veil of the streetlights. Coincidentally, the people mauling about are soaked too, albeit in lies, trying to forget their problems and blinding themselves to the truth that surrounds them. He wants no part of that. Right now, he has other concerns. His target is out there celebrating, like a hunter, after successfully having killed his prey. Now we see the pictures of the silhouette of the gang member at the beginning of the chapter. And then we have some sort of cool-dressed guy wearing sunglasses around his ear, on his forehead. Hanging sunglasses on his forehead like a bandana, with some sort of chain around his neck, well dressed. The target has friends with him. They are loud, noisy, and attracting attention, lacking any semblance of etiquette. His target is approaching with him with dragging steps, slightly wobbling from side to side. He's obviously very intoxicated. The teenager's steps are quick and powerful. He's a man on a mission. Here we are, Zach. No one seems to have expected him to ever return. Oh, okay. So the well-dressed guy is Jeremy.
Zach? You... How?
He's quickly pushed aside, sending him tumbling backwards.
Who is it? What's going on here?
Frantic shouting and coming from outside. Zach can feel onlookers staring at him, but he doesn't care one bit. Zach picks up the man, grabs him by the collar, and violently pushes him against a nearby wall.
Zach, dude, man, calm down.
Zach chooses to react to the plea with a quick, forceful strike of his fist.
Oh, crap, please, I was wrong, bro. No, don't break that quickly. I'm going to ask you something. I want you to be very clear.
Instead of using words, Zach continues to beat his friend and teach him a lesson. Okay, so now back to the office. It's morning. I didn't exactly have a deep, relaxing sleep last night. Zach's sudden departure has put everyone on edge. It's exhausting, even for me, who's still squirming around in the bookstore. Waiting for Neko and Justin to give me an update gives me ample time to search for anything useful in the information Neko provided me with so far. She scoured so many online communities and forums about Mato that there is enough material to guarantee me a headache or two. There have been too many trivial interruptions, and the fractured information circling around my brain is more annoying than somebody constantly whispering in my ear. When the time comes to open the store, I rush to the door in a desperate attempt to save myself from this tedious, stressful investigation. But some things just aren't meant to be. Now we see Justin with Zach. Yeah. Very early in the morning. This is Wednesday. Alright. Conversation. Just wanted your professional opinion on where he might have run off to. I didn't expect you to actually drag the guy back here. You know the deal. It's better to catch them than having to catch up to them. How'd you pull it off? I was walking around town pretty aimlessly when I got a call from an old friend in the police force. He had something, shall we say, interesting to share with me. We were very lucky that he still owed me a favor. You really do know all the right people. Anyway, what did he do? Well, it just so happens that our buddy here nearly sent a whole group of guys to the morgue last night. Please tell me that's an exaggeration.
It'd be a lot happier right now if they had actually ended up in the morgue.
Zach's voice is still full of resentment and anger. He's covered in scratches and bruises and his clothes look torn. Looking at him makes me glad it wasn't Cecile who found him. You know how much trouble it was to get you out of a situation like that?
Thanks.
He still seems angry, but at least he appreciates the help he got there. So, did he turn out to be the right guy?
He only took a few punches to make him talk.
A few? You almost ended up as the precinct. The guy looks like somebody used him for batting practice.
You deserve all of that and more.
Don't make me repeat myself. Let it go. So what's his angle? What could have possibly happened to make him hold such a grudge against you?
It's nothing like that. Actually, it's pretty simple. He sold me out to someone else.
Sold you out? Whatever happened to law and order in the city?
Somebody else offering a bounty, 20,000 to be exact, for pretty much anyone who can be snatched up without causing an uproar. It's a pretty recent development. I haven't had much contact with anyone else, so I didn't know about it. Well, up until now.
And it doesn't sound like he was planning on giving you your fair share. I start pulling the pieces together in my head.
They call it mining. Makes it sound harmless, like some kind of Bitcoin farming gig. Turns out it's a lot darker than that. It's people that are being mined.
That's a lot of money.
I've heard that there are several other gangs doing this, mostly the established ones who's been around for years.
Law enforcement has become a lot stricter lately. No one in their right mind would do something that risky.
It's not something you can stop doing once you're entangled in it. To me, it sounded like Jeremy didn't see another way and was pretty desperate financially. That asshole!
And that's why he sold you and Fatty to those two guys?
Damn, I just hate myself for being so blind. I don't know how I ever considered him my brother.
Mentioning Jeremy's name is enough to set Zach off again. I can almost feel the heat emanating from him as his anger flares up. Fatty might have gotten away just like Zach, but there's no way of reaching him. That in itself makes any form of comfort seems like self-deceit. Zach has no clue as to where Fatty could be, and Jeremy swore he didn't know anything, even after being threatened with violence. So far, Fatty hasn't tried to reach out to Zach. Zach might be reckless and impulsive, but he's not brainless. So, who's paying the money? Are there people being taken? Where are those people being taken?
I don't know. It sounded like it has something to do with a restaurant. I couldn't understand him too well. What with him missing most of his teeth and all.
Bringing us back to your bizarre definition of a few punches.
Making me repeat all that of it was completely deserved.
Here we go again.
I would like another go at him too.
So anyway, you said something about a restaurant? Many seemingly unrelated clues suddenly begin to interweave. For a moment, I have no idea how to tell Zach about Justin's discovery and what I'm thinking about it. If he throws another fit, I wouldn't know how to stop him. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is store manager's cell phone. He goes away to pick up his phone, and it's Neko on the other line. I found it! It's true that there's a restaurant called Country Taste in the San June building. That's a problem. What? How so? It looks like an old and traditional establishment, but the waiter seems really new and unskilled. When I snuck a peek, they were super lazy and barely awake. I've heard from customers that the menu has drastically changed. Sounds quite bad. The dishes are way too salty. So they changed up the menu, but the place is still called Country Taste? If you ask me, I think the place looks like it was just recently acquired by new owners who haven't figured anything out yet. If you yourself call something chaotic, it has to be serious. I managed to get my hand on their tax records, and there's been a sharp decline recently. Something must have changed. Everyone has to eat, and restaurants tend to have loyal customers unless they mess up somehow. Also, I took a look at the building's layout and the construction plans. Their back door doesn't lead outside, but leads further inside the building instead, which isn't the case for normal businesses. That's not that unusual, is it? It might just be a residential space that was converted into a commercial one. That's not what I'm concerned about. The building surveillance must be a closed circuit system, and I can't intercept the signal from outside. Cecile's helping me look for Wi-Fi access inside. Don't overdo it. She's not as experienced as you are. Don't worry. Anyway, have a look at everything I've gathered that seems out of place to me somehow. Transmitting now. Over and out. Neko hangs up and my phone starts buzzing. She's sending me a lot of data. Building layouts, ownership registration information, tax records. What did you ask Neko to investigate? Visitors from Huhui village. I asked her to check something out that I think could be very helpful. Cecile was with her too. You mentioned a restaurant yesterday, and given the current state of affairs, I couldn't really leave it alone. You know how it is. Just as Neko suspected, the records show that the restaurant has changed hands. Other than that, there's also information linking the group to trouble with the law. This includes a picture of a man who's being taken into the police station. The man's criminal record is long enough to look like a receipt. Although there are all minor issues like picking fights here and there, still I have a hard time picturing a guy like that working at a restaurant. Justin, you said the villagers mentioned a foreigner wearing red passing through. That's right, he was wearing red and had no ears. At least that's what the kid told me. Hmm. Exactly the same as...
What you looking at? Whoa, isn't that Jeremy's gang leader?
What? Info acquired a visitor from outside the village.
The Street Tigers has a reputation in the area. They're notorious to have more than 20 members. Imagine that, so many more idiots like him. But I haven't seen that guy lately. Where did you guys see him?
Store manager, ... I don't think we should tell him. He's gonna bolt right in and get his face killed again. I'm starting to rethink my original suspicion. Oh shit, I'm already, Okay, so, let's, Visitor from Yui village. It is said that a few people from Yui village are living on the outskirts, Mato. Since their arrival, rumors of a cult have been circulating, as been several disappearances. According to Justin's survey, most adults from Yui village work in a building in the southern part of the city. Also, they believe in an entity called Big Mother. Justin learned that Yui village recently had a red hair visitor. Oh, red hair! This guest has been trying to interact with the villagers, but they weren't too welcoming. They stated that outsiders just don't understand and that he cannot tell us what to do. Neko's investigation revealed that this visitor is the leader of Jeremy's gang. That's all that we have. Okay. Jeremy was attacked. I think this all has to do with the village. There are visitors from Yui, a visitor from outside Yui. So this is the red guy. At least this one is good. The nightly encounter. Let's try the visitors from Yui village. Okay, I'm gonna try this out because there's not gonna be a lot of wrong combinations since it's only I only have 4 clues and they need 3. Oh, I got all 3. Suspicions approved. Outsiders planned. Information acquired. Bingo. It's a shame life is so ungrateful. Finding the right answer is hard work after all.
What's up?
I think I figured out where they would have taken you had they been successful. You think it's that country takes place, right? Justin has also noticed that something is foul here. He and I are the only ones investigating 2 incidents at the same time. Though maybe they're not so separate after all. Yeah. We don't have any time to lose. You told me about gangsters going around town mining. At the same exact time, a gang leader starts managing a restaurant. And according to Neko, the restaurant doesn't look like it's a professionally handled business at all. You think the restaurant's being used as a front? That restaurant doesn't have an actual back door. It lays inside the building instead. Not really a common design choice, is it? It takes a lot of supplies to run a restaurant, and if they all had to be delivered via the front entrance, there's no way they could open up on time. It would take ages. But there's one scenario in which that could be an advantage. If you want to kidnap and hide a lot of people, the biggest problem is how to make the hideout less noticeable. Think about it. The building's owned by a group of people with eccentric belief, and the restaurant owner is a known criminal. You have to admit, it does sound like a recipe for shitty business. Sorry, I thought I heard someone. Okay, it's fine, never mind. Sorry about that, folks. I don't know if it was my stomach making a weird sound. I don't know if it came from my stomach or from the other side of the door. Justin takes my phone and double checks the building layout. Nico sent. The lower floors are restaurant. There is also some kind of shop in here. From the 7th floor onwards, most of the rooms are rented by various companies as office space. With so many people around, it's hard to avoid prying eyes. It looks like somebody's improvised in an office building to create retail space instead. The northern part looks residential in comparison. My God, have you ever seen a building put together like that? I can't say that I have. The architect must have been smoking something. Apart from the back door and the lower shops, the only other passage is the one for garbage disposal. It's just one big stuffed place. There's a spark in Justin's eyes, but Zach seems to think our assumptions are a little premature. So they kidnap someone from outside, use the restaurant as a cover to get into the building, and after a while they can leave without anyone noticing anything suspicious. There have been so many disappearances all over Mato lately, and people from Huey village has been disappearing for a while now too. Do you think there's a connection between the two? We would have to figure out the exact timing and make comparison. I'm not 100% sure yet. Raised out the actual reason for the kidnappings. The question now is how the two groups are connected and when and how they start getting involved with each other. I have a feeling we won't like whatever we find. Please don't let this be some insane human sacrifice thing again. It happened a while ago, but I'm still bothered by the collective amnesia. Scarlett says their amnesia wasn't drug-induced, but if you consciously bury memories with that, there has to be a deeper purpose. Do you know any rituals that fit the bill? I don't really know, and I've gone through all the books I could find on the subject already. Alas, we know nothing and are even more confused than before. Fantastic. Knock knock, guys? Rituals? Ceremonies? Why the hell are you throwing those words around so much? Don't worry. Do you really think that medicine you took yesterday was for drowsiness? The world may just be a little bigger than common sense would have you believe. Whether a strange belief or monsters, all of it exists. If you don't want to take any of my word for it, just ask Cecile. She met the store manager before I did. You don't need to hear anything from me. Zach ... Believe it or not, your choice. A few days ago, I was just as clueless as you. People died because of it. That's something I don't want to happen ever again. What? You mean people are going to die? What's this all about? I can tell you more about it when we have time. I ignore Zach's inquiries, but for now and turn back to Justin. Is there a way to gain control over this somehow? How about one of your contacts at the Bureau? That'll be a problem. It's been very busy over there lately, and there's more pressing personal issues as well. What is it? Well, being the guy who cried wolf... Oh, I'm sorry I made that happen. Well, it's fine, but why are you suddenly so motivated? Is it because Nico's not around and then we see Zach left? They didn't pay attention to Zach, now he's gonna leave, he's gonna do something stupid. We're doing things differently this time. Before, we had a vague idea of what we were getting ourselves into. This time, there's no use in pretending to be expert. We'll be more cautious, I promise. With so many people involved, there's always one person who cracks under pressure. We'll wait until we find a weak spot. That makes sense, but then again, last time, everything made sense too. I'll think of something, okay? It won't be easy, and there's bound to be trouble. Saving people is never easy. Anyway, Zach, you... Huh? I look left and right, but there's no trace of Zach. Where did he wander off to? Next stage. Oh my god. We're already done with this part of the day. Noon. Right now, it's impossible to tell the difference between Zach's temper and an erupting volcano. Oh boy, he just went there. He just straight up and went there. Never see a multi-floor building. It looks like residential area. Like, looks like condos. Yeah, it looks like a big condo block building, but the front is actually a restaurant. Alright, I'm gonna save. He didn't even wait until the store manager finished speaking. He was angry at the others for not making him aware of how serious the situation was much earlier. This time, he left in silence, slipping away without anyone noticing. His impulsiveness got the better of him once again, urging him to act instead of planning things with the others until it might be too late. This guy is not a team player. This is the sort of guy who's got to get himself killed. if there's any people in the team that are gonna die, my bet is that this guy's gonna die first. Ever since he was a child, he's been in a constant state of confusion. Why do people want him to study hard? Is it wrong to be brave? Is standing up for others worth it? What will his life turn out to be? Everything happens, unfolds and ends before he even knows it. Always. This has to change. It's time for initiative. Of course he's going to save the day, but how? He hasn't thought about that yet. He still doesn't know. Thinking twice before acting is a valuable trait, but what if there isn't enough time for that? By the time he regains his senses and can think a little more clearly again, the Sanjun building is already towering over him. The exterior is only dimly lit. The building's facade shows clear signs of age. It's almost run down. Zach is used to depressing places that are close to falling apart, but seeing the peeling paint, the old stains and the withered vines crawling along the building walls, he gets a weird feeling from looking at it. If anything, that only makes his temper run even hotter. Zach takes a look around. This place is a long way away from the bustling city center. On a regular weekday, the area around this building is even less populated than usual. Still, there are few people going about their business. He remembers how the store manager was describing the building and its structure back in the bookstore. Knowing more about the layout gives Zach a sense of confidence. He collects his thought and steps into the building. He feels like a small boat drifting off into the looming uncertainty of the unpredictable. Dark sea at night. It's already long past lunchtime, and the restaurant, equally as dilapidated as the building exterior, doesn't have a single guest. A few buzzing flies are the only thing to keep the bored waiters company. Even Zach is taken aback by their carefree, wholly uninterested attitude. Because of the store manager's suspicions, Zach decides to act more like a thug. It could prove helpful and make him fit in. Zach quickly makes his way across the rustic lobby. He doesn't want to stop for even a second. The sooner he finds a safe spot without anyone around, the better. He can't help but notice the crude faces of the waiter. Stern, hollow eyes, expressions that ooze hostility. One thing's for sure, it's nightmare fuel. If he could ever fall asleep in the first place, that is. The facial features that someone seems off and unnatural has a strong impact on Zach. To an ordinary person, they might just be a little ugly, but Zach knows better, making the fear run out that much deeper. This is important to him. If it weren't, he would have turned around and run, trusting his instinct. But there's only a thin line that marks the point of no return, and he can't afford a luxury such as fear right now. The room he's in is only sparsely lit. It seems well maintained, and luckily for him, there's nobody else around, at least for now. An oppressive veil of humidity covers the entire room. Zach's skin is sensitive to the touch of the cold metal around him. which help him focus. The lower floors are restaurants. There's also some kind of shop in there. From the 7th floor onwards, most of the rooms are rented by various companies as office space. With so many people around, it's hard to avoid prying eyes. It looks like somebody's improvised in an office building to create retail space instead. The northern part looks residential in comparison. Apart from the back door and the lower shops, the only other passage is the one from garbage disposal. It's just one big stuffed place. If the first 2 floors are restaurant, maybe taking a look further up is the way to go. It isn't likely that there wouldn't be enough room for many people in the kitchen in the back, but the 2nd floor is somehow more suspicious than the one Country Taste is on. Is there a way to go further up? Zach circles the room and pushes over the door to the fire escape. The narrow hallway is urging him to move on as fast as possible. At least the southern part is a typical office layout. The corridor extends to the left and right, winding around the corner around 40 or 50 meters away and connecting to the other side of the building. If no alteration has been made, there should be 3 rooms per floor. Examining each and every one of them obviously is impractical. Zach has a tough choice to make. Okay, where to now? 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor, or 6th floor? I'm gonna have to check them all. Because there's a 7th floor. I bet that the money is on the 7th. Let's check the 3rd. Zach makes his way through the filthy stained corridor until he reaches the 3rd floor. It takes the rebellious teenager some time to get a feel for this floor's layout. This clearly isn't a restaurant. There are 3 rooms side by side and all of the doors are closed. Okay, so there's 2 doors and the 3rd one is on the other side of the hall, but we cannot see it. The corridor is unlit and the lack of natural light makes it easy to forget that the sun is still up outside. There's an ominous silence, although Zach can hear some activity from the restaurant. It sounds like a strange echo from a faraway world. Alright, I should check this out first. Room A, Room B, look through window C or return to the corridor. Okay. Let's go through Room A. It's locked. The door won't budge one bit, no matter how hard Zach pushes. It doesn't have a keyhole, making Zach wonder how the owner intends to open it. You can make out a faint sound coming from inside the room. It sounds like someone crying. I have to be quiet. Instead of further fiddling around with the door, he puts his ear close to it and listens. The others still aren't back yet? No, they're nowhere to be found. It's getting late. What a little crap. Finding a brass bell in such a big city, and it's supposed to be the site of Fisk, right? And we still have to go to the river to scatter those strange fish. Add the search for the bell, the search for the girl, those people we have to move around. Does it look like we have 10 pairs of hands or something? They made this mining business sound completely different. Now we're in too deep to quit. I'm telling you, that foreigner talked about it. The exact same stuff as those things upstairs. Did he? I've only ever let him come here to act all smug and arrogant, ready to pick a fight. That guy can take on 6 people at once. Nobody dares to speak up when he's around. That's just talk. Whatever you say. Anyways, looking for something and our boss is involved. Damn, what have I gotten myself into? Give me a bite, will ya? I've only got 2, you damn leech. Okay, chill, I'll pay you back next time. I heard you say that too many times already. It's hard to make out what exactly is going on, but there's definitely some shady business going on here. Troublemakers. Now is not the right time to waste any effort on this door. Room B. Locked. Door won't budge. Doesn't have a keyhole. Window C. Can't see anything. It's not just a matter of the window being too dirty. No light is coming through whatsoever. Looks like it's been sealed off from the other side. Zach can't make out of anything from this spot. Okay, return to the corridor. 4th floor. The actual layout of the 4th floor differs from the blueprint Nico provided. The southern rooms appear to have merged into one, leaving only one entrance to the corridor. The northern rooms are arranged in a weird pattern too. In addition to 2 normal-sized rooms, there's another room near the east side of the building, leaving only a small door and a gap in the hallway. As far for the southernmost room, it's locked up tight with no visible way in or out. Yeah. So yeah, there's room A, room B. The room C leads to a weird room, and there's another room in the south that there's no way in. So there's probably a door that connects from inside, but we don't know that yet. There isn't a single window all along the hallway. The walls are covered in square marks indicating new plaster. The floor is quiet as if it has been soundproofed, and you can barely hear the sound of the cars outside. So this is probably where they keep the missing people, the kidnapped people. Okay, explore room A. Locked. No keyholes. Water! Give me water! Anyway, now's not the time to waste any effort on this door. Locked. No keyhole. See? This is the only room that's unlocked. The door is half open already, revealing a small glimpse of what's inside. Should I go in? Zach's intuition is warning him. In his mind, the door in front of him resembles a lion's den. He simply knows that something important lies behind it, but there's also a sense of looming danger. He keeps telling himself, if I step through this door, there's no turning back. Zach hasn't explored all of the other floors yet, but he could enter anyway. So, what should he do? Return to the corridor. I'm gonna save this for last. I have a feeling. Can I save? Oh shit, I can save. Okay, I can save. Alright, I can save. Never mind, open the door. For now, it seems like the only option is to keep exploring. Did he oversee something, or is there really nothing? Zach carefully observes his surroundings in an attempt to find more clues. Zach discovers a line of water stains on the ground. He gently touches one of them with his fingertips. It's a sticky substance, definitely not just water. This seems more like mucus than liquid. It's like slime from a toad's skin, but it's way too much for it to have come from a toad. The trail looks like footprints? What could have possibly left those? Zach shakes his head and forces himself to focus. He needs to move. There's no point in hovering around. The room seems to be empty. With a deep breath, he musters up the courage to push the door, open the door, and step inside. There's nothing. The screen is black. You have no idea what to expect inside this room. He had a feeling he may regret this decision. The foul smell that hits him so bad he almost loses consciousness. It takes him a good 5 seconds before he can think straight again. Oh! A huge surgical operating table makes up most of the room. And there's a person lying there, but his face is covered by the sheets. The lower of his body is exposed. He's wearing underwear, and we see the bare legs standing on the table. Many medical instruments are strewn about, and Zach can't help but notice that dry blood covers most of them. He's concentrating so much on his surroundings that it almost misses the most obvious thing. A person! You in for a weird room? Zach is repulsed. Every fiber of his body is warning him not to go look any closer, and his instincts are telling him to turn around and never return to this disgusting place. I can observe. Monitoring device, unfamiliar equipment, the floor, or the patient. Let's try the monitoring device. Zach approaches the bed to examine the various surveillance screens next to it. They aren't turned on at the moment, and the dark screen doesn't have any pattern on it. Zach can see a variety of cables spilling out of the back of these devices. It seems to have been assembled rather roughly, never to be disassembled again. These wires are completely tangled up. The device is inscribed with very small letter that must have something to do with the name or make of the device. The light is pretty dim, but Zack does his best to make out the words. But he can't. Even with his eyesight were insanely good, he wouldn't be able to read the words engraved on these medical devices. Not surprisingly, Zack's English grades are pretty bad already, not even taking into account that there are far more foreign language than English. Dots are flowing above the U and the E, and the lines are twisted into strange place. The lines are twisted into strange shapes, no part of which... Okay, so it's not English. No part of which Zack can understand. So weird lines on the letter, twisted into strange shapes. Could be, is it Norwegian? Oh no, wait, there's probably some letters in Germans are weird. Huh? Zack is repulsed. Every fiber of his body is warning him not to look any closer, and his instincts are telling him to turn around and never return to the disgusting place. He is covered from head to toe in cold sweat. He doesn't know what it is. There's some unbelievably dangerous about this room. It reeks of dread and malice. He doesn't seem to be fully in control of his body right now. His hands has been forcefully tied down. Long metal needle has been inserted deep into the ears, and the neck looks painfully contorted. Many pairs of huge eyes next to each other. What overtakes Zack isn't merely the scene in front of him, but what his mind makes of it. Sickening moans that echo in his head, nausea-inducing smells, Zack's own imagination turning into a theater of macabre horrors. His visions get more and more blurry by the second, and his strange eyes begin to drift around the room. Looking beyond the depths of the physical space, he stares at things that are actually there. A vast sea with the shadowy silhouette of a Buddha sitting in the lotus position, far away in the distance. Instead of the usual light emanating from behind the head, countless arms encircle it. It just looks wrong. The only thing Zack can compare it to is a sitting octopus. It makes no sense. Malevolent, vengeful thoughts erupts in his mind. Twisted arms, fierce fang, huge eyes, one after the other. Twisted arms, fierce fangs, huge eyes. Twisted arms, fierce fangs, huge eyes. Twisted arms, fierce fangs, huge eyes. He's frozen in place with no idea where he is or what's he doing. He feels numb. It's as if his soul has left his body. He doesn't register or respond to anything around him anymore. And the door opened behind him. Oh, it looks like a patient, but it's... Oh, the skin is scaly. The skin is scaly and warty, and gray looking. He doesn't have a lot of eyes. He's ripply. Looks like an Innsmouther. A pair of huge eyes staring at Zack from the shadow outside the door. Zack jumps with fright, fighting the fear he musters up every ounce of physical strength he has left, and throws a punch. He remembers what he heard in the bookstore. Admittedly, he didn't understand everything that was being discussed, but he knows that a certain Yui village is stirring up trouble. Whatever is going on in this building is more than a simple strings of kidnappings. In that case, could it be... Fatty? Zack has a good reason to be hesitant. Okay, now we can see, yeah, he has some fangs around his lip, and his eyes are white and globulary, like a fish. Like he's turning into an Innsmouther. Yeah. Such strength. Actually, Fatty's nickname never had anything to do with his weight. Plenty of people stuff themselves with junk food and sodas, but Fatty earned his nickname through brute force and physical strength. He's the human equivalent of a wrecking ball. There's no chance in hell to win a fight against him. Strong muscles are visible underneath his skin. They aren't well defined, but they're quite genuine and intimidating. On top of that, Fatty seems to have grown even taller somehow. Zack rubs his eyes in disbelief and takes another look at the strange yet oddly familiar figure in front of him. Sure, it's Fatty, the ears, the nose, the mouth, but he's changed. His eyes are bigger than they've ever been, to the point where it looks like they're about to pop out of their socket. They're bright, but they have a strange orange-yellowish color. Reunion with Fatty. Still, it's Fatty, there's no doubt about that. Zack would recognize his friends everywhere. Zack steps forward and places his hand on Fatty's arm in a comforting manner. The skin feels harsh under his palm, and it almost stops him in his track.
Man, I really had to come to a shithole like this to find you?
He can't find the right words right now. He simply can't figure out how to deal with his emotions. This is the only way for him to express his concern. Zack! Brother!
Take it easy, we'll catch up later. Let's get out of here first.
Fatty doesn't respond, so all he does is stand there in silence.
Well?
This isn't normal. Fatty always been talkative, straightforward, and foul-mouthed, especially in front of Zack. Something isn't right about this. No matter how big a fight they had in the past, the current situation should erase all of that.
Come on, work with me here. We need to get you to a doctor. Have you looked into the mirror lately? You weren't pretty to begin with, and how are you ever going to get a girl with a face like that? It's for your own good, so come with me.
Zack doesn't get the reaction he was looking for. Instead, Fatty displays a variety of other emotions. Happiness, anger, worry, and... Zack! Fatty growls in a way that's barely understandable. Do you know what this place is? Zack ... Do you know how many people are here?
How many people we have run from? I don't care if we don't leave now. There's no
outside. No use. His bloated body is expanding dramatically. He gasps for air as if his mouth starts to foam. His tongue is flailing and lashing around. Wet slurping noises drowning out his words as saliva splatter across his face. Too late already. Out. Now. Go. Do it.
Don't be ridiculous. There's always a...
Zack can't react in time to what happens next. His body is slammed into the edge of the counter with enough force to break a rib. His lungs have trouble keeping up and he almost passes out. Why? Zack doesn't understand what's going on. Never before has he seen his friend so angry and unhinged. He just stands there, the pain coursing through his body, telling him that his whole bizarre situation is actually happening. Coming here to save a friend was the right thing to do, no matter the circumstances. Seeing this room just confirms that. But why all of this? The sounds of heavy footsteps interrupt Zack's train of thought. No! Hide! The slimy, sticky sound draws nearer, but that's not all. Mother. Mother. Great Mother. Great Mother in a black dress. Question mark. The wind it nears, the storm approaches. Great Mother in the black dress. Come back to me, Great Mother. The tea is good, the meat is rich. Come back to me, Great Mother. Return me safely from the sea. I'll give you tea, I'll give you meat. Great Mother in the black dress. Strange chant again, this time however Zack can make out the words. Because they are closer now. Zack instantly remembers that one night. There's more to it than he thought. His whole world is now controlled by one single primal emotion. Fear. He's caught in the moment, unable to do anything. Robbed of his voice and unable to lift his arms, he's completely incapable of moving. Fatty, on the other hand, is not. He grabs Zack by the neck, pushing it into the dark corner of a room. Zack slams into the wall once more, desperately scrambling for something to hold on to. But his hands touch something that's much colder than the wall. The entrance to the garbage chute.
Go! Quick! Get in!
Fatty haphazardly pushes Zack into it as if he were an actual garbage bag. The passage is spacious, but clearly not intended for humans, and barely big enough for Zack to fit through. Fatty is having some difficulty pushing Zack into it, but that's also in part because Zack is trying to resist. Zack knows exactly what's about to happen, and just as he knows that Fatty could never fit through the chute.
Fatty, hey, what are you doing?
Zack turns around to call out to his friend.
Don't be an idiot, I came here to help you, I'm not living without you.
The answer to Zack's exclamation follows swiftly, another push with tremendous power behind it.
Damn it! Go! Quickly!
Though Fatty's growling voice is loud and powerful, it's growing more distant now. Zack's body descends rapidly, he can hear a faint wailing sound and fists striking flesh, and then he can't hear anything. A sharp pain pulls him back to reality. Fortunately, the chute opens up far enough above the ground so Zack manages to turn around in time to land on his back. Unfortunately, the impact is too much for Zack. He loses his breath and the ability to think for a moment. Yeah, he's bruised again. Then his instincts kicks back in. He had to escape, he had to survive. That's the only thought in his mind. His whole body hurts. His bone creak and his joint crack under the pressure of each step. He moves towards bright light with the last tiny bit of energy he has left. He can't hear the car start. He can't smell the disgusting stench. He can't see or hear the tall figure standing next to the trash growling. He can't feel anything, not even the pain. Darkness. Nothing but darkness. Okay, I'm gonna reload. This was an interesting scene, but I want to explore the rest of the building, if you don't mind. So, let's go with the first instinct, which is do not enter. Return to the corridor. Fifth floor. The door to the fifth floor is closed. Lean in close to the door and eavesdrop. Peer to the crack in the door. Try to unlock the door. Zack puts his ear to the door and focuses on the sounds coming from behind it. Bits and pieces of a TV show running in the background, mixed with the sound of hip-hop music. Zack knows this type of soundscape is pretty typical for when guys get together to dance, chat, and play cards. Somebody is moving around on this floor, but everything is muted by the door. For now, that is all Zack can hear. Peer through the crack. Zack tried to sneak a peek inside through the narrow slit beneath the heavy door. His field of vision is very limited, so he can't see the corridor in its entirety, but there are clearly apartments around here. The north and south side of the building may have housed office once, but not anymore. At least it seems highly unlikely that people would hang out their dirty laundry in the office aisle. Oh, Gangster A is here. A slim young delinquent is standing in the corridor looking bored out of his mind. He's humming an off-key tune to himself while playing on his phone with his head down. He looks familiar, but Zack can't remember where he's seen him before. Oh yeah, it's like one of the guys who tried to get to him in the park. This floor might very well be where the gang members are staying. In any case, as long as someone's there, further investigation isn't an option. Try to unlock the door. The door connecting to the fifth door to the corridor has a new modern cross-profile lock. It's incredibly difficult to open without professional tools. Zack tries sliding his credit card through the slit in the door. But of course, the card gets stuck. feels like there's a cylindrical latch inside. The card is no use, though Zach didn't think such a simple trick would work anyway. Okay, return to the corridor. 6th floor. The door to the 6th floor is closed. The door has obviously been reinforced at some point, and even the smallest slits and seams are completely sealed off. Zach inspects the door thoroughly, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that there is zero chance of getting through. Eager to find even the smallest clues, Zach stepped close to the door in an attempt to eavesdrop.
We cannot accept.
A muffled voice is growling. Hey now, this is a pretty sweet deal. You won't find another place around here as suited to your cause as this one. This has nothing to do with those art, skill, technique, advance. They are unworthy. That's hard to believe in light of recent failures. I need your help to affect the city's water supplies, but how do you expect me to trust you when you're not even familiar with this particular transformation technique? This is more complex. Don't be unreasonable. Hey, how can you compare a procedure to transform the flesh with a procedure to transform the brain? If you think it's simply a matter of pouring drugs into the water supply so that people are rendered unconscious, you're gravely mistaken. What? Somebody is texting me, but I cannot answer them. Okay. The necessary rituals and materials to get people to let down their guard and accept everything from the bottom of their hearts are of the utmost complexity. It makes me curious about what you guys have been up to these past few years at Huey Village. And that has nothing to do with that. You should just keep experimenting and learning. We can't let the thugs get rid of the failures. The actual yield rate is still shockingly low, but so far as the process has been surprisingly hassle-free, we are serious. Considering the state of this building, I wonder if there's even a big enough water supply. If we don't work harder and meet the standards, everyone here will be in trouble. Oh yeah, you're not going to treat them the same as us, are you? Everyone here seems to be local. There are never any new faces. You talk a lot. You play with fire. Anyway, the prophecy is what it is, and it's up to you to believe it or not. It's been almost half a month since we've seen the drug supplier from the Eastern District, and the Visionary Society members will be leaving the city soon. That should work in your favor. You'll stay on the path, won't you? Or have you lost the courage to do great things? Blah 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 blah. Zach ... Dispute in the Sanjung building. Most part of the conversation were inaudible, but Zach still heard the clear anger and malice beneath the words. That and several strange unidentifiable ones. Unidentifiable noises. This isn't a good spot to hang around for long, and this isn't the kind of place where Fatty would be either. Determined, Zach steps away from the door and investigates the other floors. Alright, so by going to the 6th floor, we obtain new information, so it was worth it to go here. So now we have to go back to the 4th floor. So we're gonna explore room C. We're ready to open the door. Whoops! It didn't give me an option. Yeah. So they automatically made the choose, because I was skipping until they reached the decision to open, but they didn't give this to me. Okay, so we can save here. I want to examine the rest of the room. Alright, so the unfamiliar equipment. Zach approaches the bed to examine the surgical equipment above it. Next to a dirty lamp, strange metal instruments are hanging down from above. Some of them resemble microscopes. The underside is quite dirty and appears to be spattered with some sort of liquid. Having no expertise in this area, Zach couldn't even begin to determine the true purpose of this equipment. He has seen something similar on TV before, where a doctor used similar equipment for delicate medical procedures. However, that equipment looked more advanced, while these instruments are in much dirtier condition and looks as if they were assembled at random. But one thing's for sure, certain procedures are being performed here with enough precision to require specialized microscopic instruments. Hey, apply some more pressures. It's not going to work otherwise. Don't move. It's hard to focus on the eyes. Strange sounds echo in his mind, and the teenager shakes his head vigorously, trying to calm his breathing. Oh. Okay, so he's having deja vu. Huh? He seems to be reacting to this. Okay, so we're gonna reload and pick up something else. The floor. Zach approaches the bed to check whether there is anything under the bed. The floor was... There's a word that the was is too much. The floor is covered in dry blood, and some part of it are still sticky. Some black hairs are stuck in the blood, presumably human hair. For a room that looks as if it's being used for surgery, the sanitary conditions here are outrageously poor. Even without being a doctor, Zad would never expose an open wound in this place. Infections are no joke. Whoever made use of this room didn't seem to care about these issues, or maybe it was too late to consider them. The bloodstains on the ground, old and new alike, suggest that this place must have been used pretty frequently and recently. But what exactly are they doing there? The scene in front of me is already shocking enough that Zach doesn't dare to think about it in any more detail. Okay, so that didn't trigger anything, so let's reload. Let's look at the patient. Zach approaches the bed to examine the patient lying on it. Okay. Although he mentally prepared himself, the confirmation that it is indeed a dead body sends a jolt through his chest. The deceased looks like an adult male of average height and weight. The body lying flat on the hospital bed hasn't grown stiff yet, and Zach can hear an indescribable squelching sound at the slightest touch. Zach has heard about the stages a body goes through after death, but he can't remember the exact details right now. Who would have thought that an ordinary person would ever need this information? Due to his lack of professional knowledge, all he can do is give the body a rudimentary once-over. However, his efforts have seemed to have been in vain. Huh? Zack gently turns to the C's head and discovers an incision on the side of the neck, about the length of his finger index. It is difficult to detect what caused it since the wound is covered with an unknown fluid. Is this the cause of death? Huh? Okay, so we got new info, but I feel like the instrument triggers the biggest reaction, so we're gonna go with this one. Okay, the rest has already seen it. I'm gonna fast forward until we move to the next part of the day. Reunion with Fatty and Forquard. Shoving into the garbage chute. Okay. Let's see the thoughts. Nobody seems to be around, so I finally have some time to myself to organize my thoughts. Looks like he's put on quite a show. He's very brave, I have to give him that. Thanks to him, the true wicked nature of the Sandra building has finally been revealed. Everybody involved with Country Days is evil to the core, there's no doubt about that. It is directly connected to the abduction of Zack and his friend. Next up is figuring out how to expose them for who they really are. Next stage. Evening! Welcome back, Cecile. Did you find anything? Sorry, not yet. We were close to that restaurant when suddenly a whole bunch of people turned up. They all look so aggressive. Be patient, Cecile. You just have to wait a little longer. But Zack! It doesn't sound too good. Justin takes the microphone and I can hear plenty of background noises. As if to underline Justin's words, there seems to be a lot of growling and yelling going on the other end. It's very crowded right now, so don't let Neko get everywhere near here. I wouldn't have believed a place like that could slip onto the law's radar in Mato if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. So what should we do now? Store manager, Retreat. Seems they seem to be in such a hurry, they probably don't have the situation under control. And I doubt that uproar is Zack's doing. In other words, I think the chances of Zack escaping are high. I don't see much point in dwelling on it. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that they are so disorganized right now and check things out ourselves? I can already imagine how much of a mess it must be inside, and make no mistake, right now they're probably more vigilant than ever before. Don't go near that place. Yeah, I know. I have a plan. Cecile, you know where to wait for me. Store manager, Where on earth did he run off to now? Scarlet.
Still busy?
Just before stress and anxiety gets the better of me, I hear a familiar voice. Thankfully, the visitor who has come to watch the show this time isn't wearing that familiar hat. I was going to ask for your help again, but it seems to be a bad time.
That's true. Unfortunately, I already have my hands full. Let me just say that whatever it is you're planning, I can't really be much more help these next few days. Oh, and let me give you this. Here.
She sets a package wrapped in plastic down on the table. It has an angular shape, and upon picking it up, it's a lot heavier than it looks. I can't tell what's inside. It makes no sound whatsoever as I shake it a little. What's this? Express delivery?
Apparently, yeah. I found it by your door. Hard to believe this place even has a mailing address. Even those pesky door-to-door salesmen leave you alone.
Now that you mention it, I'd never seen them around. Anyway, that's besides the point. Thank you for bringing it. I'm sure the courier just dumped him because he didn't know what to do since we're closed today. On a Wednesday?
At least whoever sent it didn't put your phone number on the label. Check this out. All it says in places of name is Hermitage. Courier services really need to get creative when it comes to finding addresses.
Who knows? Maybe it was supposed to be addressed to Hermitage as a business itself. I'm not the actual owner after all.
How do you mean that?
I mean it literally. I ignore Scarlett's confused look and take a letter opener out of a drawer and then proceed to carefully opening the package with it. The first thing I notice is a slightly dewy and damp smell. Another stack of old books. Oh, let me guess. The deliverer could get the books to us in person, so it sent a guy. And the guy knew where to drop them, and that's what he did. So it was him.
Oh, that's what you meant earlier.
Just a little surprised. I never would have thought he would entrust these books to a stranger. Normally he would only deliver them in person. It's not like this place is crawling with customers, but the ones that do come here are high standards. He makes sure to keep us stocked up with volumes that are hard to come by anywhere else. Though some of these are way too exotic for anyone to actually be interested in them.
Do you really need his help? I'm sure you have a say in what gets put on the shelves. Aren't you the manager now?
It's okay, it's not as if I'm relying on it. I just let him do his thing. I'm not one to judge somebody else's interests or hobbies. To be honest, I'm not telling Scarlett the whole truth here. Things are bad enough already, and with everyone's on edge, I think telling her about the owner's peculiar backstory and antics, she might try to get me to move out and abandon Hermitage. The harsh truth is that I have nowhere else to go. That's reason enough for me to keep the owner's secrets to myself instead of burdening someone else's with it. I wonder how long I can keep this up, and how long these secrets can actually remain secret. The thought gives me a bad feeling, and I watch our Scarlet curiously browses through the new arrivals. Ugh, here we go again. Blurry vision? It's that odd feeling again. Lately it's been happening more and more frequently.
What's wrong? Is your lack of sleep catching up to you?
No, I think it's something else.
Listen to your body and treat it with a little more respect, or your sedentary lifestyle will get the better of you. Oh, looks like he does have a good taste every once in a while.
Scarlett picks up a book from the pile that looks rather pristine compared to the others. Good taste? You mean this book? Looks like a Cthulhu book.
Yes, exactly.
Strange you would say that. I would have thought it was only for a niche audience.
Niche is the new mainstream, haven't you heard? These days it's easy to generate hype around stuff like this, especially with movies, games, and all kinds of merch being sold. It's part of pop culture.
The game Neko is helping to develop has the same team if I'm not mistaken.
Does it? Looks like whoever's in charge of it knows what's popular and has a vision.
Are you messing with me?
Why would I? Trust me, this is exactly the kind of entertainment young people these days are into.
Yeah, it's the Book of the Cthulhu Mythos. We see H.P. Lovecraft in a praying position, and we see green mists and waves in the back, and he looks like he's inside of a silver gilded cage, and in the back we see the form of Cthulhu, of course. What strange times we live in.
You can say that again. I've heard of some kids actually building altars in their backyards. Can you believe that? Many of them don't even have an idea where it all originates from.
Modern media is to blame for blurring the lines between what's real and what's fiction. Still, I would rather have those kids playing around with that kind of stuff than seeing them getting involved in anything that's actually dangerous.
Speaking of danger, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about.
I was expecting that. It's written all over your face. Go ahead, what is it?
You remember that sky pit incident? Another one of those holes has turned up.
One of them was bad enough, and now there's a second one? You mean like the one close to the riverside viewing platform?
Exactly. Luckily, there was far less traffic there than at the site of the previous incident. That means slightly less information will leak to the public too. An important international conference is just around the corner, and one bad event keeps chasing the next. City officials are panicking. It's pure chaos.
Did you go there to have a look at it yourself?
Yeah, I did. The whole place still reeked of ammonia when I got there, courtesy of the fire department extinguishing work.
The fire department response to the incident makes me think I'm trying to piece everything together. Maybe there's a connection to the previous incident. So, are the rumors about it having been an explosion true?
You'll find out soon enough.
Scarlet presses play as a part of the screen suddenly turns white. Turns out things aren't quite as so simple as can be explained by the rumors floating around. What appears on the screen looks more like a lightning bolt than a fireball. I start looking for more clues in the other videos. Sure enough, the people were terrified. Even if you're the most courageous person on earth, it's normal to make a run for it in a situation like that. Nobody even thought about turning back for the others. They're frantically running around like a bunch of panicked rabbits. Pay attention to those people there. They're heading south, towards the big crowd. I can see several shadows almost being swallowed up by the debris. 2 people tripped and fall while running away, but the others make it. In the final surveillance video, several men in police uniform can be seen keeping up the people away from the crowd. They're carrying something in their mouths. Looks like whistles. Stop, this is it. The time code freezes. 14 hours, 58 minutes and 18 seconds. Was there an explosion in this case too? It looks just like what happened at the viewing platform.
It happened late at night, so there aren't as many eyewitnesses report this time around. The people who were there, at least close by, all mentioned loud noises and blinding lights. I got close, so I got a pretty good idea of what the site of the incident looks like.
Scarlet sighs and starts rubbing her temples.
It looks eerily similar to the gaping hole from last time. Like something unbelievably hot burned a hole straight into the ground, or somebody scooped up a large chunk of asphalt as if it were ice cream.
That would be close to impossible to replicate. It can't be a coincidence.
One of the eyewitnesses happened to look directly at that spot when it happened, and reported something interesting.
Interesting? Weren't they blinded by the light?
Not right away, at least. The witness says that they saw a huge silhouette at the center of the light when it happened.
What kind of silhouette? Makes it sound like there's a scene from a sci-fi movie.
They mentioned the silhouette being extremely tall, 2 meters at the very least. ... Of course, we have to remain skeptical. Only one person reported having seen it. Human eyes aren't made for staring into bright lights, and it might as well have been an optical illusion.
You're right. We can't rule out the idea that it was just a mirage.
I'm not sure that's the right word for it.
Think about it. From everything you just described, the air around the incident site must have been brimming with heat. That would conflict with the eyewitness report, because nobody could just stand around in such extreme heat.
Maybe for just a moment? Oh well, I don't know. I don't think we have enough to go on yet, and wild guesses won't do us any favors. Let's set aside the mysterious silhouette and whether it's real or not for now. The fact remains that the same thing has happened twice in the city. We should focus on that and dig deeper.
We just can't catch a break, can we?
Once you're done with your other stuff, call up Justin and let him work this job. I'm sure it's more exciting than whatever he's doing right now.
I'm not too sure excitement is what he's after. You should probably ask him yourself.
I'm sure you would have an easier time persuading him. I doubt he'll say no if you speak to him face to face.
You really think so? I somehow doubt that. I'm not.
Save your breath. As far as I'm concerned, it's settled. Thanks in advance.
Scarlet picks up the crumpled packaging and gets up.
I'll see if I can get some more information out of those witnesses. I'll be in touch if I find out anything new.
And I'll be in touch if I need your help. Scarlet shoots me a nonchalant glance but doesn't say anything. She's always so hard to read. With the plastic wrappings from the book delivery in hand, she walks out the door. The second crater. Can't I just call a timeout? Mysterious murder cases with a supernatural background, and now unexplained natural disaster. As Scarlet once said, there's a fine line behind which things can no longer be considered coincidences. And that line has not only been crossed, but stomped on and erased a long time ago. Something shady is brewing in this city, but what is it? Faced with such an ominous premonition, I can't help but worry about when we might bite off more than we can chew. Anyway, let's tackle this case. Problems keep piling up on top of the already existing one. I slap myself lightly on the cheek in an effort to get my head back in the game. Until we can get Zach back, I'm afraid our troubles have only just started. Nighttime. I wanted to read the book. Pain. That's the first thing he feels when he wakes up. He sweeps over him like a wave of anguish, but no matter how hard he tries, he's unable to scream. Slowly but surely, he comes back to his senses. Who, Zach? He's surrounded by a tranquil silence. The only thing he can hear is the soft howling of the wind in the trees. That's when he notices a stench so foul it almost makes him pass out again. Where is he? He tries to turn his head to observe his surroundings, but his body won't react. Maybe he couldn't move his eyes if he focused with all his might? But that's just wishful thinking. To make matters worse, he now realizes that the foul, nausea-inducing stench is coming from his own body. Did someone move him here? Or is it just where he landed? Somebody might know the answer to that, but that somebody isn't him. He doesn't know how he ended up here exactly, but in retrospect, he doesn't regret anything. Right now, there's nothing for him to do but lie on the ground and stare at the night sky. His thoughts are getting clearer, images and voices echoing in his head. Go! Quick! Get in! Yeah, so this is Zach waking up. Damn it! Get up! Quickly! Oh, we have an image of Fatty before he turned. Okay. Fatty has never acted that way before. It's not like him at all. Still, his friends only wanted to help him, even if it was in an unexpectedly rough way. And Zach's the kind of person to constantly look forward in life. Facing things head on. Something sounds fun? Go for it. Something doesn't? Leave it be. Life is as simple as that. No need to think about everything too much. Just be yourself. Thinking too much about stuff makes it more complicated. That's the attitude he's always had, even if his peers kept mocking him for it. Looking back, he realized his impulsive outbursts have hurt people he cares about. He wasn't completely unaware, otherwise he wouldn't have drifted away from the street life. But seeing himself now, covered in mud, bitten and bruised on the ground, he's not the same student he once was. Maybe he ditched it all in an attempt to wash his hand clean, to run away from his problems so they wouldn't catch up to haunt him. But running away never solves anything. Zach is still a troublemaker who dislikes using his brain too much. But he didn't throw the first punch in his fight. The world did. Damn, this is so frustrating. His hoarse voice cuts through the quiet night. He gives up on trying to move, and he can feel something wet trickling from the corners of his eyes. Hanging there, fatty. For the first time in ages, Zach is filled with remorse, an emotion he kept buried for far too long. He knows exactly what you have to do. Get back inside that wicked building and get Fatty out of there. But his mind is blank. He's not used to thinking things through because it always seems easier that way. He's been going through life on instinct for far too long. He needs help. Oh shit, it's the guy that Justin met on the rooftop on the previous case. What voice did I give him already? I forgot. I think I gave him a Megatron voice. Hey, are you still alive? Startled by the voice, Zack attempts to find out where it's coming from, but his stiff neck still won't budge. Someone is approaching him, a man in a deep, powerful voice that Zack doesn't recognize. Who is he? Zack wants to answer the question with a question, but quickly scraps that idea. The man's voice sounds so self-assured and relaxed, it seems as if he knows more about what's happened here than Zack himself. His voice automatically commands attention. Zack feels a little better at the thought of not being alone, giving him some much-needed energy.
Would you like some water?
Whoever's speaking doesn't wait for Zack to answer, or for him to muster up the strength to follow through with his own question. The sudden sensation of cold liquid against Zack's lip interrupts his train of thought. He tries to open his mouth a bit. It's easy to choke while drinking in his current position on the ground, but he doesn't care about that right now. Whoever this man is, his arrival saves Zack's life in every sense of the word.
Better?
Thanks.
You're welcome. I admire you, you know. You've got a tough gaze. Would be a shame to let that go to waste.
Waste?
Don't worry about it. It's just a personal preference of mine. Letting something like that go would be missing a great opportunity.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
If you want to reach your goals, no matter how unachievable they may seem, you have to change yourself. There are many opportunities for change, but there's always a price to pay, a high price. If you want to change something, you have to take action. Hiding away in a corner won't do you any good.
The man keeps rambling on while giving Zack some more water. I'm gonna take a sip. Okay, now he wakes up. It's still blurry, but we can see better. It's definitely that guy that we've seen on the rooftop with Justin. After a long rest, Zack can finally see clearly again. The man crouching next to him is pretty tall and imposing.
Let's see how much you remember. There's something you wanted to do, right?
Zack nods. No matter what this man actually knows, he's Zack's only chance.
Whatever it is, you know you can't do it alone.
Zack's nods again. He has to use his brain and his fist if needed be, but he's afraid that won't be enough. This is his chance to ask for help, even if it means having to beg. But that isn't the issue here. As long as Fatty is trapped in that building, there are obstacles that Zack can't overcome yet. Zack doesn't say anything. He doesn't see the point in explaining everything to this stranger, who doesn't even seem like he's ready to listen anyway.
Ultimately, the question is, are you ready to make sacrifices to reach your goal? I mean as in, sacrificing yourself.
Zack ... Zack still can't make out the man's face, but he can hear him chuckling to himself. Something isn't right with this guy. It sounds as if the devil himself is whispering in Zack's ears, and every word he says is full of hidden intent. Zack doesn't know what that hidden intent is, but he suspects nothing good. But that doesn't stop Zack from nodding a third time.
I'd give it all up.
Life only gives you one chance. Miss out on it, and it'll never come back. Rescuing Fatty will come at a high price, but Zack is ready to pay for his recklessness. If he never returns to his old life, then so be it. Question mark, ... The man's silence makes Zack uncomfortable.
Hey, if you have something to say, just say it.
The only response you get is from the falling leaves and evening breeze. The stranger's figure grows taller as you gaze into Zach's eyes. He places the water bottle next to him and pulls something else out of his pocket.
Is that so? Well, you'll find out soon enough. If you want to do something about it all, why not start with the water? Those guys can't go a day without it, if that it's what gives them energy. Ultimately, none of them are purebloods, just half-assed jokes. Why are you telling me this? Haha, good question. I wish I knew. Keep fighting, you hear? They don't take kindly to failures.
No! A stranger's words. Those are the last words Zach hears before he passes out again. Woo! Okay, the day went on by quickly. According to my old rules, this is where I'm supposed to stop, but there's 40 minutes left at least, minimum of content. So I guess I'll plow through it, unless I have 40 minutes of reading materials, which I highly doubt. Let's see the case files. The actual reason for the kidnapping. No. Okay, so there's Zach's state, the outsider's plans. The restaurant definitely doesn't need that many employees. Under the pretext of running the restaurant, the strange group of villagers were secretly gathering at the Sand Dune building in the southern part of the city. Judging by the location at which the kidnapped people were released, it's highly likely that this group of villagers is involved. And then we have another page of clues. Troublemakers! Zach heard something while he was investigating the Sand Dune building. The thugs hiding in the building clearly aren't having an easy time either. Someone is driving them to do a lot of work. They're scattering strange fish into the river, carrying people into the building, and looking for a little girl and a small bronze bell. Okay, so could it be that the bronze bell could be the one that the store manager received from the deliverer during the previous chapter? I think this is it. The person who is demanding that they do these strange tasks must be an influential figure outside of the organization. Dispute in the Sand Dune building. Zach heard a heated argument on the 5th floor of the Sand Dune building. Our skill technique advanced. They are unworthy. That's hard to believe in light of recent failures. A weird room. Zach has found an odd room inside the Sand Dune building. Some advanced medical devices were inside, but their purpose is unknown. It looked like those devices could be used to perform surgery on people. The patient of a failed surgery was actually left there at the scene. For some reason, this room seems to conjure up certain memories in Zach that makes him shiver. Reunion with Fatty. When Fatty met up with Zach, he had obviously changed. His skin is hard and rough, as if it were covered in fish scales, and his body is much stronger. Fatty's face changed dramatically, and huge cracks are etched into the side of his neck. Yeah, as in gills. The second crater. A second road collapse suddenly occurred in another corner of the city. Scarlet claims that its characteristics are identical to those of the previous cases and that the road section was nearly cut. This time, someone witnessed the entire collapsed. The person claims that in a flash of white light, he saw a huge black shadow more than 2 meters tall passing by. In the stranger words, after his escape from the central building, Zach received help from a stranger at the park. The water the stranger offered him seems to have restored Zach's energy quite a bit. Before he left, the strange man told Zach, "Keep fighting. They don't take kindly to failures." So, probably Zach was in there. There was an experiment, and he was a failure, and he threw him out instead of keeping him in. So yeah, I believe that all the people who came back, who lost their memories, were actually failures. And people like Fatty would be success. No more. Nothing new on the internet, which is weird. Let's watch some TV. Popular show is already ending. Looks like I've missed it. I've even missed the very last scene, but I'm just in time for the end song. The distance between us, it rips apart my heart. Your hands in mine, close your eyes. This emotion's just a start. I should consume less cigarettes, or my brain cells will die too soon. Though they tried all night, Justin and the others couldn't find a single trace of Zach. Yet the signs found at the Central Building all suggest that Zach managed to make it out of there somehow. Still, as long as he hasn't been found, I'm still worried that something bad could have happened. Hopefully he'll come to his senses after his whole ordeal and start working on that temper of his. And I'm gonna save. Let's end the day. Thursday, November 2nd. At long last, we finally found Zach in Nanshan Park. Cecile went through a lot of trouble just to get him back to Hermitage. Covered in mud, poor Zach was a sorry sight. She even contacted me to put me on the phone in order to reaffirm her made-up story that he just had a little too much to drink. Even so, she told me that the taxi driver seemed suspicious until the very last second. But of course, it gets worse. Sitting on the couch, I tried to think of a way to get rid of the smell that keeps growing increasingly intense on the first floor. It's like a strong sea breeze, swiftly carrying nature's majestic smells across the shores. That's how I would put it if I had to describe it in poetic terms. If you close your eyes, the salty smell might let you think that you're at the beach side. But sadly, this isn't a seaside resort. A harbor during peak fishing season would be a better comparison. Sorry, boss. I'll try to get everything cleaned up. Don't make any promises just yet. You know what you could do? I have the feeling 2 cans of mackerel could improve the air in here immensely. Wow, you actually eat that stuff? Yep, I specifically ordered it online. I couldn't eat it in peace when I was staying before in fear of sticking up the place. I had to eat it or hunched over in the server room all the time. That's the only place no one apart from me visit. Guess I'll have to buy a new school uniform. I've been spending way too much money lately. Sorry about that. Zach is always extraordinarily honest in front of Cecile, probably because they've known each other for so long. It doesn't look too well. His shoulders are shaking a little as he lowers his head. Everyone came back in one piece, so that's the most important thing. We'll talk about everything later. You look like you're in pain. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. I'm just getting a little groggy, but nothing a good rest won't fix. Please stop being so impulsive in the future. It won't fix anything, and there are people who will worry about you, you know. Justin points at Cecile, who smiles apologetically. Her brain's still a little vet. Neko told us that when she arrived at the scene, Cecile was covered in mud and dirt from head to toe, all from dragging Zach around. Both she and Justin had to come up with a way to clean themselves up so as not to arouse too much suspicion. Zach's expression suddenly becomes more strained. I don't think it's just a matter of being groggy. Look at yourself. Oh, this is Neko. I don't think it's just a matter of being groggy. Look at yourself. Hey, no! Neko's eyes are venomous as she stands on tiptoe and shoves Zach's shoulder aside to reveal the side of his neck. There are 3 white marks across his skin, each one almost the length of an index finger. The skin around the white marks is clean and looks like the rest It looks like the kind of new tissue that forms after a burn. However, the texture of the white marks itself isn't comparable to a burn at all. It doesn't look like an injury, but rather... Have you turned into a goldfish?
What a comparison.
There's nothing wrong with these marks. I checked them, and it's not like there's something strange growing out of them yet. Hold on. Something strange? Care to elaborate?
They're probably fish gills or something.
How can you just say that without realizing how bizarre that sounds? The marks were already there the day before yesterday, but they're a lot smaller. That's why none of you noticed. Just to be clear. No touching! I saw something similar on Fatty's neck yesterday, but he was in worse shape than I am. His marks has cracked open and were oozing something pink. They opened up whenever it was reading. They opened up whenever he breathed. Yeah, like gills. So why the gills? What's the story? When I heard the straight chant in that building, I remembered something. What happened in the park, maybe the reason for my scrambled memory goes back further than I thought. What? Are you serious? From what I gathered, Cecile found you near the school entrance, right? Shit, what a mess. I don't even know what happened or what I did. But then these things appear on my neck. It must have something to do with whatever those guys were trying to do. Zack staked. You would do well to care a little more about what happens to your body. Just remember that what happened to Fatty, that was a full-on transformation. Who says the same thing would happen to you too? Hey, they didn't take him to the building like the others. That's hard to say, huh? Let's go over it again. What happened to Zack? Okay, so this is a new question. I think I have everything. I need to consult the books. Okay, what happened to Zack? Even though Zack arrived at Hermitage unscathed, his condition is still a bit strange. What happened to this boy? So Zack stayed. Shallow what marks? Memory of the last 2 days is very hazy. Physical strength has increased. Stranger's words. I'm gonna go with reunion with Fatty. Oh, got it in one. All right. Woo. Okay. Failed transformation. Yeah, it's exactly what I thought it would. Remember what Zack said? Someone strange spoke to him in the park. Is that so? Well, you'll find out soon enough. Keep fighting, you hear? Oh, they don't take kindly to failures. The fact that the person who spoke to Zack found him at the hideout spot with ease tells us a lot already. Don't forget that he was nearly caught before Cecile stumbled upon him. Do you think that guy might have been working with the kidnappers who chased Zack around? Not necessarily, but there has to be some kind of connection. From what he said, he must know something about what's going on. That's what makes his statement even more intriguing. What does he mean by failure? It's safe to say that he's not talking about exams, though his hot-headed fool sure looks like he's failed his fair share of those. Zack ... The exact meaning is open for interpretation. But in the most common sense, it would mean a failure to meet certain standards. In other words, someone succeeded where Zack apparently failed, but at what? Maybe it's something about him being unable to save Fatty? But that would imply that no one succeeded at all. This phrasing, however, suggests that someone did, so it has to be about something else. Maybe that he didn't transform like Fatty did? That's possible. The fact that still looks the same, Zack still looks the same, apart from those gills, of course. Fatty turned into something almost unrecognizable, so there's a huge difference. The same thing was done to them, but the outcomes was different. Fatty's kidnapping may have happened at a different time than Zack's. Jeremy only admitted to inviting Fatty along, and Zack wasn't able to reach Fatty that day. So they were both chosen as targets, but at different times? That could be it, yes. I think that maybe Jeremy thought Zack could come along unwillingly if they captured Fatty first. Zack So Zack ended up hiding in the park, but things took a turn for the worse here. He saw something that night that gave him a thorough scare. A possibility occurred to me. Zack always felt lucky to have escaped. What if he was simply released after being kidnapped, like a couple of others had, and couldn't remember because he would lost his memory? A sound theory, we can't rule it out. After being released, his scared mind tried to piece things together forcefully, but couldn't. That would make it less strange that Cecile found him near the school's entrance. Who knows where they dropped him off. No, so even though he's alive and kicking right now, he's been through hell and back. Well, he's not exactly kicking, but yeah, that's the gist of it. That's terrible. Are you okay? Does it hurt? A worried Cecile reaches out to put her hand on Zack's neck, and he turns his head away in embarrassment. I said it's fine. It was a little sore yesterday, but that's gone now. So I guess whatever it was must have stopped. It didn't look like it stopped last night, at least to me. Maybe it just took a little while, or maybe it was that bottle of water. Water? What water? Cecile, did you see it? Sorry, it was really dark and I wasn't paying attention. Doesn't matter, we have more important things to do right now, don't we? I would say that thing growing on your neck is pretty high up in the list of important things. Please, just this once, I really need your help. Zack's expression grows seriously as he stands silently before us. He's looking directly at me, no longer trying to avoid eye contact. I know there's probably a lesson to be learned, and I know my actions might not have been the smartest. You can scold me all you want later, but Fatty is still in there right now, and I can't live it with that on my conscience. In a sense, your recklessness could very well be one of the reasons he's in that situation right now. I know, and he deserves a chance to vent his frustration on me. I think quite a few of us feel like we deserve that chance, seeing as how you're dragging us all into this with you. Like I said, please help me with this, and once it's over, I don't care about the rest. I'll be your punching bag for life if that's what it takes for you to help me. Okay, hold it right there. Time for a little more self-respect. It's hard to hear you speak as if you don't value your own life. I scratch my head and turn towards the door. Many things are still unclear and there is a lot left to do. There is no way of tackling the difficult situation ahead without carefully analyzing all this information. On top of that, I feel like I've heard that chant Zack described somewhere before. I have to look into that. Are you going downstairs? Of course, don't tell me you can take straight with that abhorrent smell around you. Couldn't have said it better myself. I'm coming with you. Me too, guys. Wait for me. Oh, you're just going to abandon? With an incredulous look on her face, Deco looks at us as if we're a bunch of headless chicken running right towards a concrete wall. I ruffle her hair and points at Tom down the hallway. Don't worry, Neko, he may smell like that, but we're going to save that rebel's life. Alright, bookshelves. Oh, the new books are below. Okay, so... Oh, this one is new too. Anthology of Ballads, printed with cheap ink like in the early days. The paper is yellowed, and a group of fishermen with harpoons are shown on the cover, struggling against a creature with tentacles. Looks like the Pirates of the Black Lagoon, but in Japanese. Although the book's title implies that it is an anthology of ballads, it contains quite a few folk tales, many of them written in a somewhat non-formal way. This casts some doubts on the publisher's professionalism. Most of the ballads and tales in this book originate from coastal areas and contain knowledge related to the sea, such as how to determine the proper time for fishing and how to appropriately judge the weather in order to avoid danger. Each text is accompanied by a corresponding picture painted in an old-fashioned way by brush. They contain a variety of sea-related scenery, such as the view from a beach into the sea, onto the ship, onto the ships out at sea. Some of those ballads describe rather dangerous situations similar to the one depicted on the cover. They also contain some information on how to handle these situations and deal with them in the safest way possible. Anthology of Ballads Info acquired. It seems as if these sinister beings from the sea only appears at certain times. One ballad explicitly mentions specific constellations in the sky. Once fishermen spot these particular arrangements of stars, they would do well to immediately head back to shore. Foreign Visitors, an old paperback novel. The cover is all wrinkled. The Foreigner from Nowhere. Interesting. The meticulous bindings show that this is serious literature. The writing style is extremely long-winded and overly complicated. The sentence structure is quite strange, and you can tell just by looking at the text that the translator had his work cut out for him. The main character of the novel is a man who shares his story with travelers that occasionally stop by in the bar. The travelers are much more interesting and intriguing than the main character himself. The author never divulged their background, and it is up to the reader to decipher where they are from and what they do by how they dress, talk, and act. Among the travelers is a criminal who ends up in a long back-and-forth dispute with the protagonist, arguing over ethics, law, technology, politics, and other topics until the bar closes. These debates are very philosophical, and every single word carries an astonishing amount of meaning. Although the story apparently takes place at the end of the 19th century, the character's way of thinking is extremely progressive. The story ends with the criminal being shot by a detective who leaves with an enigmatic message for the protagonist. Go home, take a nice bath, have a glass of whiskey, and forget everything you saw. Believe me when I said that trying to understand yourself 100 years from now will only drive you insane. The Guanyin Fate, a rigorous local study. What appears to be a detailed local studies are carefully stapled together. Even with all the care that went into it, it's quite obvious that this isn't a proper publication. There is no publishing information whatsoever, and the quality of the print leaves a lot to be desired. Some letters are barely readable. The author seems educated in the orthodox social science. He carefully analyzes the evolution of the Guanyin concept in different regions based on local folklore. The author points out that because of the long-term influence of pragmatic folk traditions, the Guanyin concept has changed a lot depending on the region. Guanyin is less impersonal than other deities. Human traits are associated with her, and there are many legends of her walking among mortals, helping those in need. This makes her seem more real than other deities. That is why it's easy for people to associate new myths and tales with Guanyin and incorporate them into their existing faith. Okay. So, is this the lady dressed in black? Oh, the Guanyin Fate. Many primitive concepts that should have long been forgotten were preserved because of this. Although it wasn't the people's intention, the core of these beliefs still lingers because of them. Waiting, a brand new bestseller. It has heavy paper and an exaggerated decorative cover. Pompously decorated cover, printed on thick, expensive paper. There's a huge list of names in the back of the book showing how many people were involved in its massive advertising campaign. However, the content of the book itself is actually quite lackluster and cheap, the equivalent of a literally fast food. The book emphasizes how the author relies on perseverance and sincerity to make progress and achieve his goals, but never goes into details about what he actually does or what his thought process is when making decisions. When you try to ignore the constant boasting in this book, there isn't really any information as to how the author made his first successful financial ventures. Without his high seed capital, he would never have gotten to where he is now. Unlike many other supposedly rich people writing lifestyle guides and self-help books like this, he is very secretive and ambiguous about where his money comes from and how he got his big chance. It's a very sudden and unexpected rags to riches kind of story. Waiting is part of the info acquired for some reason. That's probably how he managed to become so popular. People eat this sort of shit. Fast food literature, it's like The Secret. Like, oh, look at this. With sincerity and perseverance, I made it big. Migration and change of custom, an understated academic report. An academic report judging by the Chinese-English bilingual title, Traditional Changes in the Immigration Process by J.R. Romney. It could very well be the result of a cross-border multinational academic study, especially given the name of the two authors. Yeah, there's another name in Chinese. The researcher claimed to belong to the French Schools for Advanced Study in Social Sciences, the HEHS. They call it the HEHS, but French School for Advanced Studies in the Social Science goes FSAS. FSAS. The writing style and structure don't quite fit the characteristic of that institution. Also, the researchers don't seem to be well known in their respective countries. Putting aside these questionable factors, the report itself is rather exciting. Through extensive field research, the author demonstrates the extent to which the various migration theories of the past fit into China's local context, using a sophisticated and practical approach which is very elegant in its academic presentation. The author's arguments are actually quite appalling. They argue that abnormal migration patterns have been followed the south of the country but exerted a greater influences on cultural tradition, yet the facts they found state the exact opposite. After taking all possible reason into consideration, common assumptions are dismissed, leaving only one absurd possibility. In ancient times, at least 10 settlements in the south simply vanished, strongly diminishing the south's cultural sphere influence. Migration and change of custom added. Even the author themselves say they were highly skeptical. Okay, I'm pretty sure skeptical spells with a K, because the way it's written right now, it's more likely skeptical. Skeptical of all of this at first, but the study leaves no other possible conclusion. Romney said in his addendum that for the first time ever in social studies, he felt somewhat excited but also very frightened, suddenly uncovering the existence of imaginary numbers and tampering with history. Okay, and this one, no name. An old notebook with no name on it, just a notebook. An old notebook with no title. The notebook is about 2 finger thick with a leather surface covered in dirt. Looks like it's been used for decades. It looks like it belongs to someone else. Like, yeah, we just find somebody's notebook. Should be interesting. Let's put it in the library. The entire content of the notebook is written in German, and there are obvious traces of that parts of it being erased. The author wrote down various formulas, instructions, and statements in a poem-like structure. The notebook really doesn't smell that good, but I can't tell what the stench is exactly. Oh, Cthulhu Mythos Volume 3, Volume 2, Volume 1. Oh, wait. Okay, let's go. Cthulhu Mythos Volume 1, the Chinese edition of the Cthulhu Mythos. I wonder if the publisher realized that the cover contained the dangerous Necronomicon logo. We got that one. Now it's Volume 2 and 3. Carrying on the style of the previous book, the cover depicts a scene from the Mountains of Madness. Did I read this one? Mountains of Madness? It came out 1 year after the first volume's release, indicating that the first one sold very well. This book includes At the Mountains of Madness, The Shadow over Innsmouth, yeah, The Rats in the Walls, yeah, remember those? The Shadow Out of Time. Oh, wait. The Shadow of the Time is the Silky Silkworm. The Spiky Silkworm. Stories about the ancient Great Ones and explorers caught up in their incomprehensible scheme. At the Mountains of Madness suggests that there are ice-covered ancient cities in Antarctica, and that the Shoggoths living there, created by the Elder Thing, to be their servant, but they turned against their creators and killed them. The Shadow of Innsmouth tells the story of a young man who explores a strange seaport town out of curiosity, escape after discovering the village's horrible secrets, unaware that he's already one of them due to his bloodline. Yes! Spoilers. Beginning in the last part of The Shadow Out of Time, the lower left corner of the page has big black marks on it. They grow larger with each page, ultimately swallowing up the complete last page. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. I remember there was a small dot. It goes bigger and bigger. Yeah, I remember that. It takes complete cover. Oh, yeah. The translator is still Yao Zhanghui. And what about part 3? It was only recently released, and there is an image of Nyarlathotep on the cover. That's Nyarlathotep? Huh. I like Persona's depiction of Nyarlathotep better than this one. Anyway, maybe it's just me, but it seems as if the meat of the Cthulhu has become increasingly popular over the last few years. Why did people start pursuing these dark secrets, even though they were obviously meant to be left alone? Pickman's Model, Nyarlathotep, The Outsider, and The Dreams in the Witch House. This collection is more than the average reader can handle. There have been many times where I've seen someone on the subway reading a Cthulhu Mythos book, and some people even use the Necronomicon logo as an accessory. Yeah? Will reading these stories gradually convince people that they are true? What if they aren't fiction? I just want the world to remain a normal, sane place. I never heard of these. I think I need to read Volume 3 as well. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't appear on the log. So I need to read them again. Pickman's Model, Nyarlathotep, okay, The Outsider, and The Dreams in the Witch House. I heard about the whole thing behind Nyarlathotep. I don't think I need to read that, but Pickman's Model, The Outsider. The Outsider feels that I've read it, but probably not. Probably I read it somewhere. Anyway, The Dreams in the Witch House. Pickman's Model and The Dreams in the Witch House. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I got a lot of information from those bookshelves. Let's look at the case files. So I'm stuck with what happened to Zach. No, I solved it already. No, it's the actual reason of the kidnappings. Okay, so let's failed transformation. Zach made it back to Hermitage. He probably suffered the same treatment as Fatty. Zach's symptoms and Fatty's appearance are identical in character. Judging by what the stranger told him, Zach did not escape, but his body simply failed to transform, so he was abandoned. Anthology of Ballads, Pacific Constellation in the Sky. Bizarre occurrence of document inexpensive and mediocre picture book. Save that once fishermen spot their particular arrangement, they should do well immediately head back to shore. Guanyin Fate. Guanyin is described as seeming more real than the other deities. Easily Food, you made many primitive concepts should have been long forgotten were preserved because of this, although it wasn't the people's intention, the courtiers' belief still lingers because of them. Then we have waiting, successful people, air quote. The owner of the Sandron building has written a best-selling book. Oh, okay, wait, so waiting has a connection with the building. He remains secretive about his upbringing and means of success. It's obvious that the author's money comes from a rather ambiguous source. So he probably sold his soul or something. Academic report makes an absurd assumption. Ancient time, 10 settlements in the south simply vanished, strongly diminishing the South cultural sphere of influence. Tudor conducted extensive field research on this topic, making it impossible to ignore. Okay. So there was a precedent that in the south there was settlement and that just disappeared. Okay. So, conversation. Let's finish the day. Let's see how it goes. It's already noon. Well then, let's get started. What exactly did we come down here for? Just to talk? To analyze the situation as best as we can. You know how the saying goes, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not feel the result of 100 battles. Blindly rushing in there is a bad idea, obviously. We also need to get a good grasp of their movement patterns and patrol rotation. We wouldn't want to run straight into their arms. Their patterns and rotation, we have to be honest with ourselves. We don't really know much more than the fact that there's something evil going on in that place. Rescuing the people who are being held inside will be difficult. Could you two please quit your pessimistic attitude? If we think hard enough, we're bound to figure out a way to pull this off. You're right. We need to think this over until we've exhausted all possible ideas. If you ask me, there are two very important questions that should come first. Who exactly are they, and what are they trying to do?
That's fairly obvious, isn't it? They chase people down, kidnap them, and then turn them into those nasty abominations. Having seen it with my own eyes should be enough proof, right?
But you do know who they actually are, and why they're turning people into those scary things?
Well... No, I don't, but why should I?
Just because the more we know about them, how they operate, and what their intentions are, the better we can prepare and take them on. I'm proof of how big a role preparation can play in the outcome. If the store manager hasn't found out how exactly that gargoyle's ability to fly work, I'll be orbiting the Earth as space trash right now.
What?
Long story, forget about it. I'll tell you some other time. That brings us to the second question, and one thing's clear at least, we know where they hold up. The better we know what exactly they're planning, the easier it'll be for us to find the right kind of distraction so we can sneak in. Am I right?
Yeah, right. At least someone here makes sense.
Hibernators in... Okay, so there's a new questions that popped up. Hibernators in a high-rise building. Zach discovered a group of people in the central building who may be involved in the kidnappings, but who are they? Okay. I'm gonna say... What's your take on all this?
Let me think about it for a second.
Oh, yes! Alright, so hibernators in a high-rise building. So the outsiders planned... where the group of... Oh, wait. I need... Something about the Guanyin fate? No. Maybe. Wait. No, those are the thugs. Those must be hired by the villagers. Uh... I'm gonna put waiting and migrations, change of custom. No, that doesn't make sense. Who exactly are they? This chapter is very short if you think about it. I think I could push it to make it into a 7-hour stream. I think this is what I'm gonna do. Hmm. Skill, technique, advance. You know what? I think I'm gonna put this. The weird room, search around people. Failed transformation. Zach made it back to Hermitage. He suffered the same thing. Okay. I'm gonna go with the Guanyin Fate. I have no idea where I'm going with this. No, mistake. Number 1. That can be right. I remember reading about something very similar to what Zach described in the book. Very strong correlation between the book's contents and what he experienced. Whatever they're doing is extremely unusual and unique. Approaching from it from that angle might allow me to look for information in a more focused manner. Time to think outside of the box. So let's find the book first. It would be migration and change of custom. Yes. I think I got the book wrong. Yeah, it was not the Guanyin Fate, it was migration and change of customs. So scattering, change fish into the river, carrying people in the building, took a little learns one bronze bell. Troublemakers. What could the other ones be? That. Second mistake. Okay. Okay, let me think through. Sorry. So, okay, let's try the approach from... Yeah, when they say outside the box, it's probably an approach from what they're doing, like the experimentation, like it has to do with the operation. So let's see. Let's find the weird room to perform surgery in people. The fact that, oh yeah, the technique is advanced, but what would be the... What would be the book? Hello, Tyler. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. This is the part of the story what I have to think. Remember last week when I said that there were going to be different protagonists? Well, the team is all back. The girl from the first is here. The detective is back, and now there's a new guy from the same school as the girl from the first chapter, who's a bit of a delinquent. Who's the kind of the guy who thinks with his fist more than with his brain, and he's been kidnapped, and there's been a series of kidnappings, and people who came back from being missing don't remember a thing, and we noticed that there's some sort of white blemishes on the guy's neck, and we met a guy who's actually went into a big transformation. He looks like a guy from Shadow of Innsmouth. So he looks stronger. He has globule eyes and gills. So we think that they make it turn into gill. I guess the characters are all normal characters. Yeah, except for Zach, who's been into a strange operation. But he was released because he was a failed experiment. Now we're trying to figure out I'm trying to find a book that correlates with all of that. I cannot find it though. I think I need to reload and relook at all of the books. Because I only got 4. Like, when I was reading, like, the Cthulhu mythos, the Shadow of Innsmouth, maybe because it's a word of fiction, it doesn't count as proof, like a real reference. But okay, I'm gonna pick one. I'm gonna fail. Yeah. Suspicion fail. It's far too little to go on. I'm gonna reload. I want to access the bookshelves. Can I go back? Oh shit, I saved before. Uh-oh. Damn. Am I gonna take a failure out of that? I think this is gonna be it. Since I cannot go back to the bookshelves. Yes, I'm stuck. Trial and error, and it is. Yeah, well, yeah, I think that the answer that I'm looking for is not part of the evidence that I got. Because sometimes I have to reread a previous book and it gives me another prompt. Like, it gives me a new hint. And I didn't do that this time over because I thought I got everything. Shit. Oh well. Guanyin Fate. I did. And the reason why I say that is because I did look it up, and it's the book. I don't have it. So yeah, the kidnappers are not human, but yeah, I didn't find the book. What is L1? Is this? No, what I want to go, it's not the case file, it's the bookshelves. And I can only access it once the little talk is over. So we'll go through this, because I think that what happened is there are some endings. You can have a bad ending out of this. So maybe we're going through a bad ending part. So what I'm gonna do probably is, like, next time I'm gonna play Hermitage, I'm gonna replay it, and when I'm gonna reach that moment, I'm gonna pick up the book that I need, and then we'll go to the correct path. So we'll see today where this is going. So this is probably lead to a certain doom. We'll see how it goes. The information we have so far is still too little to go on. Unable to come up with a solid hypothesis, I throw my hands up and surrender. It's one thing to figure out what to do, but figuring out their backgrounds and what they're planning is a completely different story. Geez, giving up all of the blue just like that? Yeah, I'm not ready to risk my life without knowing what's actually going on. No, sir. Not much left to say, is there? You guys can figure it out among yourself. I don't give a rat's ass about any of that. I'm gonna get Fatty out of there with or without you. Yeah, he's gonna get himself killed. Bye-bye, Zach. Bye-bye. Zach, please don't. Forget it. It's against my principle to let those people go free. Count me in. Oh boy. Justin is in too? For real? Well, thanks a lot. No need to thank me. Just trying to do the right thing. Now let's think about our first step. You can't exchange pleasantries after this is over, guys. We got work to do. Well said. I opened the notebook and pulled out the enlarged blueprint of the Sanjun building. It's very clear and concise information. I really don't want to think about how Neko got her fingers on it, since it's most certainly involved hacking into some classified database. The print is small and it's hard for all of us to gather around and get a good look. A store as old-fashioned as Hermitage naturally has no large printer at its disposal. The other watch me without saying much. Neko frowns, but that's just her temper. She knows the situation is accepted. This time around, our goal is simple. Enter the building and get Fatty out safely. Ideally, we can help free others that have been kidnapped. We may not be able to escort them out personally, but maybe we can create a window of opportunity so they can escape on their own. We're outnumbered, and the building is going to be packed with goons who won't be happy to see us. We don't know if there are more transformed people and what traits they may have. So our safest bet is avoiding direct confrontation. We also need to think about a quick escape route. I've seen how many of them there are with my own eyes. We really need to find a way around them. It's a difficult situation. We might be able to handle it if it's just them, but as soon as innocent bystanders get involved, the situation will turn chaotic in the blink of an eye. Huh? What makes you think that? Think about it this way. If it's only them, we can anticipate their actions. They work in secret, so they can't afford ending up on the front page of the newspapers. That means they definitely won't chase us down the street out in the open. You're right. But those same rules don't apply to the gang members who keep swarming up the place.
I should go in on my own. I know how those guys operate. Also, you're here for a reason, right? Try to stay out of sight. In that case, we don't want to draw any attention to this place. Take it easy. There's no need for you to turn this into a suicide mission. We'll find a way. No, this is definitely what's going to happen. It's a suicide mission. The main problem is getting out. Getting through the restaurant is the easy part. Nothing but a few dumb thugs and cronies there. Cecile helped me find their control room. I'll be able to do some jamming and provide support, but only if you don't get spotted, of course. Even if you take Fatty with you, the trash chute won't be an option. Not enough space. But if you take another way, you'll be spotted once you're on the ground level. Am I right? We need to think of a way to distract the people inside the building. Any ideas? Hey, how about we light a fire in the restaurant? You have a dangerous mind, lady, but I like your way of thinking. Wait, what? Hearing such an idea from Cecile takes me by surprise, too. Whoa, chill! I'm thinking that they may all rush to the restaurant that way, then we could use the building's back entrance to escape, along with everybody who's being held captive in there. Thing is, the way to the restaurant is the same we'd be using to take the building's back entrance. Too risky. Let's not forget that the restaurant is merely a cover, so who knows how effective it would be. Yeah, if we go through with it, there's no quitting. We'll have to do better than that. Oh wait, did Zach left? Zach left? Again? In the middle of the conversation, he just whoop! I'm serious, the building's overly complicated and their structure is already going to slow us down to a certain degree. If we give them time to react, they'll have the chance to hide any evidence. We need to think big, something that catches them off guard so they don't have time to react. Oh, okay, Zach is back, okay. Because last time, he did the whoopsie. So you just want to rid them of any chance to kill all the flies in one stone? That's not really how that metaphor goes, but yeah, you get the idea. Okay, and what did you have in mind? A fire, a big one. You know they wouldn't want the fire department snooping around their base of operation. It's not that easy to set the building on fire, and to make matters more difficult, there aren't many flammable things around that place. I'm familiar with your tactics, and I don't doubt for a second that you could pull it off, even if it's difficult to do. But let's not forget, though Country Taste is their place, there's a regular office space further up. You can't just burn it all to the ground. Oh, Justy, you big dummy. You're an adult. You should have learned how to use your brain by now. You little... Anyway, you're telling me you somehow stumbled across miraculous alien technology that can set fires without causing any actual damage? I am, in fact, using my brain, but you're not making any sense. You want to use smoke bombs? I can see Justin is overwhelmed by Neko's intimidating assault on his IQ and his brain is hard at work, so I asked Neko directly. Yeah, it says we're going to make a big fire, so we're going to make it look like it's a big fire, but there's not going to be any fire, just smoke bombs. Yes, finally someone who's on my level. There's no need to set an actual fire, it's enough to make it look like one to make the threat appear real. If enough smoke is visible from the outside, it'll only be a matter of time before someone calls the fire department. And while they're trying to figure out what's going on, there'll be enough time for us to go about our business undetected. It's a good idea, but one question remains. How do we get our hands on smoke bombs? Neko, I'm pretty sure she's building smoke bombs as a hobby, that little psychopath. No worries, I have my ways. There you go. Neko sighs. The situation right now calls for one of her smug expressions, but the look she gives us is the exact opposite. I can provide smoke bombs, but... Hey, why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Neko ignores Zach's panic question to pose one of her own. Zach, how far are you willing to go to save Fatty? Okay, so here, bookshelf, you see that? This is where I wanted to go. This is what I wanted to consult. Codex Seraphim.
That book. This is the book that I wanted. This was the correct answer. Obvious Spirit has been read a lot. Ancient, even though it's original, just transcript. Great Mother. They mentioned freaking Great Mother in that book. Of course. She blessed the ships that head out to sea, controls all living thing in the ocean, disperses storm and other potentially dangerous weather. How to ask for a blessing. While asking for whatever it is you want her to help you with, to make a promise to fulfill certain conditions. Come to me, Great Mother, return to me safely from the sea. I'll give you tea, I'll bring you meat. Great Mother in the black dress, please come to me. This is exactly what happened in the room. One of the songs written in this book sounds just like one of that friends of mine heard. The book mentions communities in which most fishermen are odd and inarticulate, and only their children sings these songs to strangers. Yeah, if you meet children who sing this song, make a quick getaway. Because most of these communities are eager to increase their numbers and they won't hesitate to forcibly abduct unfortunate travelers. There you go. A few bounds abducted people that manage to escape usually comes back in a state of extreme confusion and with a newly developed fear of open waters. God damn it, now it's too late. So if I go into case files, I cannot input the thing, it's too late. Next stage. How far is my earliest loading? No. Oh shit. Oh, wait. The autosave. Oh, did that just save my ass? Oops. I think the autosave just saved my ass. Yeah! Oh my god! Okay, conversation. Yeah. Weird room. 7 Seas. And what was the other one? Dispute in the Sanjun building. Was that the... Yeah. Okay. Woo! Okay, we're in the right path. Alright. Hibernator in the high rise, foreign visitors. I'm gonna save. This can be considered a breakthrough of sorts. Okay, I'm gonna save. Thank you, autosave. I didn't pay attention to you, and I should pay attention to you more. I got saved by the autosave. Whew. We mustn't limit ourselves to the concept of human morals and thought processes. If the perpetrators aren't human, we need to look at everything from a totally different angle. What's hidden in that building and what is their grand plan? Oh. The actual reason for the kidnappings. Okay, so this is another thing. As a cover, why would this group of people commit those crimes? Failed transformation? Troublemakers? And the Guanyin Fate? I don't know. Shit. The Outsider's Plan. No, that's the one mistake. Zach's current state and his encounters in the building show us what their true intentions are. Time to think outside the box. The intentions. Okay. Alright, let's go back into the thinking box. Okay, this is irrelevant. Maybe waiting. Oh wait, migration. No. Okay, conclusion, foreign visitors. The group currently lurking in the Sungeon building most likely is inhuman. The book, The Seven Seas, mentioned an ordinary community singing those songs Zach heard inside the building. Even though there weren't any children around, as mentioned in the book, the word odd-looking describes the group perfectly. They are said to be dangerous, isolated, eccentric, and desperate to increase their numbers. I'll try this. And what should be troublemakers? No, second mistake. We've come far enough to know exactly what they're doing in the Samchun building. Okay. So it's gonna be all the conclusions that we got. Oh, okay, I got it. Suspicions approved. Actual reason for the kidnappings, foreign visitors. Okay. If my hunch is right, they are probably trying to create more of those things, increase the numbers of their companions.
Companions, huh? I have to admit, Fatty's transformation was a drastic one, and he looked very different. Still, it was nothing compared to the thing that waltzed into the room later on. How come there was such a big difference?
They probably can't afford to be too picky about their creations anymore. I have a transcript here. It's that chance that did a number on your mind the other day. According to the record in the book, the chant was recited by a group of very odd-looking non-human. They are described as having an insatiable drive to increase their numbers by any means, though they eventually became largely extinct. They abducted innocent people. Many of them returned, though in a traumatized and fearful state, missing their memories. Sounds strangely familiar, doesn't it?
So, you're saying that's who...
They are hiding in and operating out of that building using surgical procedure to forcefully transform people into their own kind. They even discard their failures without any second thought or attempt to hide anything, meaning it's only a matter of time until they end up on the law's radar if they keep it up. No second thought, huh? You're right, they are working fast. There's been a huge spike in kidnappings in the southern part of the city. We cannot accept. Hey now, this is a pretty sweet deal. You won't find another place around here as suited to your cause as this one. This has nothing to do with those are skill, technique advanced. They are unworthy. That's hard to believe in light of recent failures. Oh yeah, you're not going to treat them the same as us, are you? Everyone here seems to be local. There are never any new faces. You talk a lot. You play with fire. Anyway, the prophecy is what it is, and it's up to you to disbelieve it or not. It's been almost half a month since we've seen the drug supplier from the Eastern District, and the Visionary Society members will be leaving the city soon. That should work in your favor. You'll stay on the path, won't you? Or have you lost the courage to do great things? Blah 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 blah. Judging from what Zach heard in the building, something must have pushed them to hurry things up. They are clearly willing to take far greater risks. They want to increase their number at any cost. Sounds like a war's brink to me. Who knows? All I know for sure is that if we keep letting them operate, there will be more victims. This is tricky. If they're really working on such a major project, our chances are getting smaller by the seconds. Not much less to say, is there? You guys can figure it out about yourself. Okay, so now we're back to the other stuff. So yeah. So we figured it out, now it's time to make the plan. So the plan is gonna be the same with the smoke bombs. Yeah, it's the same. Oops. Alright, next stage. Evening. Night is falling. There's a warm and calming evening breeze, but it's hard for the three of them to relax right now. Nervousness lies in the air. Cecile stares at the narrow back entrance of the Sandrone building. It's an intimidating sight for sure, and one that makes it hard for her to gather the necessary courage. She still hasn't changed her outfit. In fact, that could prove to be quite advantageous. People won't get suspicious of her too easily. Phoenix High student enjoys a good reputation, so even if she is out late, most people won't bat an eye. Appearances, along with the right arguments, can open many doors. Something Cecile has learned from watching Scarlet, the master of trickery, work her magic. Sure, there's always a risk factor involved, but right now Cecile and Neko probably have the fastest roles to play. The safest roles to play. 30 minutes ago, Neko sabotaged the control networks responsible for the water infrastructure. By causing a small power outage, she has effectively cut off the building water supplies for the time being. Within 5 minutes, an anxious and impatient complaint call was made inside the building. Neko easily intercepted it, transferring it to Cecile shortly after. Before long, Fate maintenance workers were dispatched. Although the call could pass for a regular complaint about an outage, the person placing the call was audibly anxious. This is a golden opportunity. Let's just hope nothing unexpected comes up. Everything has been going according to plan up until now. Still, Cecile can't help but worry about the others' safety once they head inside as maintenance workers. Country taste and all other floors up the 4th floor being supplied by the same water company. The pipes were customized and specifically adjusted over a period of 3 months. One of the demanded specifications struck me as particularly interesting. They required a drainage pipe to be sufficiently salt resistant, on the grounds that fish and other seafood produce wastewater with a really high salt content. Right. A regular restaurant would not have that high of a demand on a daily basis, and even an establishment 3 times their size wouldn't ask for this kind of drainage modification. It's the first time I ever heard of something like this. Yeah, basically, those are fish people, and they need seawater. So that's why they ask for high concentrated... So the demand on the basis of seafood wastewater is just a cover, and they require it for other reasons. I've got an idea, one that we can use to safely enter the building under false pretense. Neko Intel suggests that the corridors inside are extremely tight, with windows that are never open. This, along with a lack of proper air conditioning, makes it a perfect spot for placing a device to generate smoke. Zack and Justin need to find a way to quickly get rid of, at least lose, the people escorting them inside. Afterwards, they'll need to split up and set up the smoke device that Nico prepared previously, strategically placing them in a way that will quickly fill the corridors with an overwhelming amount of smoke. Nico then accompanies Cecile, having set herself up in the adjacent building instead of observe to footage. Having set herself up in the adjacent building instead to observe the footage from the cameras Cecile planted in the surveillance room. This whole approach is similar to the one she and Justin previously employed, and it allows her to quickly alert everyone by phone should she spot any sudden changes on the cameras. Although it's a good plan in theory, it doesn't reduce the dangers Zack and Justin might have to face. Here goes nothing! Cecile hides in the shadow and quietly recites a small prayer for the safety of her friends.
That's all you got?
Seems unresponsive. Justin kicks the limp body lying in front of him casually. The waiter is lying on the ground, completely motionless. His face looks cramped and rigid, with strong, overly defined facial muscle swelling up underneath the skin. Him being unconscious makes it look even more bizarre. Justin can't help but think that it makes sense for such ugly things to hide themselves away in the shadow, far from the public's prying eyes. Something or someone has definitely changed these people. What exactly is going on here? Nobody with an ounce of entrepreneurial sense would hire someone like that as a waiter. That alone is proof enough that this guy can always have looked like that. Now is not the right time to think about it, though. There are much more pressing matters at hand that needs to be taken care of swiftly.
The store manager sure have some effective drugs. I haven't seen anything work that well before.
I think it's some kind of tranquilizer laced with small amounts of lilac grass. It smells strongly of organic solvent. What you guys usually use? Triazolam?
What's that? I don't understand those pharma terms.
I expected too much from you. My fault.
That's sweet of you. Here, tie this up.
Thanks. Zack faces Justin and shakes his sore arm. Handling someone who weighs so much more than you isn't easy. Still, this is only the beginning of the mission. Justin looks at the device tied to Zack's waist as he pulls out one of his own from his pocket. Looks like 3 vials with corks and tubes that goes through the corks, and they're tied together with some electric black tape and some sort of canister with a foot to hold the thing up. It looks like a regular oxygen inhalation device, but the extra tubes haphazardly bound to it with duct tape, and the strangely colored liquid inside don't exactly look inviting. Oh, that's the bomb. Is that the smoke bomb? Okay. There's no sugarcoating it. This thing is a dirty bomb, right down to the improvised fuse. Justin decides to tuck it away again and hide it until the time comes to actually use it. I built some awesome goodies for you! Pulling on the fuse will cause a reaction in the tube, generating gas that will fill up the bottles. The interaction when they mix will generate heat, a catalyst to speed up the process. It's genius work, trust me. As soon as the pressure reaches a certain level, the solution inside will begin to react and create massive amounts of smoke at a rate you can't even imagine. More than enough to keep the people inside from fighting their way out. Also, a little bonus by yours truly. The guys is tear-inducing. I remember hearing that those weirdos inside have huge eyes, so that should definitely come in handy. It's that strong? How'd you come up with it? I guess it could be considered just a little overkill. I found the instruction on some shady foreign site. It's the mixture. If the mixture is off, even the tiniest bits, there'll be a pretty huge chemical explosion instead of just smoke. See, hearing stuff like that reminds me of why I always fail my chemistry classes. No sane person would ever think of handling something this dangerous. Sane? Of course, what I really meant to say was that it always depends on the person, obviously. That's the textbook definition of a really bad save right there. Anyway, I would never actually consider using something this dangerous, but the situation calls for it. Yeah, like when I hear Neko making those things like that, reminds me of YouTuber Now Red. Like, this guy is not that he's insane, he's very chemically curious, but he's the kind of guy who would make something like that on the fly. Did you have to go through a lot of trouble to make them? No, at least not in comparison to what you're about to do. You're the one facing the real trouble. Do you know why I made the store manager send Cecile away before giving these to you? If she knew what this was, she would never agree to any of this. It's highly volatile in the wrong hands. Say, for example, if in those hot-headed young idiots who lack self-control. Ouch. I have feelings too, you know. Anyway, although the amount of smoke it produces is absolutely ridiculous, there's one major weakness. It doesn't emit smoke right from the get-go. There's a built-in timer. The first mixing reaction needs to be autonomously heated for 120 seconds to provide enough pressure. Any faster than that will result in the next thing being a straight-up explosion. But if it's too slow, the catalyst for the second reaction wouldn't be powerful enough. Before you pull the fuse, you've got nothing to worry about. Play volleyball with it for all I care, but as soon as you start mixing them together, avoid any bouncing, tossing, shaking, wobbling, whatever for 2 whole minutes. Or you're gonna have fireworks going off right in your face. Meaning we have to factor in 2 minutes before we want to smoke out the place. Sadly, there was no other way. Nothing else is as effective and small enough for you to carry it covertly, so you have to work with it. I realize it might be difficult, but you have to find a way to protect it and hold out for 2 minutes. 2 minutes? It doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But suddenly it seems a lot longer to me than it should. I don't know, still better than 2 hours, so whatever. What's with the sudden optimism? It's weird. Well, nervousness is really the only thing that could mess things up for us. And I've kind of learned my lesson these last 2 days, you know. Makes sense, I guess. Make sure to stay alert. Justin checks his surroundings and peeks through the door of the water room. The water room is the one place nobody would check. The corridor is empty and silent, no sign of life at all. Yo, Justy. I can't have you calling me that. That's reserved for girls and grandparents. What is it? Heart to heart, bro. Why'd you do this? Why are you so hell-bent on getting involved? You and the others. Justin, screw it, it's not my business. You don't want to talk about it, cool by me. No, it's not just that, it's just hard for me to find the right words. The store manager told me about Cecile and what she went through, her torment and how she almost fell victim to an otherworldly, malicious creature. The things Cecile saw and experienced made it clear to her that more trouble would follow. She also seems to care about you, so her involvement in this doesn't come as a surprise. That girl, even though I haven't seen her in 2 years. Damn, that's sweet. I'll leave that to you to figure out. I couldn't possibly understand how your mind works. Anyway, in a similar case with Neko, she and the store manager share a lot of history, and from what I know, she's been through a lot. She knows the stakes, that's why she's worried and wants to help. Sounds like heavy stuff, huh? I get why there's no time for details right now, but I have to ask the others about it once we're all back at the store again. They've had it rough, trying to save others just as much as they're trying to save themselves. So what about you? Aren't you in the same boat as them? I am now, but you're right. I do have my own reasons that drive me. Personal ones that I wouldn't expect you to understand. Is that so? Zach's expression becomes uncertain. It's a bad idea to dwell on the topic any further, not right before such a crucial moment. Just know that right now, those guys are the best to have in your corner. I trust them with my life. So, do you want to do this or wait around some more?
Phew.
Alright then, let's go. We got a packed schedule tonight.
We sure do.
Let's make the best of it. Forcing himself not to look back, Justin pushes open the door alongside Zach and steps into the dark, quiet corridor. Darkness stretches out in front of him, with only a faint overhead light illuminating the hallway. Zach's mind flashes back to what happened yesterday. In crucial moments like this, it's smart to try and suppress your own thoughts and fears as best as you can. Sadly, it's never that easy.
Yo, Nico, Justin.
The connection to Nico immediately cuts up upon entering the corridor. Way too foreboding for Zach's taste. There's no other way of establishing contact. Zach pitches himself to regain his focus and to rid himself of some of the worries that are plaguing him right now. Maybe there's someone or something waiting in the dark, maybe there isn't. No matter what, being prepared is of the utmost importance. Zach knows exactly what he's doing and what he came here for. Click. Just like that, the door to that twisted maze of unknown horror opens. Oh. They make me go to that hall. The door is closed, but there's a small set of keys by the door handle. He inspects the room again. The interior has been restored, and all the furniture has moved back to its original position as if yesterday's fight never happened. Zach is frustrated, but at the same time realizes that finding Fatty in this room might not actually have been a good thing. Zach takes the keychains by the door. 2 keys are attached to the slightly rusty metal ring.
Better take this along, it might come in handy.
Okay. Let's see if any other doors can be opened. Doesn't seem right. Zach's insert the key found seems to get stuck about halfway through. It looks like this isn't the right key for this floor. This seems to be the right place. Zach inserts the key and finally opens the door. Okay, so this is weird. I thought we were going on the top, but there's a door at the bottom as well. But the key for this door is the same as the key to unlock that other door. Okay, so Justin is lucky enough not to have run into anybody along the way. He has spotted a few cameras while sneaking about, but luckily they are being controlled by a childish master hacker. By now, his trust in Nico has reached immeasurable heights. It's almost too quiet here. Strange silence is covering his surroundings, and even the echo of his footsteps sounds unusually dull. Justin suspects that the entire floor is insulated, and he has no way of confirming that right now. In any case, the plan remains the same. Justin walks on and carefully runs his hand on the wall to maintain a sense of direction. Oh! This is the lower floor. Where do we put him? I'm gonna take a small pause to finish eating this pork chop that I made. Okay.
Sorry. Okay. So let's have him walk around. It's locked. The door is absolutely massive, and Justin has never seen a keyhole shaped like that before. He tries to probe the lock with his wire, but he can't feel anything. As he takes a closer look at the keyhole, you can see a lot of dust gathered around it. He puts some of it on his finger and analyzes it carefully. It's dust from wall plaster, like the one around in this room. How come there's so much of it on the keyhole? There really shouldn't be. Since he's dealing with shady people, I realize they might have something to hide. The key could be hidden in a nearby wall. Without the matching key, there's no way to open this door no matter what. Let's examine this door. Locked. Violently jerks the key back and forth a couple of times, doesn't seem to fit right. Looks like somebody's got the wrong key, but why? Puzzled, Justin takes out the key and puts it in his pocket. There has to be a key that actually fits. Huh? The wall seems to be made from a different material here. Something's hidden here. Justin slides his hands along the wall and finds a slightly elevated rough edge. It's a relatively simple secret compartment underneath a piece of wood covered in wall plaster. From the shape of it, it's made of to conceal longer objects. There's no such thing inside though. Instead, there's a small key and an old notebook that by the looks of it must be pretty old. There isn't enough time to read it now. Justin takes the old notebook as well as the key with him. I should move on and find the right one. The right key? I already found the hidden compartment. I should look elsewhere. This seems to be the right one. The key from the hidden compartment fits perfectly. Justin opens the door and enters the room. What's this? There is another key on the cupboard. Justin takes out the key he has in his pocket and compares the two shapes. They're probably use the same lock cylinder configuration, but they're clearly a different make. Time to go back and have a look. This seems to be the right one. The key from the hidden compartment fits perfectly. Justin opens the door and enters the room. After entering the room, Justin instantly noticed how cramped and tight everything is. The room appears to be much smaller than the other one. Judging by the design, this one should be bigger. Wait, is this? Examine the eastern side. As he expected, a small door is embedded in the wall on the eastern side of the room. Like the paint on the wall, it appears to be much newer than everything else around it. They've separated this room from the others, but why? Justin is mystified, but the investigation has to continue. He takes out the last key he hasn't used so far and slides it into the keyhole. Smooth as silk. Da-da-da. Justin gently pushes open the door and heads further into the dark unknown. Another room is something going on inside, an unexpected turn of events. Oh, Justin is taken by surprise, but luck is on his side. There's only one person who is asleep by the door. Okay, so there are officially fish folk. Like pure Innsmouter. Like there have been I think they look like the fish folks that came out from the sea to have sex with the people on the beach to make more fish folk. But this one is wearing modern clothes, is not naked. Justin slowly and carefully sneaks up to him and immediately noticed the unusually ugly and deformed face. The outline of his body looks soft with only bizarre, non-human contours visible in the dark. His features are distorted with every facial muscle much more dominant than in a regular human. His eyes are bulging as if trying to escape their socket, and upon closer inspection, Justin notices a pair of fish gills undulated beneath the man's ears.
This hybrid of fish and man is somehow not as strange a sight as fantasy literature could have you believe. Quite on the contrary, the combination only looks weirdly harmonious. How can that be? This revelation only unnerves Justin even more. Such crude, abnormal hybrids and combination of things that aren't meant to be mixed can easily provoke fear or make one aware of one's own physical inferiority. These feelings, however, pose no problem for Justin, who has learned from past experience not to let something like that get to him. There's something similar on Zach's neck, and Justin can only hope that the white marks are really evidence that the change has been reversed without any further consequences. Justin reaches for his pocket and pulls out the tranquilizing mixture the store manager prepared for him. He holds it close to the dozing fishman's nose and watches as the smoke slowly rises up and seeps into his nostrils. The snoring grows louder. The fishman breathing becomes deeper and more intense. His large body need for air is immense, a law of nature even his strange deformities won't change. Justin covertly walks up the window and pulls open the curtain on one side. A residual ray of the setting sun shoots straight into his eye, an unexpected and dizzying shock for his senses in an otherwise almost pitch-black environment. A soft breeze from the air vent almost above him blows through Justin's hair unconsciously, causing him to relax. Justin gives a quiet and relieved sigh, feeling as if luck is finally on his side for once. Shortly thereafter, he pulls out the smoke bomb and prepares it carefully. Phew, alright, that's done. Who are you? So, I think it's Fatty, but it doesn't show any name. Could be someone else, other than Fatty. But he has the same silhouette. Oh crap. Zach, ... What Zach sees after opening the door makes him gasp and shudder for a moment. At first glance, it looks like an actual hospital. Countless beds are neatly arranged next to one another, with their white sheets shining particularly brightly in the dim moonlight, making the whole thing even more creepy. IV bottles are dangling from side of each bed. The liquid inside of them has a strange color, although barely visible in the dark. The sheets of the bed are bulging, and it's not hard to imagine what's hidden underneath. The smell of salt lies in the air, and Zach's stomach churns at the realization of what the custom pipe modification in the building were required for. Even though he's had it hard in life, he can't help but think that all these people lying there are so much more unfortunate than him. Zach quietly walks past the hospital beds, the heavy breathing of the patients audible all around him. Their skin has a sickly, moist sheen and almost seems to be dissolving. As the liquid drips and courses through an unconscious man's body, Zach starts panicking a little, bothered by the fact that what he's witnessing right now are many lives are about to end forever. He's reminded of Fatty. These peoples are clearly undergoing some sort of transformation, gradually being turned into something non-human. The crowded, tight space in addition of the darkness makes the room stretch out to what feels like infinite dimension. He can't see where the room ends, and he can't stop thinking what life will be like for these people once the procedure is finished. Zach was confident that if Justin's endeavor turned out to be a success, he could sneak Fatty out of the building under the cover of the smoke. However, seeing all these people here and the sheer number of them, his optimism in the mission is shattered. To save one or all, proceed as planned, or face the unknown and all the consequences that come with it. It's hard for Zach to think about that. Either way, lives are at stake. To hell with it. If we go down together. Zach doesn't want any lives on his conscience, a thought that drives him forward. A small-time thug who's not even sure how the hell he managed to survive himself so far. So how could he possibly know how to reverse these transformations? If these people could be freed, where could they hide? Zach's mind is racing and he isn't coming out with any answers. one thing he knows is that once everything is covered in smoke and the firefighter arrive, he won't be leaving this place by himself, that's for sure. The tear gas effect of the smoke might cause problem later on, but ultimately it won't matter if the gang members are knocked out or discovered by the firefighters, both outcomes will have the same result. There is no clear answer to this. Some things can be pulled off and some can't, even if you do your best. It's that simple. Zack inhales deeply and opens the window on one side. The cold wind dries, the sweat covering his face. He's already convinced he'll regret his decision. A life of mistake has taught him that, and he knows he's diving straight into the unknown, headed for an uncertain future. However, he's also fully aware of what he's doing. Sorry guys, but this is me, and this is what I'm good at. Taking one last deep breath, he starts banging loudly against the door. Yo everyone! Wake the hell up! You hear me? Wake up! The real adventure is only just starting. Holy shit, what does that fool think he's doing? The sounds coming from above pull Justin up short. This isn't part of the plan. Justin can hear Zack shouting in the distance. They are right in the middle of a hornet's nest. What does he think he's doing drawing this much attention to himself? The only plausible explanation Justin can come up with is that Zack has finally lost his mind. Hey, what's up with him? He's blocked the east entrance with a hospital bed and he's piling up boxes on the other side. Everyone's gotten up on their beds by now, many have vanished, and a few are helping Zack move things. He hasn't deployed the smoke bomb yet, but hell, I'm too far away to clearly make out what's going on. What is that idiot doing? Is he trying to make himself available for target practice or what? Justin ... Although the decision is undoubtedly stupid, Justin is starting to understand Zack's reasons. With the corridors and passages throughout the buildings being as tight as narrow as they are, you have to make sure to keep the path clear in case of an evacuation. Sealing off and controlling an intersection means you can prevent people from escaping without a lot of effort. That being the case, it would be best for Zack to be the one in control. He could take care of all the bad guys and then safely get out once the smoke dissipates, which is why he needs to attract as much attention as possible. It's a surefire recipe for chaos, that much is clear. Saving so many people at once is only possible if the enemies are scattered and their positions is disrupted. That's pretty typical for Zack. Nobody else at Hermitage would have ever come up with a plan this reckless, but even if it would have been discarded quickly for being way too dangerous. All of this might help Justin complete his task. With nobody there to interrupt him, smoke is already spreading throughout the room. Everything is working as intended, just as Nico promised. The sheer amount of smoke is a clear indication that something big is about to go down. If there ever was one last chance to abort and withdraw, this is it, but Justin has no intention of quitting. Nico, how many of them are out there? What can I expect? 3 guys and a couple of the big ugly ones, coming from downstairs on the west side. I can't tell you much more, I don't know what else is going on inside. Roger that. East to these then. Hold it right there, smartass. Where do you think you're going? East is the other way. Yeah, I know. Guys are simply... you know what? I don't care. I don't freaking care. Whether you come out or not, I'm going to have Cecile call 911 eventually, and there's no way around it. It's better to be caught alive than to be found dead. I know, it's fine. Justin shrugs upon realizing that Nico must have hung up, and then he ventures further down into the shadows of the hallway. Alright, now to find a way to push on further. Zack wipes up some sweat off his forehead. The situation is still under control with the east entrance tightly blocked off. The heavy beds used as improvised blockade are holding up nicely under the pounding and pushing coming from the other side of the door. Amidst the knocking, occasional cusses and swear can be heard, but luckily it takes more than foul language to break through a barrier this robust. Zack only hears one voice beyond the door, so the other knocks and pushes might be coming from one of those hybrid creatures. They may or may not have been brainwashed, but that doesn't really matter at the moment. The only thing for certain is that they are posing a great threat. They can just keep at it. Even Zack has known from the very beginning that this one door probably won't be able to keep them out forever. Zach has some of the victims who have been experimented on to thank how robust this impromptu barrier has turned out. Shortly after waking them up, they quickly help Zach erect the barrier, moving about the heavy hospital beds. They have been caught in an unfortunate predicament, true, but in this case, at least their physical superiority has come in handy, allowing things to be moved that Zach could never have pushed into place on his own. More and more of them are waking up every second, many rattle awake by their fellow companions. The smoke Justin has created below only accelerated the process. Even though only a fraction of it has made its way through the air vent so far, the smoke is causing many who just woke up to cover their mouth and wave their arm in an attempt to disperse it. Their moist skin seems to be perfectly sensitive to the chemicals, as many of them can barely keep their eye open and are breathing heavily, wheezing with discomfort. Even under such circumstances, these people are listening to Zach's orders and holding their position, fiercely pushing to keep the door closed off. Zach is inspired by their will to survive and grateful for their assistance, yet he can't help but notice that his pal of Patty is nowhere to be seen. Maybe Justin has already found him? With no way to get in contact with Justin, Zach is hoping for the best.
You better be out of here. You better be out there somewhere. Be smart, fatty.
Worrying about that now is useless, especially with more pressing matters at hand. There is increased commotion on the east side, with more footsteps quickly approaching.
4 of them.
4 men, to be precise. On the east side, the regular footsteps are intermingled with the nasty sound of heavy, sickly, sticky footsteps. Must be around 3 of those things. The wall is also being hit with a metal object, most likely some sort of steel rod or knife. Things could be worse, but really not a whole lot.
They're here.
Zach and his newly found companions clench their fists in anticipation. The tension reaches new heights. They really are still humans. Zach feels a lot better about his decision than himself. The sounds of bodies tackling the doors rings out from both sides at the same time, but Zach knows the situation on the other side is under control. The door on the west side hasn't been fully blocked. Instead, they deliberately left just enough space for the intruders to break through. He has already pulled the fuse of the smoke bomb. In 2 minutes, everything will start filling up with smoke, causing a big enough commotion to enable an escape from the building. The alerted enemies have to be cleared. The activated smoke bomb has to be protected at all costs. It's a pretty bold plan, and in order to get everyone out of there safely, Zach has to win a lot of time and delay the enemies. It won't be easy. Zach and the people trapped with him are in good physical condition, hide in a small corner of the room next to the west entrance. It's a strategy picked up in the street fights. There are always spots where the enemy will look last when rushing into a room while fueled with adrenaline. Break the line of sight and attack from the back in an unexpected moment. That's Zach's plan. Many of the people he woke up have completely exhausted themselves already, leaving Zach with just 2 companions who still have enough energy left to fight. So yeah, you can see there the 2 beds are used to block the door, and there's a door where the enemy is going to come out. We see 2 guys going to hide behind one bed, and we see Zach behind another bed alone. Every forceful push and knock against the door makes it clear to Zach how much stronger the enemy are physically. This isn't a fair fight, and one that can only be won by employing cheap and dirty tricks. Good thing he knows a thing or two about that. He would have liked to be better prepared, but things are the way they are. They will have to make do with what they got. Just as Zach expected, the blockade gives way under the repeated impacts. The door slams open violently. One of the cabinets flies through the air with such force that it almost hits Zach, who is lying in wait for an ambush. He takes a good look at the enemies, even though deep down in his heart he's afraid of what he might see. So I see 3 fishmen and a guy that looks like Jeremy. Huh. So one of the fishmen is the guy, is the one that... oh no, wait, there were 4 fishmen. 4 fishmen, 1 that Justin knocked down, and those are the other 3 plus Jeremy. They seem to have evolved even further. They are not like the ones who helped him. They're ugly, twisted, primitive, and are exuding a vile aura of evil, beyond anything words can describe. 4 of them rush into the room. Only one of them is about the same size as Zack. The other are much taller, much stronger, and can barely be considered human anymore. Hello, Mizuki! How you doing? How you doing? So, as you can see, it's not the same game as yesterday. It's a Chinese visual novel, derivative work from Cthulhu mythos. As you can see, we have fishmen going on. So there's a thug who seems to be creating chaos, basically. You're tired, I'm at work, but it's almost over. Oh, okay. So you're still at work, but alright, push up. Yeah. Alright, well, thank you. You can always chill on my stream. You're more than welcome to sit back, relax, and comment on what's happening right now. In an open fight, Zack and his 2 remaining companions will most likely draw the short straw. Still, Zack keeps a clear head and reminds himself of his objective. He firmly plants his feet on the ground and pounces forward to attack. Okay, so now we have A, B, C, and J. So J must be Jeremy. No problems, fam. Gotta show some love and support for my friends. Of course. Oh, by the way. I found that this week's deal on Switch, Uno was $6, so I got it. So if there's another community night where Uno is considered a winner, I could be a potential player for that. So just a little heads up. Those who crosses me on Mario Party. Yes. Oh, attack the biggest opponent, attack the smallest opponent, attack the last in line, or attack the only human. Okay, so Mizuki, I need your input. So who are we going to attack first? The red C, the red B, the red A, or the only human, the J? So if it were you, what would you pick? The biggest one, the biggest of the fishmen, the smallest of the fishmen. The opponent last in line, the B. Okay, let's go for B. This guy. This is a golden opportunity, and one that shouldn't be missed. To make the most of this sneak attack, you should go for the opponent he's most likely to hit. Zack swing a makeshift iron crowbar made from one of the IV racks at the back of the creature's head. So it's basically a choreographed Yakuza fight scene. We're in the hospital, we just grab the IV bar and we swing it like a crowbar. Boom! His swings doesn't connect. Oops. Medium monster. Grobble. The creature seems startled by the attack that missed merely by a few inches. It shifts his shoulder and knocks away Zack's right hand. Oh. The strong companion. Oh, this is one of our guys. Ah! Go to hell! Immediately following Zack's attack, his 2 companions go on the offensive as well. They rush towards the tallest and the largest enemy in an attempt to keep the group at bay. Okay. So A and B go for A. Large monster. The attack is a success. Although the large creature managed to shake off one of Zack's companions, the combined force of their attack caused the creature to lose its footing. Zack's other companion instantly sees an opening and takes advantage of the situation. The 2 heavy body falls to the ground with a loud thud and twists up into a ball, violently entangled into a fight. Okay, so this is the game. So okay, so they tackle C. Okay. So now we're pushing them back, okay? After being taken by surprise, the enemy are now more focused and aware. The battle is far from over. The enemies have analyzed the situation and the tide is turning against Zack. The enemies are on high alert and more agile than expected. Zack is unsure if he can move around and then escape their watchful eyes.
Jeremy, oh shit, it's you!
The other enemies have collected themselves and gotten back up. Jeremy and Zach both exclaim at the exact same time upon realizing who is standing in front of them. Yeah, it's like... It's not really a surprise. Zach has already been expecting this deep down. If anything, this only serves as a final confirmation. Jeremy seems furious. His whole face is contorted by his angry expression as he spits on the ground.
Just a fool who won't learn his lesson. What the hell are you doing here? Take a walk, yes, idiot. Screw you!
There's no time for nonsense. 3 enemies are sneakily split off the group and are now surrounding Zach and his companions. With the brawl on the ground still going, it's 3 against 2 at the moment. Zach bites his lips and tries to think about his next move. He has to find a way out of the corner, but first he has to deal with the current onslaught of enemies. Accompanied by 2 accomplices, Jeremy seems intent on making it as hard as possible for Zach. One of the creatures stands right by his side, its empty cold eyes staring dead ahead at Zach. Another opponent tries to intervene in the tussle of the ground, but Zach's other companion steps in and does his best to hold the line.
So this is what it's come to.
The current stalemate won't hold for long, so Zach doesn't have a lot of time to plan and prepare. At last, he decides to focus on defense, focus on defending against B, focus on defending against A, focus on defending against C. I want to go with A. What do you think, Mizuki? Defending against A? I'm gonna go with A. It's possible that the enemy is just feinting an attack. Zach turns his body sideways towards the smallest monster, anticipating its attack and looking for possible counter opportunities. The enemies are moving quickly. Focusing on their strength in numbers, Jeremy and one of his accomplices are swiftly moving towards Zach, trying to corner him. Oh, it's the medium. So it's B. A punch? It all happens in the blink of an eye. Zach barely registers the faint shadow moving at high speed. With his attention fully focused elsewhere, Zach is unable to evade Jeremy's attack. Oh shit. Pain runs through Zach's whole body. A punch. Zach is convinced that he can hear bones breaking. The relentless, ferocious beating almost forces Zach to his knees. It's only through physical strength and determination that he remains standing, but his vision is blurry and feels dizzy. This is terrible. Small monster. The small monster is caught in the fighting frenzy, unfocused on where it's aiming and swinging wildly.
What are you looking at?
Sensing Zach's lack of power, Jeremy takes full advantage of the situation and tackles him into the wall.
Ugh.
Despite having about the same level of physical strength, Zach is taken by surprise and overcome by the sheer ruthlessness of his enemy's attack. Jeremy holds Zach up against the wall with an iron grip, grabbing him by the neck and shoulder. Zach is unable to move, and the few punches and kicks he managed to throw aren't enough to make Jeremy loosen his grip. However, Jeremy is focused on his vicious attack that he doesn't even realize he's standing in the way. Zach's strong companion dodges the monster's attack by stepping back while throwing a punch at the same time. The punch itself doesn't cause a lot of damage, but its impact is enough to make the monster topple, allowing Zach's companion to reel back and position himself on top of the enemy. The medium monster growls. It Because of the difference in size, the monster is unable to free itself. Through smart positioning and by using every available opportunity, the weaker side in its fight is still able to pin down the otherwise stronger one. It's a fierce struggle, and there's no telling how long it'll take before things might suddenly switch around. The monster trashes around violently and hits the floor repeatedly. There's another fight going on where the two bodies are still rolling around the floor, each of them trying to gain the upper hand. Zack's young companion tries to choke the taller monster, but is grabbed by the wrist. Neither one wants to show weakness and admit defeat. Okay. Okay, so both of them are together. So there's B and C. So B is wrestling on the ground with C, and A just put B on the floor. So I'm stuck with Jeremy and the smaller one. Yeah, you see B and A, they tackle on the wall. A little over 40 seconds have passed. The struggle continues and the group brawls rages on. Zack is worried, for he knows exactly that as soon as there's a shift in the power struggle and an opening is created, the rest of the fight will be over in a matter of seconds. Medium monster. The enemy is overwhelmed by the attacks, which are fueled by the taste of a possible victory. It can't keep up the resistance for long. Unable to catch a breath, its defense crumbles. At least that vicious battle has been decided. Zack's companion barely managed to stand back up. It is breathing heavily while the monster is lying on the ground, unconscious and foaming around the mouth. Zack's companion is bloodied and bruised, but one of the enemies is down for good. Small monster. Zack observed all the small monster takes several steps back, distancing itself from the messy group brawl. This is bad, it hurts a lot. The opponent uses the opening to his advantage and flexes his bulging muscles. As a consequence of a swift, hard kick, Zack's companion is unable to restrain the monster any longer and he's pushed away. The large monster gets up and catches his breath. There's an opportunity for it to get a few punches in, but is still too exhausted from the previous struggle. The numbers aren't on Zack's side any longer. He has to avoid any further defeat if he wants to have a realistic chance at getting through this. Zack grinds his teeth, clenches his fists, and rocks his body back and forth with all the momentum he can gather. Jeremy can react in time to this unexpected, almost self-destructive behavior and plunges his fist directly into the hard wall. Going on the offense works out pretty well. Zack instantly sees the opportunity to push his arms forward, thrusting Jeremy's hands aside. Firmly plants his feet on the wall, then launches himself at Jeremy with as much force as he can gather. As far as spatial awareness and actual fighting experience are concerned, Zack still has the upper hand. Jeremy jumps back to avoid Zack's powerful leap, which causes the two to switch position. It's 3 versus 3. Okay, so now Jeremy is sandwiched between me and the other guy. Okay, so A is going to be with A, B is going to be fighting C, and we're going to be fighting Jeremy. 1 minute has passed. Although the numbers have evened out, the situation still isn't looking too good. The good news is that the most powerful enemy is down, taking one of the biggest risk factor out of the equation. Zack's ambush has been successful so far, intelligently maintaining control over the enemies and their position is of the utmost importance, especially when there's an obvious difference in strength. Both sides take a moment to regroup. Everybody's hurt, panting and checking themselves for injuries, with a fierce fire still burning in everyone's eyes. In the movie, these scenes will probably look funny, but there's nothing to laugh about for anybody involved in this mess of a fight. Zack knows he can't expect them to suddenly back down. He might be a poor judge of character when it comes to social interaction, but in a fight, he's really good at knowing what's going through his opponent's mind. They've lost their strongest fighter even though they have the upper hand. Jeremy's got to be nervous, but at the same time, he probably knows that it's impossible for Zack's team to have another ambush lying in wait. All the cards on the table now. Zack can only hope for the best. He commands another attack. Having changed position, Jeremy is no longer going for Zack, heads for Zack's young companion instead, who's still severely exhausted from his previous fight. The other two enemies steps in and keep their eyes on Zack. One of them goes straight for Zack, while the other seems to focus on the weapon Zack is holding in his right hand. Zack decides to Protect young companion B, protect strong companion A, focus on defending against small monster A or large monster C. I want to protect the young companion B. Like, if I can hit Jeremy behind the head, it's gonna be 3 against 2. In order to have a chance at turning the tide of the battle, Zack does what he can to protect his team. Zack gives up his better defended position and instead chooses to move to his young companion's side, ready to intercept Jeremy's attack. Small monster suddenly starts making strange noises and disappear off to the sides, seemingly unsure about what he actually wants to do. Jeremy ... Jeremy puts out a short, shiny weapon. At first glance, looks like a spring knife. A knife that is particularly dangerous in close quarter fight, where its short range is an issue. Still more than enough to cause vital injuries. Without saying a word, Jeremy steadily advances towards Zack, making his way through the crowd. Zack knows exactly what Jeremy is thinking, goes straight for the leader, take him out, and it'll be all over. Jeremy lifts his arm up in an arc to slash downwards with as much speed as he can. Zack is prepared, anticipated Jeremy's move, so he managed to swing his weapon upwards, hitting Jeremy before he can attack. There's a painful sensation in his wrist, and it feels numb, but there's too much adrenaline rushing through him right now to care about that. Two monsters are rapidly advancing and are already closing in on him. Zack twists and turns his body to go with the flow of the enemy's attack, adjusting his stance to counter. His enemy is to focus on one thing, disarming Zack. Unable to quickly adapt to change its stance, it misses Zack and runs past him. The other opponent is much less focused, with no clear plan, only intent on causing damage by whatever means available. It uses his height to his advantage and smashes its fist down from above, scraping Zack's ears. Zack's strong companion wants to run up for help, but slips and falls in the process. No! Zack's shoulders are struck, pushing him down and twisting his body around. Zack's whole body feels numb and he's completely weightless for a second. If the angle has been just a little different, Zack's neck would have snapped, and his head would have been rammed straight into his chest. Ugh! The force of the impact is too strong and Zack can't hold on to his weapon. He's flung through the air and rolls off to the side. Shit. Jeremy clearly seems to have lost in his confrontation with Zack's companion. He dropped his spring knife, which was kicked aside during the fight, which means Jeremy is now unarmed. Oh, hell no! Jeremy is enraged and yells to vent his frustration as he attempts to retrieve his knife. Zack's companion steps in and blocks his path. With the opponent standing right in front of him, Zack knows it's impossible for him to retrieve his weapon without exposing his back in the process. A mistake he'd rather not make. He assumes a defensive stance and retreats to a more open space in an attempt not to get cornered. The situation is growing more tense by the second and both parties are being more careful in their approach. One wrong, rash decision could mean sudden end to all of this. Okay, so A is down. And, okay, so red A and green A are down. So it's me and Jeremy and green B and red C. Oh shit, okay, no, it got back up. Okay, so now everybody's reassigned. I'm cornered. It's not over yet and the situation is still delicate. Yeah, I'm cornered by A and C. What's your angle there, huh? What are you trying to pull, Zack? Jeremy's shouting, his head bright red, both from blood and from his temper rising up. Keeping the enemy talking is the right play at this point. There are no more advantages, no more opportunities for an ambush. With the fight being as out in the open as it is, it's best to delay as long as possible and hope for the smoke to go off. Zack tries to guess how much longer it will take. A minute maybe, then he decides to stall them as long as possible. Idiot. You really think I'll tell you? Jeez, you really hadn't had enough yet? Here I was hoping that beatdown was enough to make you eat those smug words of yours.
All this trouble, I'm just trying to make it easy for you. And don't think for 1 second I'm the least bit afraid of the cops showing up here. Or anyone else for that matter. Is that so? Then how about you introduce them to your ugly fish buddies here? Sounds like a nice change for some exposure. You might even make the newspaper. You didn't really call them, did you? How about you take a wild guess? Oh shit! Shit.
More proof that Jeremy's still the same small-minded idiot he has always been. Zach can't help but smirk a little as he watches Jeremy spew a tirade of cusses. It's a rough world. You can't let things get to you. Zach knows that by now. He's gotten under Jeremy's skin, giving him the psychological edge in this fight at the very least. While being angry would make Jeremy move likely to make foolish decisions, it will also make him a more unpredictable opponent. Is it smart to get him this worked up? As it turns out, it's not.
You really think you can scare me?
He lifts up his jacket slightly and pulls up a small black object with trembling fingers. Another knife, maybe? Zach squints and tries to make out the object, which is obscured by the dim light. Probably a gun. Cold sweat runs down Zach's body.
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I knew it. It's a gun. It was a gun. Zach's instinct kicks in, though for a second it feels as if his heart stands still. It leaps and rolls, trying to get to cover and out of Jeremy's sight. Driven by a primal survivalistic urge, he pulls up a jump most people would think was impossible. This is the first time he's ever seen a gun in real life. Say what you will about the city's law enforcement, but they're at least doing a good enough job to keep guns out of the hands of juvenile thugs. He has no idea how to deal with the situation. Which is why that small and deadly weapon is putting him under extreme pressure right now. Small monster grobble grobble. Large monster grobble grobble grobble. By diving for cover and moving out of the way, Zach has unintentionally opened up the way to his two companions, fully exposing them. Yeah, I mean, he made the right call. The two enemy monsters sense this opportunity to barge straight into them. Help! Let go! Assess the situation. Oh shit, damn it! Zach growls and cusses in frustration, not at Jeremy or anyone else, but at himself for putting everyone in danger. How about that, huh? Where's that loud mouth of yours now? Jeremy's provocation echoed through the room. Carefully taking a look, Zach can see Jeremy clumsily loading the gun. From the looks of it, Jeremy doesn't have a lot of experience with firearms either. Up until now, the gun must have been empty, which would explain why Jeremy hasn't let off a single shot yet. Zach would never expected anyone from his circles to be carrying a firearm. The risk and punishments are immense, and Jeremy might only have gotten his hands on it recently. Maybe he's reluctant to use it, seeing as there are all kinds of new reports of people badly hurting themselves through accidental discharge and proper angling. And honestly, Jeremy kinds of fit the situation of those people. The fact remains that this small but deadly weapon is now pointed at Zach and his two companions, and could easily take a life within the blink of an eye. Yeah. So now red A is with green B and green A is with red C, and they're moving away. So now Jeremy has a clean shot at us. The situation is unbelievably dangerous. There's no doubt about it. He's definitely going to shoot. There's an autosave icon that just popped out. This is like one of those crucial moments. The atrocities committed in this building are already horrible enough to land everyone involved in jail forever. Maybe that's what Jeremy is telling himself. One additional gun charge isn't going to make any difference. He's probably scared of the thought and panicking, and now he's directing all that fear at Zach through his gun. The small monster presses all its weight down on Zach's strong companions and starts choking him. The enemy clearly has the upper hand. Zach's strong companion thrashes around and aims for the enemy arms to break the strong chokehold. Zach's young companion can stand his ground, but only temporarily. The numbers are even for now, but overall it's nowhere close to being an even playing field. Zach's grit is steep in an attempt to maintain his composure and focus. Something has to be done right away, otherwise they're doomed. Justin is a smart guy who thinks ahead, so he might have already escaped the building. At least that's what Zach hopes. Either way, Zach has to make a decision, and he has to make it now. Okay, save the strong companion, save the young companion, charge towards Jeremy, or maintain cover. There's a gun pointed at you. And since we're waiting for the smoke bomb to go off, might as well maintain the cover. So that way, by the time Jeremy gets his wits about and finally decides to shoot, the smoke bomb would have go out already. Because if I try to save the strong or the young companion, that's gonna make Jeremy panic and it's gonna shoot us, and will probably succeed. Charging towards Jeremy is even worse, so I'm gonna go with maintain cover. Seems to be the smart thing to do. Zach lifts up the hospital bed and positions him in front of himself. Yeah, we're gonna make a shield with the hospital bed. What with such a thin mattress, the bed is exactly the most optimal form of cover. Zach's plan is to avoid giving Jeremy a clean line of sight. With only a limited amount of bullets, Jeremy will have to pick his shots carefully, and as long as Zach remains hidden, he should be fairly safe. But as it turns out, Jeremy is a lot dumber than Zach gave him credit for. He shoots through the bed! 3 shots ring through the air, but none of them hit Zach. Either the bed offers more protection than Zach assumed, or he's just in the right position at the right time. One bullet whizzes past Zach, so close that barely misses his forehead. If you need any more proof that Jeremy is dead serious, this will be it. Right now, the situation is at a stalemate. What's the matter, huh? Just come on out! Zach, ... 3 shots fired so far. Jeremy isn't out of bullets yet. Zach ducks down behind the bed and grips the railing so tightly that he almost scratches the paint off of it. Zach grabs a nearby pillow and slowly props it up so that it can be seen easily. Within seconds, the pillow has 2 gaping holes. Another 4 bullets, all of them way too close for comfort. What's the matter, tough guy? Just admit that you've done and step out.
Don't waste your breath on me. Make a move or don't. Your choice.
Playing the badass until your very last moment, are you? Zach ... Well then, you put this on yourself, so don't blame me.
Come on then, bring it.
Zach waits, but no further shots hit the bed. Zach begins to tremble as he realizes what's happening. Oh! He probably shoot the strong companion.
Hey!
Jeremy fires directly at Zach's immobilized companion. Throughout all of this, Zach still could have never imagined that Jeremy would stoop so low. Even with a body much stronger than average humans, it would be impossible to withstand shots at such a close range. Zach's companion hits the ground, twitching, and after a few painful seconds, stops moving altogether.
Shit! Get up!
There's no response. Zach realized how attached he has grown to these people in such a short time. They're in this together, fighting the same fight. Zach never even for 1 second regrets having helped them. This makes seeing things play out this way even more horribly for him. Fear and anger wash over him to an almost paralyzing degree. That was too easy, how boring! Jeremy kicks the corpse at his feet with no change of expression. While he himself is frozen on the spot, Zach can hear Jeremy's footsteps. He's walking towards Zach's remaining companion. 7 shots fired in total. It's difficult to tell whether or not Jeremy has run out of bullets or not. He has stopped fiddling his gun, but it could just be a ploy to draw Zach out. Making a move now would mean risking his life, but if he doesn't, Zach will be responsible for the death of another one of his companions. A million voices rage in Zach's mind like a storm, overlapping one another. All of them are telling him different things, offering contradicting advice, impulsive and reckless. He never quite understood what people meant when they talked about a dilemma. Now he understands. Huh? Oh, it's smoke bomb! It's been 2 minutes. It all happened before anyone has a chance to react. Shit! What the hell? Smoke! Fire? No, it most certainly isn't a fire. Caught in the moment and immersed in the heat of a battle, Zack lost track of time and completely forgot about what he actually came here to do. After 2 excruciatingly long minutes, the chemical reaction is now in full effect and the smoke is starting to develop. Upon witnessing how fast the smoke is spreading, Zack now starts to realize how vitally important Nico's advice on treating the smoke bombs carefully has been. At this rate, it's not that different from an actual explosion. It's done. After this hellish 2 minutes journey, it's time to cross the finish line. Smoke is filling up the whole room faster than the eye can see. At this rate, somebody from outside must have already seen it, and Zack's wondered how long it would take them to alert the fire department. But right now, things happening outside are no concern to him. Yo! Check out! What's going on? Jeremy waves his arms and orders his 2 helpers to find out what's going on. Zack's young companion tried to use the situation to crawl to safety and get up, but Jeremy holds him at gunpoint. This is it, an opportunity. With more smoke building up by the second, Zack's sleeves is covered and quietly circles around towards Jeremy while holding his breath. You're done! There's a hard impact. Zack puts everything he has into a fully powered punch directed at the back of Jeremy's head. Jeremy must have sensed something at the very last second. He turns his head to the side, causing Zack to hit him in the neck instead. The impact stuns Jeremy despite having deflected it a little bit. Young companion, exclamation mark. Zack's young companion immediately analyzes the situation. He pushes Jeremy away and crawls towards the area where the smoke bomb is, attempting to stop Jeremy's 2 monstrous henchmen. That all you got? Jeremy is still hurling insult at Zack even as he's brought down to one knee. Fully intent on breaking Zack's spirits once and for all, Jeremy turns around and aims at Zack's young companion in the distance, who's still crawling away. Zack is still unarmed and is far too away to react in time. He can't stop Jeremy from firing. Jeremy only has enough time to fire a single shot. It's only 1 shot, but that doesn't mean it can't cause devastating damage. Young companion, ... A fine mist of blood is floating through the air around Zack's young companion, who was just a few steps short of reaching his goal. No! Losing all semblance of self-control, an enraged Zack rushes Jeremy and delivers a furious hook right to the jaw. This time, Jeremy has no time to dodge. The blow to Jeremy's jaws is so vicious that it almost feels like it's going to pierce right through him. Zack can feel the strength draining from Jeremy's body as it drops to the ground. He got just what he deserves. The impact from Zack's hook is enough for his eyes to roll into the back of his head. Unable to handle the pain, he passes out. Strange grunting sounds are coming from the 2 monsters as they notice what's happening to Jeremy. They stop their search for the smoke bomb and make their way towards Zack. The monster ignores the flipped over beds and torn sheet as if it makes his way through all the obstacle. Things are looking pretty grim for Zack right now. There's not a whole lot of distance between him and the 2 monsters. Even with all the scattered furniture and debris in the way, it wouldn't make them more than 10 seconds to maneuver around the obstacle and reach him. Hoping for the best, Zack pulls out the pistol out of Jeremy's hand. Looking at him, he realizes it must have some sort of extended magazine. He puts his finger on the trigger and prays that the gun doesn't fail him. Die! Stop! Zack's first shot is aimed at the monster's stomach. 2 more shots follow instantly. Zack's target is so close that it's pretty much impossible for him to miss. For the first time ever, Zack experienced what it feels like to take a life. The monster's heavy body tumbles forward, a big pile of flesh and muscle that slumps over and press up against Zack. Getting it off of him feels like pushing away a bag of cement. The second attacker follows, giving Zack no chance to catch his breath. He tears away the bed sheets, its feet entangle in, and throws himself at Zack's chest with relentless speed. Zack receives a vicious kick to the stomach. For a moment, Zack doesn't understand why so many images in light are flashing by. Then he realizes he's flying through the air at high speed. The kick has catapulted him through the door, sending him flying to the dark hallway. The accumulated damage Zack has suffered becomes too much to bear. A sharp pain in his back, running down his whole spine, is almost enough to make him pass out. It's only a question of time, really. He's reached his breaking point. Too much has been demanded of his body. It has been pushing his limit for far too long. Finding spirit won't help if the heart doesn't play along anymore. His eyelids are growing heavy and his senses dull as the strangely cool smoke fills his lungs. His enemy is seemingly unfazed by all this. Large monster, bro. No matter how hard he tries, Zack can't move or even just lift his arm to protect himself. This is the end of the road for him. Well, it is what it is, he thinks to himself. A strange feeling of comforting relief fills him as he comes to terms with the situation, blaming only himself for having acted recklessly. At the very last moment, an image flashes in his mind. A face he hasn't seen all night. Only it's real. Fatty! A large, muscle-bound frame steps over Zack's body and blocks the monster in his tracks. He takes a monster to fight a monster. Fatty? No response other than a small, reaffirming nod. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Fatty pushes the monster away from Zack inch by inch. Fatty seems to have grown even stronger since Zack last saw him. Zack has trouble thinking, but he can't help but notice the intense aura of strength around Fatty. Who are you? The difference in sheer power is so big that the difference in height doesn't seem to be a factor at all. Though the enemy monster seems more hateful and driven, that's not enough to make up for his weaknesses. Standing his ground firmly, Fatty keeps pushing the monster back inside the room at an even pace. Unwilling to accept the situation and not knowing what else to do, the monster pushes his right foot hard into the ground and throws up his knee, aiming straight at Fatty's stomach. With both his hands and leg busy, there's no chance for Fatty to dodge or block the attack. It hits him, but he doesn't even make a sound. Zack can see Fatty's body shaking as if a shockwave is running through it, but other than that, he doesn't show any reaction at all. It's like the Blob. He absorbed the shock. Blob, 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 blob. I am the immovable blob. Still feeling dizzy, Zack only now realizes what his friend plans on doing. Don't! His injury robs him of his voice. Fatty. Through continuous pushing and shoving, the two large frames are slowly swallowed by the thick smoke, disappearing within it. Large monsters, rawr, rawr, rawr. Thank you, Zack. After that, there's a series of heavy blows and crashes, and... Fatty! Did he fall off the window? Zack opens his mouth, he wants to scream, wants to shout, but he can't. A stream of tears is blurring Zack's vision. He can hear footsteps approaching in the distance, but he has neither the will nor the strength to react. Yeah, he's supposed to evacuate the building. I hope this is his backup. Yes, Justin. Damn, what's this? That voice, it sounds familiar. Zack lifts his head, but he can't see anything. There's next to no oxygen going on to his brain, and there's mere seconds away from losing consciousness altogether. Oh, this is bad. What have you been doing? Come on, let's get you out of here. Zach feels nothing but excruciating pain as his body is dragged towards the stairs. Save him. Come on, please, save him. Zach can't speak. Cecile and Neko are waiting at the rendezvous point. They both look extremely worried. Huge columns of smoke are rising up into the air, and loud sirens can be heard not too far away. People are gathering all around, whispering, exclaiming, coming up with wild theories about what's going on. One thing seems to be clear for everybody who's watching. This building is done for. But in fact, it isn't. The meeting time they all agreed on has long since passed. Cecile is sick with worry because neither Zach nor Justin have come back yet. Let me go back and take another look. The whole situation is already a mess and you just attract unwanted attention. If anybody goes, it's me. But you! Or you could both stay here and help me instead. Interrupted in the middle of her sentence, Cecile can hear Justin's quiet, exhausted voice from a nearby alley. The crowd and the siren are too nosy that she isn't sure it's really his voice. As she spots Justin, the reason for his lack of energy becomes immediately apparent. Get him to a hospital! Get him there quickly! Alright, Friday, November 3rd. Question. Think about the following concept. Home. Home is something good. Leaving it is bad. The outside world is dangerous. If you go out there, you'll die. Everything from outside is bad and means you harm. That's why you should never allow anything from outside to enter your home. The room below is safe. You'll like it there because you like books. Like books. I like books. But you can't allow anyone in there. You mustn't allow them to enter. I don't like that. Don't let anyone in until you fully learn everything about yourself. Do not hesitate to take pity on them. They are the enemy. Enemy. Keep them away. Yes, it's probably a lot to process and hard to understand right now, but try to remember these things. No one is allowed near this room. Room. Can't. In. Keep them away. Enemies. Keep them away. That's right. Enemies. Keep them away. Room. Can't. In. Keep them away. Enemies. 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 So I guess this is a glimpse of the store manager's memory. He seems to be having brainwashed by a stranger of some sort who put him there. Probably not the deliverer, but probably his boss, like the owner maybe of the bookstore. Says this is your home and you mustn't let everybody in and you cannot go out because the world is bad. And like this is a window behind the bookkeeper's, the store manager's mystery. It's interesting. Keep them away. Enemies. Room. Can't. In. Room can't 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 in. Listen to me. Get out! Get out! Get out! Okay, so he says don't let anyone in. The brainwash backfired on him. It's like keep everybody away. That includes you. I'll have to think of another way. Thanks to a readily available taxi service we called via one of those modern apps, Zach was brought to the nearest hospital very quickly. A fracture on his left arm, contusion around the shoulder, injured lungs, broken ribs. It's hard to tell from the outside at first, but the damage from those attacks definitely left his mark on Zach's body. It's far worse than anything he ever suffered from his street brawls in the past. On the other hand, his previous fighting experience might have been his saving grace. Who knows how much he could have endured had his body been less used to such harsh physical punishment. Even so, it's been clear from the get-go that someone with his temper wouldn't stay bedridden for long. Even though I know that, I'm still scared half to death as I open the door to Hermitage and see him standing there. You know, I've been wondering if you figured out your life by now. I was thinking maybe everything that happened helped you set your priorities straight.
Oh, come on, man. It's okay. School was boring as always, so I thought why not drop by here instead.
Zach still looks somewhat exhausted and hasn't fully recovered yet, but I can tell that he's getting a lot of his energy, for better or worse. The smoke bombs he and Justin set off simulate a fake fire caused alarm to go off everywhere, even in the adjacent building. The firemen rushed inside to help people. I can't imagine the look on their face when they found the whole room empty. So far, no newspaper has reported any shocking news, which means we did our job well. A successful mission, all things considered. The captives were set free, managed to escape through the thick smoke, running off into nearby alleyways. Some of the nasty equipment used in the transformative surgical procedures, however, was found and bagged as evidence. Another burden for the city's already overworked law enforcement. Unfortunately for us, by the time the firemen entered the building, most of the people from Yui village has already made their escape. Only one of the thugs was found, but he was in such a bad state that Justin couldn't even ID him properly. I'm sure there's more to be found on various floors, and Scarlett could pull some strings to find out more. There's a risk involved with that though, and I'm not sure there's anything more that could be helpful to us at the moment.
You're incredibly lucky, you know that? I just hope nobody follows your trail to this place. Come in. Today's special is coffee. Instant coffee, that is.
I take a closer look at him as he steps inside. It's good for him to be out in the sun again. He looks a lot less pale and much healthier already. His posture is still a little hunched over and beaten, but he seems to be on the right track. His mind is probably the thing that will take the longest to truly heal.
Zach, what are you doing running off again?
Haha, nice emphasis on the again, Cecile. Zach, did you just start going back to school?
Cecile and Justin gives Zach a greeting that can be considered heartfelt in his own way.
Hey, it's not like I'm making a habit of it.
Cecile's question seems to have caught him a little off guard. His response sounds insecure, as if often does when he speaks with her.
I get that physical activity and moving around can aid your recovery, but I thought that was your frame of mind when you decided to skip school, am I right?
You know me, I bounce right back to my glorious old self in no time. Quit making it sound like I have cancer or something.
Without knowing the three of them, it would be easy to mistake their conversation for arguments and hostile remarks. I know that's just how they express their tight bonds with each other. We all show affection in different ways. It's heartwarming to see how a group of strangers has formed such a strong and trusting relationship by going through challenges together. Still, I have to break up their quips and raise of my voice a little to cut through their playful chatter.
By the way, Zach, there's one thing I've been meaning to ask you. What is it? No need to be so formal with me, shoot. That night in the park, do you remember what the man who gave you the water looked like? ...
Cecile looks at me silently. She's probably worried that I might trigger some sort of PTSD with Zach. A valid concern, getting reminded of how we were almost beaten to death isn't something anyone would want to go through. Luckily, her worries are unfounded, and Zach responds clearly and consciously with a little hesitation in his voice.
To tell you the truth, I don't really remember all that much. I was scared to death and on the brink of passing out. I don't remember anything about the guy except that he was tall and he looked like a foreigner.
He frowns as he replies and takes a sip of his coffee.
Honestly, the fact that he found you can't have been pure luck on this part. It's already a small miracle that you managed to get away and run to the park in your condition. Something like that just
doesn't happen. Zach's expression suddenly turns dead serious. I would love to know the answer to what really happened just as much as you. Think of me as a ninja all you want, but the truth is I don't remember a single thing. Hey now, no worries, okay? Nobody blames you, it's not your fault. You're the victim here, and we all know that. Actually, I remember some of the things she said to me. It was mostly incoherent stuff that didn't make any sense to me when I heard it. Some of it stuck with me though. Really? What was it? If something goes wrong, you have to take the blame instead of running away. Taking responsibility is what makes you a man. Store manager ... That's the general gist of it anyway. You don't expect me to remember the exact phrasing, do you? As long as it's accurate and you didn't add anything to it. Sounds a little too much like something you would say. Way to rob me off of my confidence, you guys. The short version is I don't know what the hell the guy was talking about. He just kept rambling on. I bet if he had been a rock lying there instead of me, he would have kept talking and said the same things. The difference is that a rock's life would have needed saving. We still haven't figured out what happened to you. I'll think about it some more when I have the time, but honestly, I don't really want to remember. The whole situation was way too weird. Mr. Store Manager? What's wrong? You don't look so good. It's fine. Nothing to be concerned about. Now that I think about it, the way Zach described the man's way of talking, I do in fact know someone who fits that description. I haven't seen it in almost a year, and if it's really him, his involvement doesn't mean anything good. Furthermore, how could he have managed to get dragged into this? So many thoughts and questions racing through my mind at once. It all makes me feel quite uneasy. I try my best to force a smile to show the others that everything's fine. Justin found a strange note in the building, and the mysterious man handed Zach one too. Comparing the handwriting makes me almost 100% sure that they have the same origin. Both of them are full of German phrases, which means it will take a long time to decipher them. Taking everything into consideration, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with Scarlett's suitcase. In other words, this will cause us a headache for the foreseeable future. But let's save that for later. Either way, we should be happy with the way it turned out, all things considered. Currently, those guys don't have a base for their operation, which will make it a lot harder for them to cause any trouble, at least for now. Guys, I'd like to take this moment to thank all of you again. Really. Without you, those people wouldn't have been freed. And I know for sure that if it hadn't been for you guys, I wouldn't be standing there right now. I'm glad to have found a new crew willing to go above and beyond to help an impulsive idiot like me out. Don't say it like that. Being overly dramatic and serious is embarrassing. We all know it's important to have people who stick by you in tough situations. Exactly. We're there for one another, and we will always do our best to resolve things. I told you the reason for that, didn't I? Yeah, you did. Oh, whose cell phone is this? Zach's. Zach's phone's ring and he takes the call. He stumbles over his words and stutters nervously, interjected by a middle-aged woman's angry voice that we can all hear clearly through the phone. It makes no difference whatsoever that the loudspeaker is turned off. The call doesn't last long. My mom caught on to me. I gotta head home. He flashes off a bitter smile. Though his face is rough, his tone of voice is gentle. Alas, the prodigal son returns. Do you want me to accompany you? You're still not feeling all too well, are you? Don't worry, it isn't far. I wouldn't at least long in the street if I let something like this stop me. You're still in the street? You're quite nosy today, Justin. Let's meet up and share a nice meal together soon. See ya. With these words, Zach leaves Hermitage and with a slight limp walks off into the sunshine, back into the normal world. After having stepped into a world of chaos and madness, it's hard to return to your normal life.
All of us know the feeling. All we can do is try to wear a smile as we take this path together.
Wow, it must feel good to be young.
Behave yourself, Justy. Don't like you're the oldest or most experienced person around.
You've been eavesdropping all this time, haven't you, Neko? Where have you been hiding?
It's easy to hide from a bunch of guys going to screw on a light bulb even if they all work together.
Wait, are you including me in that, or...
Okay, you guys, enough chit-chat. So, why did you come here today? The journey back to school is his own and nobody else's. The streets are packed with cars, pedestrians are hurrying from one place to the next, and the sound of honking and chatter fills the city. Life had been uneventful for these people. Nothing special happened yesterday, and today and tomorrow will be the exact same. It's a life dictated by trivial routine and repetition. Zach, on the other hand, has learned to appreciate every passing second. Every single ray of sunshine is to be treasured. Life is full of strange, unexpected twists and turns, and every day has the potential to bring about something new and unknown. There's nothing he can do for now, and he's well aware of that. The gang members that escaped the Sanjun building know how to stay hidden and out of sight. That is, after all, one of those valuable skill sets for a criminal. Those people are all thugs, and they think like it too. Unfortunately, so does Zach. After much pleading and convincing from Zach, this is the only thing that Justin hasn't told the store manager the truth about.
Fatty.
Ever since he started wandering the street, he has been shedding less and less tears. The streets are no place for crying. You can't let others catch you in a weak moment. Many replace it with a sort of strained laughter in an attempt to cover it up, but it gradually accumulates. That's why he has decided to leave. These last few days I helped him sort his thoughts. He has a lot of catching up to do for all the things he missed in school these last 2 years. But it's not time for that just yet.
I'm sorry, Fatty. Just give a few more days.
What will he do when he comes face to face with them? The thought preoccupies his mind. He will never be able to shake his burdens. All they ever do is change into new ones, but they always remain firmly planted on his shoulders. There's nothing he can do now. He's off the beaten path, and the only way to go about this is to keep his mouth shut and wait for a clear road to present itself to him.
Just a few more days.
Oh, trophy earned! Zach has a new reason to keep fighting, to keep living. Okay, so now the week is complete. Back on Monday, 11/28. We're gonna save here. Alright, and on that, 6